And we continue to track Hurricane Nicole tonight with special coverage here on WPTV. What you're looking at here is actually live look at the intracoastal waterway, but you can see that image frozen. Not too big of a surprise at that spot, but that radar, of course, in motion. Just kind of a little bit of a stutter there.
Yeah. Yeah, and off in the distance, it looks like another band coming in if you look up the intracoastal towards Singer Island.
Yeah, we've got a band that you just were talking to. Michael Bushner was in Jupiter. Kate Hussey, she was in South Palm Beach County. And actually, South Palm Beach County is getting hit by this band right now. We saw some heavy wind and wind gusts there, Steve.
Yeah, and think about it. We went to Michael first, and he had just a massive rain and wind. And then 5 minutes later, we were talking to Kate in West Palm, and she was getting that same band. So it is moving very, very quickly down the coastline. And we're going to see more of this through the evening. There's a little bit of dry air back to the west, but we're also going to see stronger winds, Ashley and Jay, as we get into the late evening hours. At landfall, not expected until about 1 or 2 in the morning. And the center of the storm is still, the center is just around, West End, moving off the western side of Grand Bahama, and then eventually pushing kind of around Memory Rock, I suppose, as far as the center location, and then pushing with all these bands of rain in across the east coast of Florida during the evening. A couple areas, a couple of trouble spots. There was one showing some rotation just out of our viewing area. This is the line here that had some rotation with it, and we could see a quick tornado warning pop up with some of these cells too. All right, here's the radar, and in our area, the strongest weather is right along eastern Palm Beach County, and it's one little line after another, but it is a tropical rains, gusty winds, 30, 40 miles an hour, racing down 95, the turnpike, all the way into Wellington, Royal Palm, even back around Loxahatchee, and it tapers off a little bit. And another little line firing up around Bridge Road and Hobe Sound, and that'll work through in the next couple of hours too. I'll go a little farther north, and I'll show you that area. And it's one of these after another that pushes through. There's a close-up view. One of these after another that works through our area during the evening, and eventually we'll start to get into some drier air just off the coastline. So the latest track, and we'll get a new track coming up at 10 o'clock tonight. The wind speeds 43 miles an hour in Vero, and then they drop off quite a bit, 41 in West Palm, 32. That's a wind gust in Boca. And that track taking it into the Treasure Coast is a Category 1 hurricane. That's what it is right now, moving west at 13 and winds at 75 miles an hour. There's another look at the track. So we can see some fluctuations in the track from what we saw earlier, but this is a big weather event for us and even up the coastline because those tropical storm force winds stretch far out from the center. The hurricane warnings in effect along the coastline. We also have the tropical storm warnings back through Okeechobee County and western Palm Beach County. And effects and timing, well, about 2 to 5 inches of rainfall for Palm Beach County. Winds, most winds should be under hurricane force, but there could see a brief period late overnight where we get winds approaching 70, gusts to 75, and peaking, as I said, late after midnight. Winds across Martin County a little bit stronger and similar timing. We're looking at after midnight for some of the strongest winds and the heaviest rain, about 3 to 6 inches of rain. A little higher rainfall amounts possible in Indian River County, and the timing a little delayed in Okeechobee County simply because we have the storm moving toward Okeechobee from the coastline. So big winds, big rains, and also watching, of course, the risk for a quick tornado, although not many cells have been showing any rotation in our area just yet. So an active evening, to say the least. Oh, I want to bring in James Wheeland, who looks like he has one of the models, and we talked about this earlier. A lot of the models are really agreeing on the track and where this thing is headed overnight, and it's one squall, one feeder band after another, isn't it, James?
Yeah, and this is the latest, the high-resolution model that has just come in here, and it is showing that the dry air is taking a toll a little bit in this. So watch, this is the band on top of us right now. You see, it's a pretty solid band all the way down into Boca here over the next couple hours. That continues to pinwheel down to the south, and this is as we go into 11:30. Notice the storm is still offshore. It's way over here, but the heaviest rains now you see on the southern end of it heading into Boca, and then of course up into Vero. This is where the strongest winds will be, the northern part of the center here, or the eye, I guess you could still call it, as it moves on in. As we go through time, though, notice how it kind of gets broken up here. Some of this dry air does get entrained in it, so some areas will start to dry out, but we will still have some banding features that spiral into the storm here, not just around the center, but we'll see some of it a distance away from the center. But there will also be areas where there won't be anything. There'll be the drier areas that move on in. Notice landfall at Vero Beach, and then the heaviest stuff there up towards Melbourne. This particular model does bring it in around Fort Pierce, Vero Beach or so, with the heaviest rain and winds north of there. Still a storm surge for everybody. Treasure Coast all the way up through the Space Coast and even up to the First Coast, looking at really, really bad storm surge there. With all that wind and water pushing on in. So here as we go, so this is early morning, tomorrow morning. Our winds now change out of the southwest here, so a completely different direction than what they are right now. And they're still pretty gusty, but notice all the rain pretty much gone for now. I think we're going to even break up the clouds a little bit, but that will produce possibly more instability and a few more thunderstorms and possibly a few more bands that feed up right into the storm here. So we're still going to keep some rain chances, even though the storm will be getting farther away. Because it's passing to our west, we're picking up that southerly flow, which is a warm tropical flow with a lot of moisture, and that's going to keep rain chances going. We won't dry out until an actual cold front comes and sweeps everything out, and that's going to happen around Sunday when we're going to see that move on in, and then much drier air. And it actually looks very, very nice on Sunday and Monday too. So seas coming down a little bit. They were up to 30 feet earlier, now down to 26, but still really, really significant. The inner buoy has bumped up now to 26 feet, and an indication that this thing is getting closer with the higher seas pushing closer. And again, the storm surge, we're talking 3 to 6 feet on the Treasure Coast all the way down through even Jupiter and Juneau here. Here are the high tide times where I think we're just passing that. In the mainland areas, say in from the ocean, are going to be in a couple hours. So we still have a little bit of time there that this tide will continue to rise. It's not going to go down either. Low tide is at about 2:30 a.m. It's not going to go down much because the storm is getting closer, pulling all that water back in. So that's going to be a huge coastal event here. Stairs along the beach will be wiped out. There'll be a lot of debris in the water the next couple of days, sweeping down the beachfront, and a lot of beach erosion up and down the coastline.
James, thank you. Picking up where James left off, we saw the tide schedule there over the last 30 minutes. It's high right now. Some of those areas being impacted. It's only going to grow worse, and as James indicated, that's not going down because now you have the storm surge that's building right now. Two Georges and Boynton Beach. It was about about up to knee high. Tori Dunn was out there earlier. Now we're understanding that it's inside the restaurant.
Right. Yeah, it's eerie, really, to see that there's no edge to the area you'd normally have as a boardwalk or something like that. As we check in with Tori, what are conditions like right now?
Well, I think we're getting into some of these bands that you've been talking about because we've been out here and just getting pelted by the rain. John, if you can come over here, I want to show you this. Basically, within the amount of time that weather was happening, this entire area here flooded with water coming off of the intracoastal. Back up here, John, a little bit. It's getting deep there. I'd say it's about 2.5, 3 feet right there in that area. But this intracoastal waterway, the water is coming through here. And if I can show you the line of the restaurant, you can see the water going in near the doors here. Some of the captain of the boats that are on the other side say they have never seen it this bad. This area is prone to flooding, but they say the restaurant could be flooding there itself. They have sandbags here. Obviously, those don't appear to be doing all that much. The water, though, John, follow me over here. The water, though, it is coming all the way out into the parking lot here around this building. And as the rain comes, it is just flooding this way. And this isn't even the highest of tides, is what the fishermen are saying. I don't know if you can see through there. That's where the boats are in the marina there. You see on that light, there's just no line between the marina, the building. And again, I was saying I felt like we were getting into some of those bands there. If you can look up at the palm tree right there. I don't know, John, if you can see that. We're starting to see the wind really whip here. And that rain, when it hits you, it just pelts. We'll continue to stay out here because some of the fishermen who are out here working on their boats, making sure they're not slamming into some of these poles and the likes, basically say they wouldn't be surprised if the water, one of them pointed it out to me. He said the water will probably come about up to this height by the time we're done, within about an hour or so in this area. I'll send it back to you, and of course, anything you guys want to know, happy to answer while we're out here.
All right, Tori, thank you very much. You know, Tori, it's indicative of what the meteorologists were talking about, these high tides. We're seeing it live as it's happening right now. Tori, this area, when we showed it earlier, it was not to this level. And as you just indicated, we're going to have some localized flooding in this area. These are going to be some serious issues, serious concerns for residents all along the Intercoastal Waterway from the Palm Beaches all the way up to the Treasure Coast. And you're seeing it firsthand as we speak.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing it firsthand. I want to see if we can quickly, John, make our way over. I don't want to take too much time, but this gives you a sense of the flooding right in this area. This is pretty far up from the actual Intracoastal Way. Earlier today, over here on the side where the boats are, and at this point you can't even go to where we were. I know John's following me. He's keeping up, and it's a lot. But yeah, look at these boats right here. There's the edge right there. Hey, you can see here that the fishermen are out here. They're making sure their boats are okay, but the water continues to rise here. And we'll stay out here and we'll check on that level for you. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, impressive, truly, when we know that an area prone to flooding is seeing, you know, visuals that we have not seen before. So a lot of areas with those businesses, you know, certainly business owners concerned this evening, and we'll see as things roll on.
And it'll only get worse as the night continues with that high tide right now pushed by the storm surge, and then these bands intensifying as well. Where Tori was, there's a band moving through. We saw it climb right through Jupiter and make its way south. Now it's pushing through where Boynton Beach, where Tori was, making its way out through Boca Raton. Again, this is going to continue overnight as the storm makes its way. Just about a little under 100 miles over Grand Bahama right now, a Cat 1 Nicole bearing down on the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast. Again, the biggest impact we're looking at later tonight around midnight to 4 a.m. But as we're seeing right now, we're going to see the effects of this start climbing and building, and it will get worse. As these bands come through, we're really monitoring the Treasure Coast right now. We've got coverage all up and down the Treasure Coast. We'll begin with Ashley Glass. She's been in Hobe Sound.
Yeah, Ashley, what are you seeing at this point? I know we've been checking in with you. Have things gotten any worse?
Yeah, Ashley, Jay, you caught us during a lull just a couple of minutes ago. One of those strong bands you've been talking about moved through here, but this is the lull right here. This is downtown Hobe Sound. We're in a shopping plaza anchored by a Publix grocery store for a point of reference, but we have been seeing the wind picking up, the rain picking up. I checked in with James Wieland. He said the gusts, you're seeing one right now, clocking in the closest sensors we have to this area, Hobe Sound, clocking in at 30 to 46 miles an hour. There is no one out and about right now. Everywhere in this plaza is closed, as you can imagine, except for one place, the only place open for business right here to get a movie. And we just talked to someone doing just that, preparing to stay in for the night with a movie. Listen to what he had to say. If this isn't the perfect thing to be doing before you know you're hunkering down for a storm, getting some movies to watch, how are you prepared at your house?
Well, we did the kind of typical stuff, got the water, non-perishable food items, like a grill, like these disposable grill things that we got just in case we lose power, but typical stuff, yeah, typical Florida stuff.
Nicole will be here, you know, in a matter of hours. How are you feeling?
Feeling okay. Not like too nervous because, you know, it's a category 1 at worst, it looks like, so could be a lot worse.
And we've been talking to a number of people here in Hobe Sound. We've been talking to a number of people here in Hobe Sound for the last couple of hours, and just like you just heard from Frank, nobody seems panicked, but they do seem prepared, like they are taking this seriously. You know, they've stocked their homes with, you know, food and supplies. They've put up the hurricane shutters. As you saw, they're doing the little things too, renting a movie, preparing, you know, to just be in and be safe throughout this storm. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
Ashley Glass there in Hobe Sound. We appreciate you. We want to actually, we're now here at our station in downtown West Palm Beach, right near Clear Lake, and we have a good spot for our WPTV First Alert meteorologist Kate Wenzel to be.
We've been talking about all the flooding issues, but the wind will be a factor tonight, especially with all the debris that we saw with Tropical Storm and Hurricane Ian that blew through here. First Alert meteorologist Kate Wenzel is live outside our WPTV studios right now. Kate, what are you seeing? And talk more about the wind speeds and how wind will play a big factor overnight here.
Yeah, absolutely, Jay. And as you mentioned, the storm probably less than 100 miles off our coastline right now. So as it gets closer, the winds, of course, are going to kick up. Now, I just checked. These wind speeds around 30 miles per hour, gusting to 40. Well, I just saw a model showing that West Palm Beach should have about 53 mile per hour winds at 2 a.m. So that's going to be a lot stronger than this right here. Now, Vero Beach, think about this. These are 30 mile per hour sustained winds, give or take. Vero Beach could see winds around 75 miles per hour, twice as windy as what we're dealing with right now. And as you can see, it is quite gusty out there. As you can see, the rain and the palm trees just really getting whipped by the wind, and we're in another little gusty squall right now. So this will continue. I'm always amazed at tropical weather, the moisture, the sustained winds. We get thunderstorms every day in the summertime, but they're quick, they pass by, and they're done. We are looking at widespread moisture, winds continuing. James Whelan was mentioning this storm has such a fetch across the Atlantic Ocean. All of that surface so that these winds have nothing to block it, no buildings, nothing to stop the wind, and then the wind can increase as it moves across the ocean, making hurricanes so powerful and dangerous at times. So for now, we're dealing with gusty wind bands, rain bands, and it will likely get worse as we head into the midnight hour, 1 o'clock, 2 a.m. For now, we are live at WPTV. We're going to send things back to the studio.
Okay, thank you very much. News Channel 5's team coverage of Hurricane Nicole continues in just minutes.
And you can catch what's happening on NBC primetime lineup right now. You just have to switch over to South Florida's 9 through 11 o'clock. You can watch Chicago Med, Chicago Fire, and Chicago PD. We'll be right back. Okay, this is a live look actually going down the road here. You see this is on Okeechobee Boulevard through the eyes of our WPTV weather pilot. And it looks like it's actually not far from the station there, Australian Avenue, Okeechobee Boulevard, down toward West Palm Beach. It appears to be headed eastbound there.
Yeah, the wind gusts today, just coming into work earlier today, were really pulling on I-95 as well. Obviously, the roadways and road conditions will get treacherous overnight. Not advised to stay outside, not advised to obviously drive right now. We're going to try and stay on the roadways as long as we can, given the safety of our crews, to give you the most up-to-date information and show you the reality of the storm as it inches closer. We'll want to get the latest right now on Hurricane Nicole over the Bahamas right now, just under 100 miles to our east right now, bearing down on the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast.
Yeah, Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel, where exactly is the eye?
It's starting to move away from the Bahamas now, kind of around very close to the west end area of Grand Bahama, and it'll continue to move across the Gulf Stream and make a landfall here, likely after midnight. There's a look at the latest with the big bands of rain now lined up along the coastline. The computer models had this earlier with a heavy line of rain and gusty winds from Sebastian right down the Treasure Coast. Not into all areas yet, but it soon will be, and then pushing south across Palm Beach County, and then it lightens up quite a bit bit as you get around the lake, but more on the way. And some spots that we're really kind of focusing on at this point would be southern Palm Beach County, kind of just south of West Palm, where we have this area of rain that's working very quickly toward the south at about 20 to 30 miles an hour down through Lantana Point Beach, Delray, ready to move into Boca. And soon it'll be down into Broward County after that. And then on the Treasure Coast, another cell just off Palm City and Jensen Beach, and another one that's working through the, kind of just west of Jupiter Farms. So, you know, just spinning in off the ocean and bringing more heavy rain and more tropical storm force wind gusts. They're all over the place because we get lulls here and there. 43 in Vero, 33 in Fort Pierce, 32 in Boca, 41, that was in the last hour in West Palm. And as the storm center gets closer, those winds will get even a little bit stronger. But tracking inland as a Category 1 hurricane, but eventually, likely very quickly, dropping to a tropical storm and then moving just north of Tampa. That'll be late overnight before sunrise. So a landfall here likely between about 1 and 2 in the morning. And the models are still really aggressive in bringing these big rain bands through 11:30 before that landfall. Looks like there's a little, it lets up the heavy rain a little bit, but the strong winds will still be around at landfall and then pushing up towards central Florida after that. So a busy night, to say the least, and more strong winds on the way the next, I would say, 6 to 8 hours, right in around sunrise more than likely before we start to see an improvement. Back after the break.
All right, welcome back, everybody. 9:24 on the clock right now. Our WPTV weather spotters have been really instrumental, really helping us provide our coverage, staying on top of the conditions and what they look like through the viewing area. Always important. Their safety is first, but they're really crucial in giving us that firsthand account of what's happening out there.
Yeah, incredible eyes and ears this last couple of days here. We have Samuel May joining us now on the phone from the West Boca Raton area. What have you been experiencing out there in the western part of the community?
Well, right now, the band that Steve was talking about coming down from the north is just starting to move in. So the winds and the rain are definitely starting to pick up. But as the bands were coming through earlier, they were getting heavier. The winds were getting stronger. But right now I'm looking outside my garage because I had to jump inside because of the wind and rain. But trees are definitely bending a little bit.
So Samuel, how long have you lived in the Florida area, and is this something that you've experienced before being in West Boca?
I've been in Florida all my life, so I've been through Andrew, and I've seen, storms like this.
Getting some interference, I think, with Samuel on the line right now. Earlier, Steve indicated the hurricane warning earlier today went inland. It was right along the coastline, but the hurricane warning for Hurricane Nicole is now all the way to 441. So that includes a lot of our western communities from the Palm Beaches to the Treasure Coast. Samuel, we appreciate your time tonight. Right now, those weather spotters are so crucial. And in Hurricane Ian, we saw a lot of our western communities with tons of debris and localized flooding in those areas. And that could be indicative of what's to come tonight as well.
Right. So you need to stick with us. There's a lot more to come. We'll be right back with more coverage of Hurricane Nicole. As we continue to track Nicole tonight, this is actually a live look at Satellite Beach that's near Daytona, up in that Cape Canaveral area. And a lot of the live pictures that we have from various cameras that we would normally be able to access, those cameras aren't necessarily working so great at the moment, but this really does illustrate the waves that are coming in, and that's far north of us.
We've seen that there's some bands coming in right now. I know one of the squall lines that Steve showed earlier on Viper 5 radar up near Sebastian, they were going to get hit pretty hard. And the impact right now will extend far north, outside of our viewing area, north to the Cape as well, indicating of what you said, all those indications of all that storm surge that's coming in on the coastline right now. Great to see that one shot there, because we're not able to get a lot of those shots at night once the sun sets and we can't get ample lighting out there. But that's a sure sign of what's to come and this storm surge. I want to get straight to Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel and James Whelan with the very latest on the storm's impact right now, its position, and where it's headed. Steve.
Yeah, Jay and Ashley, up around Satellite Beach, where we just had the live video coming in, just reported a 60-mile-an-hour wind. That was a sensor that's up about 50 feet, so a little elevated, but that's an impressive wind speed for this early, with a hurricane not expected to make landfall for about 4 to 5 hours. The bands continue to develop right along the coastline and to strengthen at the same time. Treasure Coast and in Palm Beach County, there's a solid line of rain and a feeder band that's working through southern Palm Beach County now. It's lined up pretty much from Wellington down through Boynton Beach and working into Highland Beach and Boca and Delray very, very quickly. In fact, I'll zoom into that spot and show you exactly what's been happening with that little area that is in southern Palm Beach County. Get a little farther south here. There's the West Palm cell as it pushes through, but again, it's a little farther just to the south, down around, oh, there we go, just down around Delray and Boca, right here, arriving to Atlantic Avenue. See how it lines up all the way back through 441 and the turnpike, right over our radar site, which is Lantana. So this is the easily 30, 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts and just a real squall line of rain pushing through. So that's one little area that we're keeping an eye on. You get back to the wider view, and let's take a look at the Treasure Coast, where we also have some big rains working in now to Palm City and Stewart, and working south and southwest along the coastline. See how it gets a little enhanced as it hits the beaches. So south around Bathtub Beach, where we've seen just incredible beach erosion, and that storm surge working in. That happened with the high tide that happened this morning. We have the new high tide times coming up in the next hour or two. Well, pretty much right now, a lot of spots are between about 8 and 9:30 for the high tide times, but we still have that onshore wind, which is creating that storm surge. So that's one area, I would say, from Hobe Sound through Stewart and Palm City, working very quickly toward the south. And again, that is moving pretty much due south, maybe a little west of south in the next 45 minutes. And then the wider view, of course, has a bigger area of rain down around southern Palm Beach County and more off the coastline. So a busy night. Still a hurricane. We get a new track coming up at 10 o'clock tonight. So within the next half hour, I want to bring in James Whelan, who, James, we've been talking about, there's a lot of dry air getting near the center of this, not only in the eye, but outside the eye. So we may see the rains drop, but the winds pick up as it gets closer.
Yeah, and it's really starting to show that now in the high resolution models that update a little bit faster than, say, the global models that we're looking at. And you can see in this one here, here's the drier air. This is a pretty good representation of what we're seeing right now. So that means it initialized really, really well. As it gets closer, notice this is a little bit more broken, still a pretty solid line back towards the west coast, where even all the way back towards Fort Myers, they're going to get hammered with some heavy rain and some winds too. As this gets closer though, notice the bullseye really on Indian River County and St. Lucie County too. The wind generally northeast and north. That's still pushing in a ton of water. That's where the highest storm surge is going to be. Then landfall going into the overnights around somewhere between midnight and 2 a.m. This is 3:30 a.m. and notice it's already pushed back. Wind switching out of the west here. This particular model has it going right after landfall, going more north than a little bit farther inland here. So this will continue to push farther up, and we could get on the backside of this some banding features. You see them here as they move on in, and that's going to contain tropical winds, tropical downpours that could dump additional rainfall. But notice it's not as widespread, and in fact we see some breaks in the clouds and possibly seeing some sunshine, and that in turn will destabilize things and reset the atmosphere to produce a little bit more showers and storms. And even if we can get a sea breeze to try to inch in and form, that may activate a lot of rain in a form of another feeder band that may move up into the storm. And you see some of these embedded heavier ones too, with even the possibility of some lightning too. So let's time out the winds here. We already have them gusting through the 40s and 50s. As we get closer to landfall here, and this is the GFS model and has it right around, say, St. Lucie County, Vero Beach gusting to 77 miles per hour. That's over hurricane force here. And then as we go through time, that northeast wind turns more straight out of the south. Still really gusty tomorrow morning on the northern Treasure Coast, so you're not out of it yet. Even if the rain stops, you're still going to see very windy conditions, even down into Palm Beach County, just not as windy, and the wind more southwest to south. Then as we get into lunchtime or so on Thursday, straight south winds, still tropical storm gusts blowing on in. Finally, by Thursday evening and then into Friday morning, a little bit breezy, but tropical storm and any damaging winds are pretty much gone, and we have a southerly flow. So with that southerly flow too, this one is not going to give us a big cool down afterwards. In fact, it's going to get muggier as we're pulling straight up from the tropics, some warmer and more humid air. But eventually, we'll get a front to sweep on through around late Saturday, Sunday, and that should help cool us down a little bit and also remove some of that humidity both Sunday and Monday. Looking real nice.
James, thank you very much. Road conditions are deteriorating as we speak, and this is an example of what's happening out there. A serious breaking news story, a very bad accident on I-95 in Boca Raton. We're getting more information on this. It just happened. From our pictures, our viewer picture today, a FHP patrol vehicle and a gas tanker have collided. This is just south of the Congress Avenue exit. We've got calls out to FHP regarding this accident. But again, monitoring the situation right now, road conditions as these squall lines come in will just continue to deteriorate as well. Those roadways are going to be slick. They're going to be very impassable in some parts as well, and blinding with all that rainfall that's coming in. But this is a very, very bad accident, especially given one of our law enforcement with FHP right now. We're on top of this right now, and as we get more information, we will bring it to you. But we also have one viewer that's helped us out here.
Yes, so Nicholas Hine actually took the image you're seeing here on your screen at I-95 southbound, just south of Congress Avenue in Boca Raton. Nicholas, can you tell us more about what you witnessed? Did you actually see this happen? Okay, we are waiting to see if we have Nicholas Hine on the phone. Okay, so we'll attempt to get in touch with Nicholas, but again, you know, when we see rain of any kind, unfortunately, the number of accidents increases. But even as each of us, we came into this station at very different times of day. We both experienced those wind gusts, you know, of 40, 50 miles per hour at times, sometimes stronger now. So, we've got to be careful out there on the roads. Just stay home if you can.
Yeah, and coming down just into our station tonight for our coverage, multiple FHP units were on the side of the roadways with stranded vehicles that were abandoned there, trying to really get to the bottom of it. They're out on the roadways too. So, our hearts and prayers go out to them as they're in the dangerous situation. Of course, when it gets too bad, they'll hunker down and get ready and then be the first responders out when it's necessary. We're going to monitor this accident again and bring you the very latest as we get more information in. These bans are coming through right now, as we've talked about. Every hour or so we're getting more and more bans. They're getting worse and worse right now. Michael Buchner has been up in Jupiter. We've been talking to him all night.
Yeah, are you still in Harborside there, Michael?
We're actually along Love Street here. We're alongside of the building here, Restaurant Beacon. We're taking shelter here, but let me step outside. We'll give you an idea of exactly where we are. If you've been in this area here, Jupiter Lighthouse is due north of us here, but we've had a steady flow of these bands that move through this area here. It's quiet for a little bit, and then you get these really intense bands like we're starting to get right now. Here you go. There you go. Kind of like that. You can feel the intensity of all of this inside of the restaurant where we've been taking shelter in between of these live shots here. I tell you, the rain is blowing on these windows, and you could hear the strong winds as they blow through. I want to take you to the water here so we can get an idea, because high tide was about, I think, 9:23. So I think we're just beyond high tide here. So we've been kind of watching the impact that this has been having. We have a light with us here. We'll see. You can see that's actually starting to move out a little bit here. So it's dropped a little bit below the wall. So this is obviously a newer construction. So the seawall is pretty high here. You could see just beyond here. Con, maybe if we walk a little bit that way, we could see, if we could see the end of the dock. I don't know if my light's going to reach this here, but you can see there's a dock over there. I'm not sure if you guys can see it. We're using the light to give you a better perspective, but it looks like the water over there, Con, take a look, is partially, it looks like the dock is partially submerged. Let's see if we're able to tell from here. I know it's dark out here, but the dock is lit there. But the water is over the dock there. You can see part of it's elevated, but then off to the right here, that dock is definitely submerged. But the tide, the good news is that high tide has passed, and the tide is on its way out. But you can see and feel the winds as they blow through here. The inlet, of course, just down this way, maybe half a mile or so. So these winds are blowing through here, and I got to tell you, standing out here, when we get these really strong gusts of winds, it feels like pebbles being thrown at your face. So it's definitely not pleasant. But you can see as the winds just move through here, as Hurricane Nicole gets closer, you can see the water is all churned up and full of debris over here in this area where we are here. Just a steady downpour of rain and just these winds, and then we will get occasionally these strong gusts of winds as these bands move through this area here. Not sure at home if you could hear that through the mic, but when they come through, it's pretty powerful, and it's pretty loud actually. So we're gonna hang tight here. That is the situation in Jupiter and Love Street. Looks like again that high tide has passed, and the water looks like it's beginning to recede and head back out at this hour here as Hurricane Nicole inches closer to the Florida coastline. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Definitely can hear that rain popping out there. Michael, thank you. He's in the triple effect area where you're seeing the wind, the rain squalls, and of course that high tide. Good to see that high tide receding a bit there. I want to take you back to this breaking news. We've got a serious crash that happened on I-95 in Boca Raton. This is the southbound lane south of the Congress Avenue exit. It involves an FHP trooper and a gas tanker. They collided. This happened just a short while ago. We're getting more information from FHP, but we're also getting more information from some of our viewers as well.
Yeah, so Nicholas Hine is the viewer who actually took this image on I-95.
So
Can you tell us more?
There was an accident previously, and the FHP trooper was out there, and then the tanker truck ended up coming along and causing a secondary crash. And now the tanker truck is stuck over the guardrail, and it's going to be tying up some traffic for the next few hours. Currently, there's 3 lanes blocked on the right shoulder, and there's a big investigation going on. But it was a secondary crash, and that's what was going on.
Nicholas, tell us real quickly when the impact occurred and in and around the time of it. Tell us what were the conditions like regarding the hurricane and the roadway conditions and the weather.
So there was one of the big squalls coming through from obviously the hurricane, and that's when the secondary crash actually happened between the tanker truck and the FHP trooper.
Okay, and you've seen multiple crews on the scene right now. They're working the investigation ongoing, trying to clear everybody out.
Yes, the trooper was transported to the hospital. He was walking around after the accident, so he wasn't heavily injured, I would say. But yes, he was transported to the hospital, and there are multiple crews out and multiple tow companies coming out now to try to rectify the situation.
All right, Nicholas Hine. Nicholas, thanks so much for the on-scene reporting for us. A good indication there if that FHP trooper was walking around, although transported to the hospital. But another indication, as Nicholas mentioned, that the roadway conditions were treacherous at this time of the crash. We're going to stay on top of this still developing story right now and get more information.
Yeah, and we know, again, it is so dangerous for our first responders to have to respond. And so for their, when somebody is standing on the side of the road or responding to any situation, that's why, if possible, just stay home. Let's keep them safe as well. We know that we've been talking about those bands, they're whipping on through, and we are seeing some bands actually passing, of course, across our WPTV studios right here in downtown West Palm Beach. We have our reporter Kate Hussey with kind of a bird's eye view, if that works out, from a balcony on the back of our station.
Kate, what are you seeing right now? I know what we've seen. These bands are intensifying as each one rolls through, and that will only get worse through the night. What's the current status on where you're standing?
Well, it's pretty remarkable. We actually just saw those winds pick up here in the last few seconds, actually. And just a few minutes ago, we were in one of those lulls. We hardly felt anything at all, hardly felt any wind, hardly felt any rain, but it's been steadily coming in those gusts. And again, those lulls and then those waves again. So you can see it's died down a little bit. If I even stick out my arm, you can see there's a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain, not so much of that torrential rain that we saw earlier in the evening with those heavier bands. But again, it comes in gusts. It comes and it goes. Of course, those heavy winds and those strong winds are a concern for crews out there today. We know that some of those strong winds caused an electrical fire in downtown West Palm Beach because of downed power lines, tree branches falling on them. So it's something crews are out there monitoring and something we're experiencing here too. You can actually, again, maybe see it picking up a little bit as we're starting to see that intensity once again strengthen here. But again, it's coming in gusts. It ebbs and flows here out by our station. Reporting out here in West Palm Beach, I'm Kate Hussey, WPTV News Channel 5.
Hey, thank you very much. Again, these rain bands, the wind squalls will only intensify right now as Hurricane Nicole makes its way closer. Nearing West End, as Steve indicated on the last approach right now, right after midnight. Steve indicating really between the midnight and 3 a.m. hour, that's where the impact could be for us. The sustained winds, the biggest impact that we'll see in the overnight hours.
Okay, we'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. As we approach the 10 o'clock hour here, I want to get the very latest on Hurricane Nicole and the storm now inching ever so closely to landfall.
Okay, Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel in our weather center right now. What are we seeing in terms of sustained winds?
Yeah, about 30 to 40 to 45 miles an hour, depending on where you are. And just like all day, we get a big swath, a big feeder band going through, and the winds pick up, the rainfall, torrential, and then it dies off very quickly. 20, 30 minutes and another band goes through. It's going to get interesting, though, I'll be honest with you, heading into the 11 and midnight and into 1 in the morning, because there's so much dry air near the center of this. This is a massive, I hate to call it an eye, at least certainly a center of circulation, but there's nothing going on as far as any kind of active weather here. What is happening, though, is that even the dry air that's to the north of this, as it moves in along the coastline, it does get enhanced by the coast, and it does start to fire up some pretty heavy downpours. Again, there's one right there that is working through Jupiter and back down along 95 and the Turnpike around Stewart and Palm City. So even though upstream it looks pretty dry, well, it is dry. I mean, these are all pockets of dry air here. Once it hits the beaches, it seems to really fire up once again. So we have another area of very heavy rain that is working around Jupiter now and in toward Boca, and that'll work south very quickly through the the late evening hours. I'll zoom into that area first. So Jupiter, Hobe Sound, working through the gardens, this area. So this is big torrential rains coming in across Jupiter Farms, Jupiter, Tequesta, Hobe Sound, even up around Palm City. It trails off back toward the north, and then another area of rain working through West Palm, but really west, kind of between the Turnpike and 95. We have a solid line of rain in that area that has been pulling through during the last hour or two. And a little farther south from there, down around Boynton and Delray, the rain is a little bit lighter. We had a big line that is now pulling through Highland Beach into Boca, around Palmetto Park and Glades. So it's off and on. Rains here, rains there, and our wind gusts, our current wind gusts, 47 miles an hour in Vero. That's one of the highest values we've seen recently. We had a report of a 60-mile-an-hour wind popping up. That was Satellite Beach or Klondike Beach, which is around the Cape, northern side of the Cape. So a little outside our viewing area, and you can see some numbers that are getting into the high 30s around West Palm and down through Boca. The track will get a new one coming up at 10 o'clock tonight. This is a 7 p.m. intermediate forecast, so it's not a track, but it is the intermediate number. So moving west at 13, it comes in across the Treasure Coast as a Category 1 and then works up the coastline after that. There's a 10 p.m. I heard James just mention it. So this is the new track, new advisory. We still have winds at 75 miles an hour. We have a hurricane that will make landfall and then weaken to a tropical storm, so that's 7 a.m. So we're looking at the same timeline. Right now you can see it's centered. Looks like they have the center, interesting, to the north of Grand Bahama. Bring up a little closer. There it is, right there. So this would be Mangrove Key, just north of Grand Bahama and West End. And then moving, that's interesting because if you go back to the satellite and the radar, it looks like it's a little farther off the coastline. Sometimes it's difficult because this is not a complete circle here, but watching this center, I'd place it more almost due north of West End in Grand Bahama, but they're placing it closer to Mangrove, which is in this area here. So either way, it moves inland, making landfall likely after midnight and then pushing to the west. So more rain bands, more strong winds, and a big storm surge situation continues.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. Well, the storm impacting so much of logistics across South Florida, the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast, also impacting flights in and out.
Yeah, we know that it could be dangerous or damaging to try to take off or land. So Palm Beach International, Orlando International Airport, grounding all commercial flights at this point. So taking a look here at FlightAware, 129 flights have been canceled at PBIA. 497 in Orlando. Both Miami International Airport and Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport are still open at this point, but officials say there are some flight delays and cancellations due to the storm. For now, 67 flights have been canceled at Miami International, 84 at Fort Lauderdale. So we're going to have to keep really an eye on this to even see when it could reopen into tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of numbers changing, and certainly the logistics of this storm will change the timing of all that. Governor Ron DeSantis expanding his state of emergency to include 11 more counties. We've listed them on your screen right now. The state of emergency now includes Alachua, Bradford, Dixie, Gilchrist, Hernando, Jefferson, Levy, Marion, Pinellas, Taylor, and Wakulla counties. Again, the storm will be massive. Its wind field will all stretch all the way to South Carolina, as James Whelan indicated earlier. So a lot more of Florida will be impacted by this once it makes landfall overnight across the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast. I want to get an update now from the Okeechobee County Sheriff's Office. Tonight, a countywide curfew is in effect. It started at 9 p.m. just about an hour ago. The Sheriff's Office says that curfew will be lifted at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. During this time, it will be unsafe for anyone to travel on roadways because of flooding, flying debris, and fallen trees and power lines due to the ground saturation and high winds. Deputies saying that the curfew will be strictly enforced.
Okay, we will be right back. We have more coverage for you straight ahead here of Hurricane Nicole.
Back to our coverage of Hurricane Nicole and its impact across the Palm Beaches, pending landfall right now. Matt Arnett's sent this video to our U-Report email. This is a transformer explosion from his home security camera in Boynton Beach. We are seeing a number of power outages pick up in the viewing areas. Those rain bands come in, those outages will climb. FPL telling us about an hour ago, as it's safe for their crews, they're going to try and put the power out, restore power, I should say. But these lines, these bands just keep coming, and that will cause more outages, so those numbers are going to fluctuate.
Yes, and we know there are thousands of people actually on standby as well. But this is a look at the Deerfield Beach Pier. And at one point in this video, you actually see the waves hit the top of the pier. Those waves just really impressive out there. But you've been our eyes and our ears. And this, as we take a look at the Jensen Beach Causeway. Wow, look at the surge that we're seeing there. Again, thank you so much for being our U-Reporters out there, our weather spotters here on WPTV. You've given us perspective across the area, all across our 5 counties.
Yeah, our coverage of Hurricane Nicole and its pending impact and landfall here across the South Florida area, the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast, continues with more after this break.
Good evening as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Nicole.
Thanks so much for staying with us tonight. We want to welcome in both our WFLX and WPTV viewers, of course, as we continue to track the storm throughout this evening and into the early morning hours. Of course, that is exactly when things are going to get very intense all along our 5-county viewing area.
Indeed, we've been tracking it all the way. We have the 10 o'clock update. Our chief meteorologist, Steve Weigel, joining us now with that. Steve.
Yeah, and it comes in at 10 p.m. simply because of the time change. It used to be 11, but with the switch back into standard time, it's now 10 p.m. and our next one will be at 4 a.m. for a new track. But the track remains about the same. In fact, it hasn't shifted very much. There's a massive eye here that is coming off the north end of Grand Bahama. Very dry even near the center of this. But what's happening is as the bands in the inner core start to work in on the coastline, it's enhanced by the coastline. You can see some big flare-ups of heavy downpours and some big gusty winds along with that too. So as far as rainfall and what we can expect through the evening and overnight, I'm going to take a wide view and show you where the biggest concerns are at this point. We have rain working through, all moving in off the coastline, moving in about 35-40 miles an hour, and those big downpours will continue right into the overnight and into tomorrow. But there's one that's pushing from Jupiter now into West Palm, racing down 95 in the Turnpike. A lot of this rain, this little squall has pushed toward the Turnpike and will have a big impact on Wellington and Royal Palm. Wellington in the next 5 to 10 minutes and the Royal Palm area. And as we get a little farther south, even from there, down through Boynton and Lake Clark Shores and Lantana, you can see it tapers off a little bit. And that we just had a round of rain work through Boca about 5 to 10 minutes ago. But because it's moving so quickly, it doesn't last long, but it leaves some pretty strong winds. Look at 48 miles an hour in Stewart, 41 in Vero, 32 in Boca, 35 in West Palm. These are wind gusts. So we're getting into some numbers around 50, 50 plus for our gusts in the next little while. So here's the track. This is the 10 p.m. Winds still at 75 miles an hour, moving west-northwest now. So that's a little bit of a shift. It was moving west for the last few hours, and now it's come off the north side of Grand Bahama. It'll work across the Gulf Stream. Landfall should be just after midnight, and then it races up the coast after that. Here's another look at it here. So to a tropical storm, northwestern Okeechobee County, that's 7 a.m. We'll still be feeling the effects at 7 a.m. or around sunrise because there's still a big area of rain and strong winds in behind this storm, and then north of Tampa after that and pushing away. So that hurricane warning still in effect for Metro Palm Beach County. That is 441 east toward the coastline, Treasure Coast. Tropical storm warning in effect for the Okeechobee County and also inland Palm Beach County. It has been a busy evening, and with the new rains coming in and these squall lines pushing through, we expect more rain and even stronger winds, really intensifying through midnight and in toward 1 and 2 in the morning as this gets closer. We're looking at the center of this making landfall about 1 a.m. So we're another 3 hours before it starts to pull in, and likely a landfall on the Treasure Coast, very close to where we saw Gene and Francis make their landfall back in 04. I want to bring in James Whelan because we've been talking about the local effects and we've been getting these rain squalls. Nothing really stands out as any kind of strong damaging winds. I mean, the story really, James, has been the storm surge issue, and that's what we expected all along. The video that was coming in of just businesses inundated with salt water and pushing in the inlets, and we're going to see that tonight too. That's the biggest story, but we're still watching a storm that's going to have a big impact even for residents along the coast.
Yeah, for sure. And we were saying that yesterday and the day before about this is just an extreme coastal event here with all that water being pushed on shore. And we're going to see even spill over some of the barrier islands and into the intracoastal, and just all that water moving on in, and all that wave action on top of that, producing, really just digging up the shoreline and massive beach erosion too. So let's go county by county. We will have some of that surge in the Palm Beach County. We've seen it down in Lantana there at the Old Key Limehouse, and 2 Georges in Boynton Beach too, and we're going to see that too. But I think by tomorrow, the wind's going to be more out of the southwest, and that's actually going to help push some of that water on out of here. Not the case for the Treasure Coast, though. Winds for tonight, off and on, 45, 55 miles per hour. In between, though, we're talking maybe 30 miles an hour or so. If you're not in a band that's moving on through, it won't be anywhere near as strong. But these are what some of these bands are capable of. Martin County could even get up to hurricane force gusts, too, if the center is coming a little bit closer to you. But if it does go a little bit north, it's going to be more on the lower end scale of that. St. Lucie County for you, if it's coming straight into you, we could see hurricane gusts there too. The peak is going to be through the overnight, as that's when we expect landfall to be. Rainfall more 3-6 inches, which could produce some inland flooding too. And up into Indian River County, I think maximum impacts for you are going to be Indian River County along the barrier island there, and all that water rushing in, and the highest surge will also be Indian River County.
James and Steve, thank you. Of course, our wonderful team of meteorologists give us the big and broad view of what's happening. But we have a team of reporters across the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast for you to give you that sense from the ground of what is transpiring, and it really puts imagery to what they're saying, and a lot of it's been stunning this night as we look at storm surge, we look at all those images. Our hurricane coverage is going to turn to St. Lucie County.
That's right, and what's remarkable about our reporting team, Michael, is so many of them rode through Francis and Jean. You heard Steve talking about Francis and Jean, its impact, how it hit the Treasure Coast specifically, and our John Shaman was just speaking about that a short time ago as he fronted a live shot. He's joining us from Fort Pierce once again. John.
That's right, Shannon and Michael. I was around for Francis and Jean, just like many of our viewers were in 2004. It landed perhaps 15 miles or so south of where I'm standing here in downtown Fort Pierce, where a lot of businesses were preparing for the storm. We've got sandbags here, and we have some businesses here that actually put up the shutters. And as Steve and James were just talking about a few minutes ago about the winds coming across, we really just had a couple of wind gusts that almost swept me off my feet. And as you were mentioning about Francis and Jean, you can't see, unfortunately, it's a bit dark back here, but the city marina is right behind me over there, and that was what was destroyed back in 2004, and the city spent $25 to $30 million to rebuild it and put in some natural barriers there to absorb wave impacts and other storm impacts, so it's probably getting quite a workout right now. Beyond those barriers is the barrier island, and that's where my videographer Matthew and I spent most of the day today, and here's what we saw. At dusk, the high-rises on the St. Lucie County side of Jensen Beach zippered up. At Jensen Beach, Mother Nature's fury the main attraction.
We wanted to take a look because, A, my first hurricane, I'm originally from Texas, so I just wanted to see what it was about.
We wanted to see what was happening. We wanted to see the surf. We wanted to see, unfortunately, the beach erosion that's happening.
As darkness fell, David Flowers had to find a new place to stay. And what's happening?
Same thing that always happens. We get caught in a storm every time we come down.
The North Carolina man said he got a great Airbnb. At least he thought the location was great, but the rooms were flooding.
We try to put some sandbags at the door just to help, and it's just not helping.
Fortunately, someone he met offered to put him up for the night. A night that saw the Barrier Island bridges blocked off and a Barrier Island business boarded up with a message for everyone as Nicole approaches.
And of course, we've got, with all the wind and the rain bands, we're going to have sometimes dropouts here. We've got crews deployed everywhere, as we said, in the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast. We appreciate John bringing us that story. A reminder yet again of, with humans, we try to coexist with nature and sometimes compete with it. Right now, the competition for our beachfront, we're losing that one to nature at the moment, this eternal struggle between erosion and trying to maintain beaches so vital to so many's and our livelihoods here. Our tourism industry will be focusing on all that in the days to come. But right now, Shannon, a reminder about why we've asked everybody, be home if you can. But breaking news, a serious accident, I-95 in Boca Raton. Viewer pictures coming to us, a Florida Highway Patrol vehicle in an accident with a gas tanker just south of the Congress Avenue exit. Now, we have calls out to FHP regarding the accident. Early word coming to us is that the FHP trooper was responding to another accident, Shannon, when the gas tanker came up or was near that scene. And of course, rain-slick roads, tough driving conditions, tough visibility. We don't know the circumstances specific to this accident. We have been told, somebody was talking to our Jay Cashmere, that the FHP trooper appeared to be walking around. We're trying to check, of course, on that condition. We're checking all of those avenues right now. But that is a reminder right now about why we all need to steer clear of the roadways if at all possible.
Obviously,
it's
a
just
gas
a
tanker.
mess out there in the
Right.
gas tanker. And just a few weeks ago, we had a gas tanker accident that shut down that road for hours and led to serious, serious injuries.
But time and again, we have heard from emergency operations teams from St. Lucie County, Indian River County, Palm Beach County saying, please be at home this evening. Obviously, that tanker truck likely doing business, servicing us and bringing gas to our community. But just a reminder that we need to be at home tonight if you can. Possibly no one should really be on the roads at this point.
Another example that vividly illustrates why. WPTV's Matt Cesney has been in Indian River County all day and has the latest on the conditions there. And Matt, it's been an evening where you've watched them go downhill for hours. Take it away, Matt.
Yeah, Michael, we are enduring some pretty nasty conditions right now here in Vero Beach. We're right at the edge of the ocean. The rain coming sideways, very strong winds coming out of the north. We're in that section, I think, that our weather people described as being north of the eye of Hurricane Nicole, and we're getting the brunt of a lot of the nastiness that this storm has put out for this evening. I did text earlier with the Indian River County Sheriff just about an hour ago. They're telling me at this point the only problems they are seeing here in Indian River County is coastal erosion. But other than that, there are no other problems out here in the county. But these waves and the storm surge continue to keep pounding the coast. We did have high tide up here at about 6 minutes after 8 o'clock. I can tell you that the tide is going out, and probably within the last 20 minutes, we only had one wave that actually came up and crashed over this seawall here. So for the most part, the tide is moving out, but the storm surge still very strong, the wind's very strong, this heavy rain just relentless. And so this part of Indian River County and Vero Beach getting pounded pretty hard right now from Hurricane Nicole. I'll send it back to you guys.
If you can still hear us, I know you were keeping an eye on a restaurant earlier this evening, also a boardwalk near where you were shooting earlier today. If you're still with us, any indication after talking with those emergency officials, how are those two doing? The restaurant and the boardwalk, if you can update us. All right, I believe.
I can see the restaurant from here. It's a little bit north of where I am, but everything's intact. I mean, all the structures are intact. What is difficult at this point is it's so dark out here. In fact, I have to hold this portable floodlight that I managed to pick up today in a hardware store. But I mean, we're really not going to know till first light tomorrow morning, until this storm passes, just how bad the coastal erosion is and if any structures have been impacted. But at this point, we're not getting any of that information or any of those reports. We're just enduring a lot of the elements out here.
Appreciate you enduring them as you bring us that image, Matt. We seem to be seeing sand underfoot there. Matt was talking earlier about the storm surge pushing sand ashore and over the roadways there. Other parts of Hutchinson Island, a bit to the south, and really up and down our Barrier Islands, worried about possible wash right over the Barrier Islands. That's something we'll be monitoring as well. Matt Cesney for us in Indian River County.
We'll be watching all of that tonight. Those roads washed out in South Hutchinson earlier today. Our Todd Wilson was out there. It got pretty dramatic. So these high tides hitting right about now. We continue our coverage of Hurricane Nicole. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Continuing our coverage now of Hurricane Nicole as it moves ever closer to making landfall along our Treasure Coast.
Said between 11 and 2 in the morning, it'll get very, very active in our communities, and we are here for you throughout the night. Our entire weather team is ready to ride it out with you.
And you know, you raised an excellent point. We talk about this all the time. Landfall is one thing, but it's such a big system that we've been feeling the impacts, and we'll feel them, and we've been feeling them for hours pre-landfall and post-landfall as well, as we continue to deal with the storm surge and all the other attendant issues, which is why first emergency frontline responders have said, listen, even after it quote unquote makes landfall, the tendency will be at daybreak to go out and check things. And it's something that vividly stuck with me, and remember this for the safety of you and your family as we get ready to go to Hutchinson Island. One St. Lucie responder said most of the time the accidents we have are post-storm. People go out, there's a live power line, they didn't know it. There's a flooded road deeper than they thought it was. Something they do at home. So safety important leading up to the storm, but just as critically important for you and your loved ones, your friends, your family, first and foremost, of course, after the storm, for your safety, and so that first responders can get out and restore power and assess things. So it's something for all of us to keep in mind.
It bears repeating every single time we have a storm like this, Michael, but also, you know, in a very real way, we have new folks who have joined our community, people who have not ridden out storms like this in the past, and snowbirds who maybe aren't used to experiencing this time of year. But our Megan McRoberts has been on the Treasure Coast all afternoon and into the evening. She's joining us now live from Hutchinson Island with a bird's eye view of what she's seeing right now.
Yeah, so we're back on MacArthur Boulevard in Martin County. Let me tell you, you just cannot underestimate the power of some storm surge. We've been driving along this road. We have a law enforcement escort for our safety, but take a look at this home that we came upon. You are looking underneath their garage. You see the concrete here, it's completely gone. This storm surge actually washed away the bottom of this home. If you look under there, I'm trying to give you light because it's very dark out here, but you can see actually just crumbled concrete. It looks like the middle of the floor came out. You see a plastic wrap hanging from it, and here on the driveway, some of those pieces of concrete just piled up. Here you go. Here's these waves that are coming through. They come through quickly, and there's a lot of power behind them. If you take a step back here, actually, too, you can see the stairway of this home has some structural damage. Not sure when this happened. We've been driving throughout the afternoon. This looks relatively new, but the stairs here obviously being destroyed and tossed around in some capacity by what appears to be some of this storm surge. Again, we are driving up and down MacArthur Boulevard. We are here because we have a law enforcement escort, but again, they are urging people to stay away from this area. We're probably going to get out of here in the next 10 to 15 minutes or two, as we are seeing a lot of debris on this roadway. Law enforcement, they have a special response team right now that is out throughout the county looking for situations just like this to see if they can help mitigate some of the damage. We've been stopping. They've been pulling boulders out of the road, rocks, other than things that could potentially damage property. We're going to keep driving around the county and bring you updates as we find things like damage or any updates that are important to you at home. Reporting in Martin County, I'm Megan McRoberts. Back to you.
Once again, she's pointing out she is with the Martin County Sheriff's Office, the High Water Rescue Team. They were heading out about an hour ago, and she has an escort. That's why she's out there tonight.
On Hutchinson Island around MacArthur. And Steve, a vivid illustration of the impact, the power of nature, the power of storm surge. And also, as you talk about that, what you're seeing, what our reporters are bringing you informationally, Steve, high tides. It's not just a one-moment event. We're going to be dealing with different aspects of that for a while. So talk about what you just saw and talk about the tidal situation as we move on.
Sure. I think it's important to start off. What are the high tide times along the coastline tonight? And we've hit high tide in a lot of spots. They vary up and down the coastline. There are massive differences, especially as you get in the intracoastal. As a comparison here, St. Lucie Inlet, 8:05 was the high tide time. Manatee Pocket, which is just a few miles away, which we've seen extensive storm surge damage to shrimpers and moving in Manatee Pocket. It's only a couple miles away. High tide time was just 15-20 minutes ago. It was at 9:53. That is almost a 2-hour difference in what the St. Lucie Inlet tide time is. So it takes a while for this water as it flows up against the coastline and moves in the inlets and goes around all these structures and islands and into coves before it starts to climb and hit its peak in the intracoastal or in some of the rivers. So the tide times vary not only along the coastline and the beaches, but it also varies even in a far greater way for the inland areas too. So some of these tide times that are in the intracoastal areas, like around MacArthur Bridge and all the way up through the Indian River lagoon system, would be much different from what we're seeing along area beaches. And we talked about this, Michael, about how a lot of the water, a lot of the storm surge will flow in the inlets and in the rivers, and then it has no place to go. It can't, at least along the coastline, you can mix in. You go a couple miles off the coast and you're in couple hundred feet of water. It doesn't take very long. So it can go down and it can go up and down the coastline. When it gets in the inlets, it has nowhere to go except up, and it just continues to climb and climb and climb. So as long as we have this fetch here with this northeast wind blowing up against the coastline, we're going to have a storm surge issue along the beaches on the Treasure Coast and even down through northeastern Palm Beach County. On the other hand, we have an offshore wind down around Boca and Boynton Beach. So the wind is actually pushing the water away from the coastline, and that storm surge issue isn't as serious.
Steve, as always, thank you for the expertise and the guidance on all of that. And again, we go back to the field where we see the illustration of everything that Steve is talking about this night with the storm surge and the attendant damage there and the concerns about that and what's going to be left after we get through all of this on into the morning hours as it begins to pull away, but even then not really done.
That's right. And our teams are out there and they're kind of moving as the story moves. Our Ashley Glass has been, frankly, all over the place today. She's found a spot in Jupiter reporting from there tonight. Ashley?
Yeah, it is nasty here, guys. We are at Twisted Tuna in Port Salerno. Come with me this way. You can see the flooding. There's a lot of water here. A lot of this water is coming from the St. Lucie Inlet. We're about 20 minutes past high tide, and you know what? We're going to stop right here. This is as far as we should go. We're about 20 minutes past high tide, but I just checked in with Steve Weigel. He said don't expect this water to, you know, pull back, and it's going to stay how it is, if not, you know, continue to rise because of the storm surge. Look up there towards the front, the entrance there of Twisted Tuna. You can see the water hasn't, you know, made it to the door, but it's really close. And the water stretches as far as we can see to the neighboring Shrimpers restaurant over on that side. I want you to listen for a minute too. We keep hearing this very eerie howling sound. Just listen for a moment. Yeah, I hope you can hear it, and let me draw your attention to where it's coming from. Come this way with me a little bit, Wally. There are a bunch of sailboats lined up back here, and as the wind is whipping through their masts, it's creating this howling sound that it gets very loud at times. Wind gusts coming through this area have been as much as 50 miles an hour at some points. There is nobody out here, so that's the good news. We saw someone about 10 minutes ago, you know, drive through this water, and it was, you know, up over the tires, so it gets pretty deep there through this flooding. So this is what we're looking at here in Port Salerno here. Again, we're at a really popular spot, Twisted Tuna, and we keep feeling these wind gusts kick up too. And, you know, this water, we don't know what's going to happen, but again, we don't expect that it's going to, you know, go down at all because of the storm surge. You know, it's just going to get worse from here. Guys, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
We wanted to bring in Steve Weigel because this is what you can expect.
Yeah, and I've been talking to Ashley about it, and I should mention first, you know, we hope that the water level will drop. It should drop a little bit, but it will not drop to the normal low tide level, simply because the winds are pushing that water in the inlet and acting like a wall. It's like if you took the St. Lucie Inlet and shut it off. The water, it just doesn't have the ability to go back out into the ocean because the wind is a tropical storm, 60, 70 mile an hour wind pushing it the other direction.
Sure.
This is why you get storm surge to begin with. So that's going to be the issue tonight. I saw it this morning in my area where we had a high tide time. It was significantly high. And then 3 hours later, we're getting close to low tide, and the water levels only dropped about 5 inches when it should be a couple of feet lower.
Well, it's because we're going to continue to look at, you had just been talking about that area, how tidal differences just a couple of miles apart, different high tide impacts, and that's precisely where Ashley was. So,
a very good point too, because the St. Lucie Inlet, the high tide time is around 8 o'clock. In her area, it's 9:53, so it's almost a 2-hour difference.
Appreciate it, Steve, as always.
Could talk to you all night, but we have to take a quick break. Back in a moment.
Power crews are closely watching every development right now as Nicole is making itself strongly felt and approaching landfall here. And we talk about FPL, of course, our big utility, but there are other regional providers as well, and we're looking into all that. The FPL numbers, by the way, we've been in the hundreds. For all of you, when you see me staring at it, I go to the FPL tracker that you can do as well. And we're looking at hundreds out of hundreds of thousands of customers up on the Treasure Coast. We certainly expect that to rise, and we'll keep you on track. And they've got smart meter systems where they can see where the outages are. So it's going to be more, but at least to this point in the evening, and it lags a little bit. But they've been in the hundreds of outages thus far, just to give you one sense. But that's going to go up. We'll continue to track that with FPL.
And to your point, there are pockets of our community that we cover that are serviced by other utility companies. And joining us right now is the director of the Fort Pierce Utilities Authority, Javier Cisneros. Javier, thanks so much for joining us. I know it's been a busy day. Tell us, you have 29,000 customers, you said, that you service. What's the status of your utility service right now?
Yeah, good evening. It's my pleasure to join you guys tonight and give you the information for FPUA. We have just about 100 customers that are out right now. We've been able to maintain that number under 100 for most of the afternoon, and hopefully we can be very fortunate here with the direction and impact of the storm as it affects City of Fort Pierce. So.
Talk about your service area. Obviously, Fort Pierce, does it go outside the city? Give us the entire footprint. Is it strictly just inside the city limits of Fort Pierce, sir?
Yeah, we do service the City of Fort Pierce city limits, and just outside the surrounding areas, we go all the way up to the Indian River County line along US 1, and then we go down to Weatherby on US 1 on the southern end, and then west over to the Glades Cutoff area, Glades Cutoff Road.
Now, often crews will pull off the road. Obviously, you need to stay safe and sound with your crews. Yes, they're deployed, but when the conditions get to a certain point, when was the cutoff? Have you said to your crews, let's pull back? What's the cutoff there? Is it wind speed? Give us a sense of that. And also in the old days, we all were reaching for the phone to call. Now technology is a lot smarter. Can you sense where the outages are so that you can get to them without people having to call you? First, why you pulled them back. Second, what's the process where people can have some comfort that you already kind of know where things are and can reach out to them without even them having to pick up a phone?
Yeah, very good question. 35 miles per hour is the wind speed that we stop our crews from going out. We can't put a bucket truck up in the air because it's just unsafe for them to do so. So 35 miles per hour is the wind speed limit. Around 10 o'clock today, earlier, we called our crews in because of wind speed and visibility because of the rain.
And are you able to do you have sensing technology where you already can say, hey, we know where the outages are, we're going to get to you, even if you can't get to us?
Yeah, we do have a portion of our system that does have automated metering infrastructure, and but not for the entire system, but our service area, we're very familiar with it, so we have a good idea of where the outages are at based on some of the information we get from our control data systems.
All right. We'll stay in very close contact with you as we move through this evening. Hope you get some rest. We know it'll be a busy day tomorrow and perhaps a long week ahead. We appreciate your time tonight. Javier Cisneros with Fort Pierce Utilities Authority. Thank you.
As always, our power crews, of course. Everybody, they're our heroes.
Yes.
We've seen the work they've done in Ian. We've seen the work they've done here when we've had big outages in the past. Vividly remember the 04, 05 storms, and I was crisscrossing the state then when I worked in Miami, but covered all the ones up here and then upstate. And always the power crews were the people that when they came to a neighborhood, you would have applause for these people who work so hard, so diligently to help us recover and get our power back, whether it's FPUA, FPL workers, people who come in from out of state, really doing, they're as much frontline workers as the police and firefighters, and we appreciate what they're doing, and we'll keep you posted on what they're doing to get power restored as need be.
Also, our heroes tonight are our law enforcement officers who are out there on our roadways, Florida Highway Patrol troopers who are out there. WPTV News Channel 5's Michelle Casada, she's live there in Boca Raton. She responded to that accident right there along I-95 where that tanker, we reported at the top of this broadcast, the tanker collided with a Florida Highway Patrol trooper vehicle. Michelle, what can you tell us about it?
Shannon, while you're looking at our live pictures from WPTV Weather Pilot right now, you're looking at these live pictures of the accident right here on I-95 southbound. You can see that about we're counting 3 to 4 lanes are blocked off because of this tanker crash here with a Florida Highway Patrol vehicle. We do have a photo a witness sent in earlier showing that car. It's just on the other side of this tanker truck. I know it's really hard to see, but covering 3 to 4 lanes of southbound lanes right here on 95. As you can see, we're blocked off. And what we know right now is just that a witness who saw this and sent us a photo, you see that photo right there. You see the FHP vehicle, you see the tanker crash semi-truck. And we know that one person was transported to the hospital, according to the witness. We're trying to confirm all that information with Florida Highway Patrol. We have reached out to them. Florida Highway Patrol is on scene, and they do have those lanes blocked off as we showed you while we were driving live right there. Obviously, it's very hard for us to pull off on the side of the road right now to show you better pictures. We have the highway, we have nighttime conditions and lots of rain, so definitely not safe to pull off anywhere and show you that video, but you did see us driving live by it. We're waiting to get some more information from Florida Highway Patrol, but we did see that it was a Florida Highway Patrol vehicle in that photo, and that semi-truck that you saw there covering 3 lanes of the highway. So once we have more information, we'll definitely bring that to you.
Your crew, Michelle, we know you've covered more than your share of storms, but be safe out there, as I know you and your crew always are. We're still trying to ascertain the condition of the FHP trooper, the gas tank truck driver, anybody else who may have been involved. We do not have precise information. We will get it to you as soon as we can.
But 3 lanes, those 3 lanes of
That's right.
southbound I-95 still closed, as Michelle just pointed out.
And a vivid reminder why, if at all possible, please stay off the roadways.
Take a quick break, back with more coverage of Hurricane Nicole right after this.
As we move deep into the night, continuing coverage on Hurricane Nicole.
I was just asking Steve Weigel on break, is this, in terms of intensity and wind strength, is this what we're going to be seeing throughout the night? And you said no, Steve. Get ready for more.
Yeah, the winds will definitely get stronger as the storm gets a little bit closer. By the way, we just had a 54-mile-an-hour wind gust that is at the Vero Beach Airport. So tropical storm force wind gusts in that location, and more on the way. What will likely drop off are the heavy rains and those squalls that have been pulling through. There's a look at the radar, and we have let me go back a frame here because it gives a wider view. So what happened as this moved from the Bahamas is a lot of dry air got entrained near the center of it, so it was a little delayed in developing into a hurricane from a tropical storm, but it's also shut down a lot of the rain off the coast. I mean, this is 60, maybe 70 mile wide eye here that is moving into the Treasure Coast, but there's not a lot of rain around the northern side of this, and this is where we're expecting to get big downpours. Some of it, though, as it moves in along the coast, does get enhanced a little bit, so we'll see some more rain squalls. But what we will see, and you don't see on the radar, are that the big gusts, they'll continue, and they will continue to intensify. There's a 52-mile-an-hour wind. That's at Vero, 44 in Fort Pierce, 44 in Stewart. We've got 30s down around coastal Palm Beach County. These are higher numbers than we saw earlier, late afternoon, early evening. So they are starting to increase, and they'll increase even more. I suspect in the next hour to hour and a half, we'll start to get up into the 50 to 60 mile an hour range for those gusts on that map. There's the track, hasn't changed much from earlier, and then up the coastline, we're going to be into the strong winds and some rain squalls right into sunrise, at least sunrise tomorrow, and it'll slowly taper off tomorrow afternoon.
And Steve, this is the time of maximum danger. People, the main rush, the storm moves by, people may think, let me go out. It's going to be dark, the early dawn hours. Steve has talked about it nonstop. And so have public officials.
Sure.
It is absolutely the most dangerous time. Please, please, please stay at home. And even at daybreak, that's the time for first responders, for emergency assessment teams to get out to find those down power lines that are all too easy to run into. Electrocution is a concern St. Lucie officials talked about. If some of you go out of power, and many of you will, generators, don't have them anywhere near the inside of your home. We hear about generator problems and carbon monoxide poisoning. We hear about people driving into flooded roadways. All of these things are so critical to avoid, and the best way to avoid them is to stay away and stay safe at home. And it's a message that I know you hear and you say, you've said it already, but a lot of you coming in and out of the coverage, and that's the absolute hugest safety message that we can give all of you, for you and your family, your loved ones' safety.
The other real threat is certainly the storm surge, and our Tori Dunnan has been monitoring that for us. Specifically at Two Georges, you've been monitoring this for the last hour and a half, Tori. They're in Boynton Beach. Share with us the conditions now.
We're at Two Georges and Boynton Beach, and what we want to show you here is we're getting into the rain every once in a while, but the most significant thing we're seeing in South County and Boynton Beach, we've only been out here for about 15 minutes or so, and in the 15 minutes, this dock right here became covered in water. So the water is slowly creeping up here, just to give you a sense using this light we have of how high the water's getting. I've been here in previous storms and weather events. The wind starts to whip up in this area of Boynton Beach, but also this water tends to come up over these docks, over this area, and floods this entire section of Boynton Beach. We'll be here throughout the night and we'll continue to check in on it. Just some of the effects we could see in South County, especially with the changing tides. And one thing to point out, the restaurant obviously has dealt with this in the past. John, take a look at this. They've got their sandbags at the doors here because they know this area floods, the water is high, and it's only going to get higher. In Boynton Beach, Tori Dunnan, WPTV News Channel 5.
Rain bands hitting hard in Green Acres. This video shot by our viewer, Gary Fulton.
And the bands of rain continue to take a toll along the coastline tonight. Take a look at this picture. This is from Marina Way in Delray Beach. Judah Kleiman snapped this image for us just this evening.
Our viewer, Ryan Z, sent this video from his home in Marina Village in Boynton. You see the water almost at his front door. And we'll be right back with more coverage on Hurricane Nicole as it hits our area tonight.
Welcome back as we continue tracking Hurricane Nicole tonight. Our teams are all spread out throughout our 5-county viewing area. Of course, our Kate Hussey was in early today. She was really hustling through the West Palm Beaches area, surveying what was going on in terms of storm prep. She's joining us live outside our studios this evening with an update. Kate?
It's certainly quiet actually right now. As for where we're standing here on our balcony right at our own WPTV news station, take a look here behind me. You can see a little bit of wind, but not much rain actually. I'm going to stick my arm out and you can see it's pretty much dry. This is definitely not what we saw earlier tonight. We've certainly been seeing those gusts of heavy rains and those strong winds coming in waves tonight. Of course, we are in one of those lulls though. You can even look out into our parking lot and you may be able to see just the little amount of rain that we are seeing. It almost looks like it's just drizzling at this point. It's pretty remarkable considering what we saw earlier tonight was that torrential downpour, so much so that we could be standing all the way over here and it would still be blowing into this balcony and hitting us. But again, that's not what we're seeing right now. We do know that those heavy winds and rains did cause some issues earlier today, but it's looking pretty clear right now. Of course, we'll continue to monitor it for you. But for now, reporting live here in West Palm Beach, I'm Kate Hussey, WPTV News Channel 5.
Big 5-county area, things change moment by moment at times. Wind and rain in the Boca Raton area along North Federal Highway. Our viewer Brandon Perry, and Brandon, we thank you for sending in this video.
We always suggest if you can get us video safely, we certainly appreciate it. That's what our weather spotters are doing for us tonight. New video here showing rain bands hitting the West Vero Beach area. Dana Vinson sending this in to us from State Road 60, he says, and 82nd Avenue right near I-95.
Pouring rain in the Riverside Drive Park area in Jupiter. This video sent in by one of our WPTV weather spotters, Mary Moore O'Rourke. And again, Ms. O'Rourke, we appreciate it very much. Our weather spotter is such an integral part now of bringing all of us the latest on conditions across our 5-county community. We thank all of you.
Really helps our weather team piece it all together and really get a good picture for all of us
Certainly
and you
does.
at home for sure. We're going to take a quick break. We're right back with more coverage of Hurricane Nicole.
Hurricane Nicole moving ever closer to its landfall here in our area.
And we are very lucky because Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel and James Wheeland are going to be walking us through the evening. I know the rest of the weather team is getting a bit of rest, and they'll be joining us as we move into the early morning hours as well. Steve?
Yeah, and we're tracking every little cell as it pops up and watching for any kind of severe weather in the form of tornadoes, which have really been shut down from this storm. Part of it, the direction that it's coming in from due east. We had a greater tornado threat just to the north up around the Space Coast earlier, but that's starting to fade away too. But we'll keep an eye on that. We do have a band of very heavy rain that's working in around Boca now and all the way back through Belglade. There's a look at it pushing through Del Rey around Kings Point and along Atlantic Avenue, now working into Yamato, Glades, and Palmetto Park, and eventually down around Southwest 10th. So that's our heaviest cell, and each one of these has some pretty good winds, strong tropical storm force in spots, 40 and 50 miles an hour. Just had a report in Vero Beach of a 54 mile an hour wind, and there's a look at the radar coming out of there. Just kind of persistent rain, some gusty winds, little cells just off the coastline that bring in some heavier rains, but there's a lot of dry air off the coast now that'll come in, so we're going to drop with the rain chances, and the winds will continue to pick up. 49 now in Vera, 39 in Fort Pierce, Sebastian at 30, 33 in West Palm, 37 in Boca. So the numbers climbing slowly through the evening, and there's a track across central Florida and then up the East Coast after that.
Steve, thank you. Emergency Operations Centers across our 5-county area up and running, and WPTV Stephanie Susskind at the Palm Beach County EOC this evening. She's been speaking to the EOC director.
Right now, we are giving you unique access inside the operations room here at the Palm Beach County Emergency Operations Center. And this is where members of all different county departments and outside agencies all come together throughout the storm. They are staffing this room 24/7, and they are really going over everything that's happening with the storm, the reports that are coming in, the forecast, anything that somebody may need to know, and also planning on the demobilization for tomorrow. What's going to happen as things die down and people leave shelters and things of that nature. We did learn there's a little more than 500 people in the Palm Beach County shelters, and I also spoke to leaders about tomorrow. Once that daylight hits, they say they really need time to go out and survey the community.
Stay wherever you're at, shelter in place wherever you are, and don't go out until you know it's safe. We need that time in daylight hours to make sure our roads are safe, debris is cleared. Our energy partners here with FP&L are actually here in the EOC with us to ensure that power is restored and any down power lines may be fixed quickly. So we need individuals to just be patient, give a little time, let us make sure that our community is ready to go back to doing things we love to do in our county.
And as the operations continue through the night, you can help the county with whatever issues you're noticing. You can actually report it directly to them. That's through that Palm Beach County DART app and also on their website. If you snap a photo of an issue you see, it comes directly to them right here at the Emergency Operations Center, and they can respond as soon as it's safe. Reporting in Palm Beach County, Stephanie Susskind, WPTV News Channel 5.
Heard all of the emergency management directors and the sheriffs really echoing that same sentiment. Give us time tomorrow morning. We need to get out there, assess the damage. We're moving into, a really difficult, tricky part of the storm now.
Yeah, a lot of debris on the ground and likely a lot more to come because the winds are going to continue to pick up tonight.
And there'll be a lot of analysis. Teams will be out all night, but then the early morning hours is when we'll get a broad sense, as Steve's indicated, of course, and as frontline responders, first-line responders have said, of the scope of the impact. And Steve, we've talked about the approach of the storm. You're feeling around 1 a.m. a landfall, and then we come onto the backside of the storm.
Yeah.
Talk about that as we move deep into the night.
Well, it looks a lot drier. It looks like, we'll get some showers and storms. So there's a look at the radar, and the center is roughly 50, 60 miles off the coast now. So around 1 a.m., 1 to 2 a.m., it makes a landfall. Now the winds are going to shift around to a completely different direction. In behind this, it'll start just before sunrise. Our winds will start to come out mainly from the west and then eventually the southwest, and then a big south wind. So it's going to be a direction that may catch a lot of people off guard, and it's going to be a strong wind. It's going to be strong tropical storm force winds right into sunrise and maybe even into the first part of tomorrow.
I was really surprised to hear you guys saying that earlier today. You guys broke down the weather, the winds, and the timing of it all, and it's going to be pushing up to the new now.
And I'll mention, a lot of people wanted to know, well, where are the strongest winds going to be? What direction are they coming from? Because maybe I just want to do that part of my house, put up the shutters on that part. But the issue with this, because it's coming right at us, is that the wind direction will veer around, and the strong winds will be from every direction. At some point, almost every direction.
And Steve, you talked to our viewers early in the evening. We know a lot of you have so many kids were home from school, trying to get the kids to bed, get things taken care of home. Something you said stuck with me today about all the hurricane conferences you do. And the safety messages, that's one of the many hats you wear. And talk about that as we move deep into the night here. That safety message you all talk about that you want to transmit to our viewers.
Yeah, just that, you know, we don't only have fatalities and injuries during the storm itself. There are many before the storm and there are many after, and now we're going to be dealing with during and after, and the winds are going to pick up even more, and you know, more people are going to lose power. They're going to be on generators, and there are some rules with generators. And in the past, you know, there are hurricane conference presentations just on how people, where the fatalities come from in hurricanes, and a lot come from generators being started in garages and in enclosed spaces, and the carbon monoxide, just issues like that. Lighting candles in houses, we still have issues with that, and fires being created by that. All those issues come after the fact.
But it bears repeating each and every time we have one of these storms, and certainly for our new folks moving into the community.
Absolutely does, Steve. We thank you for your expertise, the entire First Alert weather team, and all of our crews up and down the coastline.
We'll be right back.
Hurricane Nicole, a few hours now from expected landfall along our Treasure Coast, with the storm capturing all and every bit of our energy, attention, focus, and safety messages tonight.
And our teams are spanned out all across our 5-county viewing area tonight, and our weather team is geared up to walk you right through every minute of the evening and early morning hours. Our First Alert Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel is standing by to kick us off right now in this hour. Steve?
All right, Shannon and Michael, just watching our severe weather chat, because we just got a report last couple of seconds of a 56-mile-an-hour wind at the Vero Beach Airport. So those wind gusts are continuing to pick up. The rainfall kind of slowly tapering off, and not completely. We're not shutting off the tap, but a lot of the heavy downpours and those big feeder bands that we were dealing with earlier. Well, there's one right there that's going to pull away from Boca in the next few minutes, and they're more on the outer edges of our viewing area, more around the lake, and the dry air is starting to filter in. Now, obviously, there's going to be still some wet weather through the overnight hours, but a lot of the risk for flooding is dropping in a big way. There's a look at that band as it swings through Boca, lined up along Palmetto Park and Glades and Yamato, all the way back through 441. That's Atlantic Avenue there, and you can trace that back toward Belglade. So that's one area that has some strong winds and some very heavy downpours, but it's moving away at this point and should continue to pull into Broward County. And the dry air that's starting to get in train now through West Palm and Lantana, a little farther north, this is all dry. I mean, just an hour or two ago, this was all bright yellows and reds, an indication of some very heavy rain. That's no longer the case. So that trend looks to continue with little less rainfall, stronger winds. 58 miles an hour now in Vero Beach, 30 in Sebastian. So even in the last hour, these winds that we're getting reported at airports and some private weather sensors are climbing. And they're climbing slowly, but they are climbing. You know, almost 60 miles an hour now in Vero. That's a significant number. And the numbers, when you start getting up to wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, you start to deal with power outages, tree branches down, and those issues. 40 in Stewart, 29 in Jupiter, and 30 right now in West Palm. It's actually come down a little bit. So this is the latest advisory. This came out at 10 p.m. and the track taking it almost identical track to what we saw earlier across the Treasure Coast, and then eventually up around North Florida. And then on the weekend, well, on Friday and Saturday, it's what we call a remnant low moving through the Carolinas with some heavy rainfall. So as it pulls in, the winds get stronger. We get into really that inner core wind field, but that's going to take a little while before that happens. I think landfall will be early morning, say 1 or 2 in the morning on the current track, and its motion is right now 13 miles an hour. So it's got a few more hours. We're at 11 o'clock, so I would say 2 to 3 hours, we'll see a landfall, and then it'll start to move away, and we'll gradually, very slowly, start to see an improving weather trend. The high tide times, and this has been one of the most significant issues with this hurricane, are the beach erosion, the storm surge that we've been dealing with. We just passed almost everywhere, or actually everywhere, the high tide time for tonight. So the water levels along area beaches should be dropping at least a little bit, but with that persistent northeast wind across most of the area, those water levels are going to stay elevated right into tonight. And as far as the local effects, it's not just the storm surge. We're dealing with wind, and we're dealing with rain, and the other issues, tornado threat, that's dropped quite a bit. But I want to bring in James Wheeland, who's also watching the storm surge and watching the wind gust as we get in toward midnight.
Yeah, let's show you these timelines here and the impacts for each little time period. I've gone in 6-hour increments here. So now through 6 a.m. here, the wind will still be on the increase. It'll be picking up because the storm hasn't made landfall yet. Even through 6 a.m., it's still going to be pretty strong. This is Palm Beach County, 45 to 65 mile per hour gusts. Now the sustained winds will be lower there, and especially out of any of the bands and feeder bands that are moving through, it's not going to be quite as strong. Rainfall, we could pick up a quick 1 to 3 inches in any of those bands that form, and that storm surge, of course, maximum Palm Beach County 2 to 4 feet, Northern Palm Beach County 3 to 5 feet. Treasure Coast, now through 6 a.m., your wind will continue to pick up and could get to hurricane force wind gusts out there as that storm approaches makes landfall, and then moves inland. Rainfall 2 to 4 inches in some of those bands that may set up, especially north of the center there, where you're just going to continually get that pounding. Storm surge will be pretty great, 3 to 6 feet on pretty much the entire Treasure Coast, but the highest just north of where that center makes landfall. Now, 6 a.m. to noon tomorrow for Palm Beach County. The wind comes down a little bit. These are gusts, though, 30 to 50 mile per hour gusts still possible, but the rain bands will certainly start to taper off, maybe a couple inches, but just only in the bands. Elsewhere, maybe not a whole lot of rain being picked up, and that storm surge comes down quite a bit. Treasure Coast surge is still going to be up some, 6 a.m. to noon. You're still going to have pretty gusty winds, especially the northern Treasure Coast, and you're still going to pick up some rainfall, a couple inches of rainfall in some of those bands until that center starts to pull away. Now, noon to 6 o'clock in Palm Beach County, wind comes down quite a bit, 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts, so we're starting to drop below tropical storm force there. Rainfall, not a ton, but we could see in isolated areas some heavy rainfall that may move on through, but just not as widespread. Storm surge drops below a foot. Treasure Coast still going with some wind, especially the northern Treasure Coast and Okeechobee County, 30 to 50 mile per hour gusts. Maybe still a leftover inch or so in some of the lingering bands across the area, but even the rain will start to taper off then too. Storm surge still going to stay up a little bit for the Treasure Coast. It's going to be slow to come down, especially the wave action will continually pound the Treasure Coast even into Friday and the weekend with the swell left over, since it was such a big long fetch that we got to wait for that whole swell train to come on in. That's going to take some time through the weekend.
Thank you much. Breaking news as we look at this serious accident on I-95 in Boca Raton. From a viewer's pictures, a Florida Highway Patrol vehicle was involved in an accident with a gas tanker. The precise chain of events that caused this not clear, just south of the Congress Avenue exit.
WPTV News Channel 5's Michelle Casada. She's live in Boca Raton. She's driving with a photographer. She's safe and she's not at the wheel. The camera is focused on Michelle. And earlier, maybe 30 minutes ago, Michelle, you drove right past the accident. What's the update you have now?
That's right, Shannon, Michael, and we're just about to drive on it again, and I'll switch that camera as soon as we get a little closer. We did see the last time we drove by that there is already a tow truck there, so it looks like they're trying to clear up that accident out here on 95. This is in the southbound lanes of I-95. 3 lanes are blocked. Traffic is still moving. Obviously not a lot of cars on the road because of the weather, but we did see that tanker truck, and it's taking up 3 lanes of traffic. The front of the truck is facing northbound, which means it whipped around in some way. We know this involved the Florida Highway Patrol vehicle based on that witness viewer photo that was sent in to us. We saw the Florida Highway Patrol vehicle involved there. Don't know if there are any more cars involved in this. The Florida Highway Patrol incident crash page tells us that this is a multi-vehicle crash. So we're waiting to get some more information from Florida Highway Patrol. You can see we're driving right up on it again. I know the flashing lights make it hard to see, but there are tow trucks already here trying to get that tanker. Look, it's already moved as well. It was much more, it was covering 3 lanes of traffic, and now they moved it onto 1 lane. So they are trying to clear this up from what it looks like. We know that 1 person was transported to the hospital based off of a witness account. We're trying to find out more information on that involved the Florida Highway Patrol trooper or not, so we're trying to confirm that. We have reached out to FHP and have not heard back. This happened around 8 o'clock this evening, according to the incident page on FHP. So as soon as we have more information, we'll bring that to you. And of course, the conditions out here are rough. It's raining very hard and the roads are wet. So, we don't know what caused this crash, but definitely makes it harder to react when there is something happening on the highway with these conditions. Back to you, Michael and Shannon.
Michelle, thank you. And we're still checking on the trooper's condition. Very quickly, as you took that live image, it does seem a lot of people have heeded the urging to stay off the roadway, at least as I look at your live camera pictures you've taken it. Is that your sense of it?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. We did see a lot of people on the road earlier. It could just be that it's getting a little later as well tonight. But, since the rain has picked up, we have seen less cars on the highway, which is a good sign.
Michelle Casada, veteran reporter covering many a storm. We appreciate it. Be safe, be well out there. And again, that's been the message. Stay off the roadways. Accidents like this are a reminder. Again, we don't know the precise causes, but rain-slick roads, visibility cut down, all a recipe for problems. And we'll continue to check on the conditions of all involved.
We do know that FHP trooper was working on another accident. He was out, he or she, we don't know that either. We're trying to confirm all of it, but they were out working and doing their job, keeping the roads safe when this accident occurred.
Our team coverage will continue now with Tori Dunnan.
That's right. She's live in Delray Beach where conditions are worsening as we speak. Tori?
Yeah, we're here in Delray Beach right now. This is actually Marine Way, and as you see behind me, this whole roadway here is flooded out. We were here earlier this morning it flooded, and then it kind of receded. But you'll see they closed off this road here. Caution, streets flooded. You can see the flickering lights, so obviously they're having some power issues in this roadway as well. But the water, John, if you want to come over here, walk over here a little bit, you'll see the water is really moving across the roadway here in Delray Beach. The boats here on this waterway, people were telling us that they were going to stay there for the storm. They weren't sure how bad it was going to get as far as the flooding goes. But really the main flooding right here in this area seems to be in front of these homes here. The roads are impassable. And I will tell you, pretty much recently, I would say in about the past hour or so, the winds started picking up a little bit here in Delray Beach. We were in Boynton Beach earlier. It's getting a bit cooler as well. It feels a lot colder out here, and the flooding is really the concern that we're seeing here in South County. Michael and Shannon?
Where are you located specifically? We know you're in Delray Beach. Where along the waterfront are you?
So we're here on Marine Way at Southeast 1st Street. And John, if we can go over here, I think you can get a better sense of where we are. Actually, right over there is the bridge that leads to some of those hotels on Atlantic Avenue.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's the area that's kind of the mandatory evacuation zone.
This is a community that has
But this
problems.
whole waterway flooded out.
Right. This is a community that does have
Yeah,
problems.
definitely
flooding.
problems.
Absolutely. Tori Dunnan for us in Delray Beach. We appreciate the update.
Now to Indian River County, where Matt Sesson, he's been standing by all day long, and we've watched hour by hour with Matt as he's shared with us, with you at home, the worsening conditions there, and they're in the thick of it now.
He's joining us live once again. Matt?
I'm right. Yeah, hi, Shannon, Michael. Yeah, I want to give you, first of all, an absolute confirmation of everything that James and Steve said. We are definitely feeling an increase of the winds out here in Vero Beach. I know Steve talked about 58 and even some gusts over 60 miles an hour. We are certainly feeling that. And the wave action out here is just kind of crazy since the wind picked up. Not only do you have the surge coming in off the ocean, but as those waves come into the more shallow parts of the beach, they're getting pushed south. So it's almost like a washing machine effect that's going on here as these waves come in and the heavy rain comes in. The good news, of course, is that we had high tide at 8 o'clock here. Low tide is expected sometime after 2 a.m. And indeed, it does look like the water is pulling back a little bit, but it's a difficult struggle because this surge coming in from Hurricane Nicole right now is really preventing a lot of the tide from going out. I did have contact with Indian River County Sheriff about an hour and a half ago. They said right now the only main concern they have is coastal erosion here in Indian River County. But of course, they're not going to have a really good accounting of how bad that erosion is until first light in the morning. There are voluntary evacuations east of Route 1, but of course at this point we may be past that point of anyone trying to leave or travel out here because the winds have picked up significantly out here within the last hour. I'll send it back to you both.
Matt, stay with us, if you will, in a split here. Steve's at the table now, and he was, breaking down exactly what you were talking about.
I said I'm verifying what our weather team's saying, and you're seeing it behind Matt. Any questions you have for me?
Yeah, and we had several reports of 55 to almost 60 mile an hour winds as coming out of the airport, and as Matt has said too. And you probably have noticed, Matt, it's starting to really pick up as far as the wind speeds.
Yeah, I have to tell you, we probably about 15 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes before you told us about that first wind gust, we were kind of hunkered down in a shelter here at this park, and the wind got real thunderous and picked up significantly. A lot of the palm trees were bending, and we both looked at each other, my photographer, Trey Herbert, and I, and we said, you know, it's getting bad out here. And then no sooner had we said that than we heard you talk about some of those wind gusts. And those wind gusts you were reporting were at the airport, which is significantly inland from where we are, right here at the beach. But it's definitely a lot stronger than an hour ago out here.
Yeah, and what's going to happen is it's just going to continue to increase, especially around Vero and Fort Pierce and Sebastian, because they're closer to the center of this storm. So just expect, you know, in the next hour to get wind gusts close to 70 miles an hour, certainly possible, and maybe even higher than that.
Right. Matt and our chief photographer, Trey Herbert, be safe out there, as I know you are. Matt, no stranger to covering storms, and we appreciate you all being out there. And as Matt's emphasized, and you've talked about, there's worry about overwash on Hutchinson Island. Of course, they're up in Indian River County. All of these different kinds of factors coming together, all of them creating their own hazards. How long will the storm surge stay? As you said, nowhere to go. Sometimes we're used to a big rain event, and then a few hours later it's cleared up. That's not going to be the case here. And they've got hours to go on the front and back side here with all of this, and the storm surge has been your central concern throughout.
Yeah, there are a couple of things working in our favor. The rains have let up quite a bit. So as far as like a serious flooding issue, freshwater flooding from rains, that has significantly dropped. And we're eventually going to get an offshore wind as the storm, after it makes landfall, which is expected to be around 1 to 2 in the morning. And once those offshore winds develop, which are already starting down around South County, like around Boca and Del Rey, that'll push some of this water back out the inlets. So this is that wind coming in from the west and the northwest, and it's pushing the water back out toward the ocean. But it is still all the Treasure Coast, northern Palm Beach County is dry. The wind is driving that rain, or that wind, back toward the beaches and in the inlets and up the rivers, and it's not letting up at all. And the strong winds, the gusty winds that Matt's been reporting around Vero and Sebastian, that's from these cells right here that have been working through during the last couple of hours. So they'll continue to push through, and they'll continue to bring some heavy downpours, not as persistent, not as widespread as earlier, but each one of these bands has some pretty hefty winds. Right, currently 55 to 60 miles an hour. I expect in the next hour we'll start to see some of those reports come out. I'm just keeping an eye on some of the reports coming out from the weather sensors, that we'll see reports of 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. That's certainly possible, especially Treasure Coast, in the next hour or two.
Steve, thanks much. Late tonight, Judah Kleiman took this video from Marine Way in Delray Beach along the Intracoastal, and you see the flooding in the parking area there.
Wow, and more video coming in. This is from Marina Village out of Boynton Beach. Adjacent, may look familiar to you because our Tori Dunnan has been on this scene, Two George's Restaurant, monitoring this. Look at those boats. I mean, right up at the seawall. That's unreal. This is Ryan Zakon shot this video for us, taken about 9:15 tonight, an hour before Steve Weigel high tide came through. Ryan tells us that the water got higher after he shot this video. Wondering about those boats right now.
And of course, we continue to look at all your videos coming into our newsroom. We appreciate that. Here's a look at images shared by Lydia Hansen at Lake Worth Beach. Multiple videos before sunset and after, showing how the waves picked up tonight as the storm bands have been passing through the area. Ugly looking surf this night after sundown, and we appreciate all of our weather spotters, all of you sending videos, if you can safely do so, and that is absolutely the key. But it really enhances and helps tell the story of what's happening in our community, and our weather team says again and again and again, it really helps them get a sense of what they're talking about here and how it matches up with what we're seeing.
Absolutely. To hear Matt talk, and very literally he was saying what Steve had just said maybe 5 minutes earlier was, hey, I'm watching the water come up and it's not going back because the wind is pushing it. That's exactly what we were talking about. This is what is going to be the problem as we wake up tomorrow morning.
That's right. And we continue our coverage. Of course, the Treasure Coast, the primary area where we're expecting landfall, about, as Steve said, 1 to 2-ish. Continuing our coverage on the Treasure Coast.
WPTV News Channel 5's Ashley Glass. She's moved now. She's been all over the place this afternoon and into the evening. She's now live in Hobe Sound at this moment. Ashley?
Yeah, hi again. This is Port Salerno, and I want you to look down this way. This is a road that runs into a neighborhood, and it is flooded. We have seen some trucks drive through. It comes up about halfway to their tires, but this is a road leading into a residential neighborhood. This is Manatee Pocket, for a point of reference, really popular spot for a couple of restaurants. We have over this way, Twisted Tuna, which we showed you about 30 minutes ago. There's a lot of water in front of Twisted Tuna. Beyond that is a restaurant, Shrimpers, and then right behind me here is an art studio, and you can see that the water has reached up to the, the stairs, the entrance here of that art studio. We did see someone go into that front entrance area a few minutes ago, presumably someone that had a key to get in, an owner or someone who works here. We haven't seen them come out yet, but someone did go in there to check things out. A lot of this water, we're not far from the St. Lucie Inlet, so all the water is coming from there, and we are a little more than an hour past high tide, but I can tell you, having been here for the last hour, the water is not dropping at all. If anything, it's risen a little bit more. I want you to listen now. We talked to a Martin County Sheriff's Captain who has lived here his entire life, born and raised here. He said he's never seen this area quite like it is now. Listen to more from him. What are you seeing as you've been out here this evening?
So we've been out and about checking the back of businesses and neighborhoods and that sort of thing, trying to be available for emergency calls for service. And in addition to that, making sure no one takes the wrong exit and is looking for trouble or stealing things and that sort of thing. This is a roadway. What you see behind you is a roadway. We haven't even really hit the peak of the storm yet, so I'm sure this is going to get considerably worse. So we're available.
Have you had any problems this evening? Have you had any rescues? Anybody you needed to help? Tell me what your night's been like.
So we've had a few down power lines. We've assisted fire rescue on some runs for that too. We have the high water vehicles available. They're out and about. I don't know that we've used them just yet, but we will, particularly out on the island.
What do you want people to know in this area, Port Salerno, and surrounding areas?
It would be really helpful if we stayed indoors, if at all possible, for a while and let this thing pass. Hopefully by morning time it should begin to subside.
And Captain Ward, who you just heard from there, he advised us to get out of here pretty soon too as we get closer and closer to Hurricane Nicole making landfall. So we are going to do just that to be safe and get out of here in a few minutes. I want to point out something, Michael and Shannon, before I throw it back to you guys. You might hear this howling sound in the background here. There are a bunch of sailboats nearby here. You might even be able to see some of them off in the distance, and as the wind whips through the masts of the sailboats, you're hearing this howling sound. It's really eerie and it gets really loud at times. As you can see, the rain is picking up right now, pelting us in the face. We're getting the wind gusts coming in right now. So this is the scene here in Port Salerno. We'll send it back to you.
You could hear that howling, almost like a horn in the distance there. Ashley Glass, incredible job reporting for us. Heartbreaking to see that art studio and seeing that rain come down like that, already flooded.
We had talked to FEMA earlier. These are the kind of issues with damage that's going to be across our communities. They're going to have to deal with. Ashley and them. I don't know if I was going to ask Ashley if people have been heeding the warning of Martin County sheriffs, but Ashley and them prudently are moving away and going to try to find a spot where they can get in the lee of all this a little while. But Ashley Glass has been moving around the Treasure Coast, as have our crews. But it's sobering when you hear a long-time Martin County Sheriff's deputy say, I haven't seen anything like this in his memory, or at least for a very, very long time.
And turn around and say, this is supposed to be a roadway. Cars are supposed to be moving through this space. That's going to be a difficult morning for those owners,
it is, and
business owners.
Damage assessments, and therefore the need for financial help. FEMA did say it's poised to do that. We're going to be focusing very hard on that story in the aftermath of all of this, about the help businesses will need, individuals. That's something we'll be focusing on a great deal in the coming days. But right now, focusing on the here and now, and that involves power problems.
Right.
And of course, that means FPL, of course, our biggest, far and away our biggest utility, the biggest in Florida, one of the biggest in the country, keeping a close eye on things for us everywhere as they have crews positioned to deal with the aftermath of all of this.
So far, it hasn't been too terrible as far as storms like this goes, but we want to check in right now with FPL spokesperson Peter Robbins on the phone line with us right now. Peter, tell us where we are tonight.
Yeah, hey, Shannon and Michael. So, look, we've been monitoring these outages in real time and kind of working throughout the day to restore people as the outages have come in. With this most recent kind of really heavy band we had, felt like probably, you know, an hour, half hour ago that moved through the area. We did see about 2,000 more outages in Palm Beach County and some additional outages in Martin County, and we're starting to see them pop up a little further north, closer to Melbourne and Vero, where the, you know, the brunt of the storm is coming ashore. So far, we've been able to work throughout the day in between weather bands and when the winds die down to restore power. But obviously, with the winds picking up, that's not going to be as possible as we work our way through the night. But we certainly got a full force of folks on standby for the morning when, you know, the sun comes up and the winds die down, and we'll be ready to reconnect to anybody who's out.
And Peter, I'm looking at your FPL tracker, and you've got 1 million plus customers in our 5-county area. Just for perspective, thousands of outages, and if somebody's at home and they're the one with the outage, right, it's a major headache for them. Sure. But I know you all have smart metering technology. Give those who are watching and who are worried, what about me when it happens, about how you deploy, about how once winds subside below that 35, 40 mile an hour sustained level, you're ready to get out, and how quickly you can say, we know that your neighborhood's impacted, we know that your home's impacted. All of us want to reach for the phone or get a hold of you online. Give us a sense of how you deploy technologically and how you get your crews ready and where you stand with all of that as you move forward into the early morning hours.
Yeah, Michael, we know you're out of power basically the same time you do. Once you have those lights go off, we're able to tell right away through our smart meter technology that you or your neighborhood or your street doesn't have electricity. And as you said, right, even if you're the one street out of 1,000 that doesn't have power, for you, that's important. Mm-hmm. And we feel the same way, too. We know it's inconvenient to be without power. So in a lot of cases, we can use our smart grid technology to reroute power and get your power back on without having to send a truck and a crew out to you. And that saves a ton of time. That can save you hours of restoration and get you back on in a couple of minutes instead of a couple of hours. So that's a big deal and a big improvement for folks. It also helps us prevent outages. Our smart grid technology helps us prevent outages from happening in the first place. And as you said, you know, there are going to be outages that we can't restore remotely, where we have a tree come down and rip down a power line. So we get our folks in place ahead of time throughout our service territory so that as soon as the weather is clear, they're spending their time restoring power and not driving. We don't want folks to have to drive into an affected area from an hour or 2 hours away. We want them there. We spread our team out and we make sure they're ready to go.
What would be the expectation, Peter, for someone who is out power right now in terms of turning this around? I know there are so many factors that go into, you know, what was hit, whether it was a, you know, major substation, what have you. But exactly. What's the expectation?
Yeah, look, you know, speaking in broad terms, you know, we've got 13,000 men and women ready to go, and they will be out working actively all day tomorrow. So we would hope to, whatever outages we have, we would get the brunt of those, get our arms around those immediately, right, and start restoring power right away. There are going to be cases we would expect where people have more severe damage than others, and those might take a little bit longer. But rest assured, you know, our outage plan really is to restore as many customers as possible in a short amount of time. So we look for those big jobs right off the bat where we might fix 1 or 2 pieces of equipment and in doing so get 500 people back on or 1,000 people back on. So that'll definitely be our focus, you know, overnight here if the weather improves and the winds die down. But certainly once the storm is gone in the morning, we'll be out in full force.
Peter Robbins with FPL, as always, we thank you. And of course, the crews that you have out there on the front lines, a big salute, as always, to them. It's been such a summer for them with the catastrophe of Ian, with our headaches here. FPL and really crews from around the country for Ian, but also the plans they always have in place to deal with storms here.
Certainly have been stretched over the last month and a half here. Our Michael Buchner is out and about as well this evening. He's on PGA Boulevard, right near the Intracoastal Waterway. What's the conditions like there where you are, Michael?
Yeah, Shannon, we left the Jupiter area to try to assess the situation, and we came south. Edwin, one of our viewers, reached out to us, sent us a picture of what appears to be some minor street flooding here along PGA Boulevard. Let me step back. We have our light here. You could see maybe 3 or 4 inches, but what's interesting is you could see PGA Boulevard here, 2 lanes. This would be westbound here, right at the intercoastal. 2 lanes westbound are flooded here, lightly flooded, we should say, several inches of water. Same thing on the eastbound side. I'm not sure if you can see it there. There's 1 lane there that's blocked as well, with several inches of water. What's not clear, though, if this is from the rain that we've been receiving. You could see here the rain is coming down quite steadily, or if any of this is related to that surge along with the high tide that was experienced in this area maybe about an hour and a half ago or so, if that water was just unable to drain. But here along PGA Boulevard, you can see there's a car here that's going to cut through here. Hopefully people are able to see that some of these areas are wet. But again, here along PGA Boulevard, this is just an example of some of the conditions. Again, not a serious situation out here, but 2 lanes out here headed west on PGA Boulevard, just beyond the intercoastal, 1 lane eastbound, minor street flooding here. So there's really no need for people to be out there, because if you're driving, it's difficult at times to see. Obviously, it's dark out, that the road here is covered in several inches of water. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Michael, thank you. Michael's been, as have all of our teams across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, been going to areas. All of them have that gut sense and experience, and have been showing us where the areas are, where water's pooling, where we've been dealing with storm surge and the like. And we continue our team coverage for you, giving you the imagery from around our community as we head back to the Treasure Coast.
That's right. Megan McRoberts teamed up with the High Water Rescue Vehicle team for the Martin County Sheriff's Office. She's on Hutchinson Island tonight. Megan?
Hey, Michael, Shannon. Yeah, we've been driving around Martin County for several hours now with this response team and some of their deputies here. We actually moved from Hutchinson Island. We're now back over a little further inland because we haven't been able to be over here really much tonight to give our viewers a look at this area. So we're in the Lighthouse Point area of Palm City, and you're looking out at Dyer Point Road. You can see really high water here. So to kind of paint the picture for you of this area, this is a sort of a neighborhood of a network of finger canals just right off the St. Lucie River. So this is waterfront properties. In fact, nearly all of these homes are in one capacity or another on the water. And so as we've been driving down Dyer Point Road, we actually tried to get down here a little while ago. It gets really deep really quickly here. So we're kind of just, we're driving carefully. You can kind of see if you look over at these mailboxes. I'm hoping that it's not too dark out here for you to see, but you can see that water level probably halfway up some of these mailboxes. And the further down the road you look, the further down into the water those mailboxes appear. So just goes to show, some of this flooding can extend even further inland. This is an evacuation zone. Before we pulled into this Lighthouse Point community, I can tell you we did see what appears, some homeowners maybe who live down in this area prone to flooding. A lot of cars were parked further back in a higher area, probably just anticipating these waters are going to go up quite a bit. I've got to tell you, as well as we've been driving around the county, this actually has been some of the deep sort of storm surge, kind of flood water that we've seen. We've also been on North Sewell's Point Road. Of course, that area very flooded. We've also been to Hutchinson Island, MacArthur Boulevard, and saw spotty flooding there too. But so far, this has been the first time the lieutenant that I'm driving with has said, I'm just not so sure we're going to go all the way down this road. We're trying to, show you what we can, but of course not take too many risks. So again, we're still just driving around the county. But so far, what I can say, Palm City here, Lighthouse Point, some of the worst flooding we've seen so far.
Something we want to reiterate to our viewers. She is with law enforcement making that drive, but if we can get that shot back for just a second, it's really the most vivid illustration I've seen. I'm told by producer Matt, we've lost it for a moment. Dark, a lot of flood water there. And
no power.
No power. If you needed any illustration of why it's best to stay off the roadways, that is it. Again, Megan McRoberts, who has contacts throughout the Treasure Coast, she's with law enforcement, with the people who are out there, first responders themselves driving that. It's important to note that for you. But boy, if there was any picture I've seen today that said this is why, get off the roads and stay off. And you heard the law enforcement officer himself, Megan, said, we're not going any farther than this. So we'll get back to Megan as we can, but that's a sense of things both. We've talked about the coast and storm surge, a little bit farther inland in Palm City area where she was. big headaches right now.
There are going to be many, many of those types of stories told tomorrow morning. Steve Weigel is fearing that that was going to be the case. He's joining us once again. And Steve, really dramatic footage coming in from Megan there and kind of tells the tale.
Absolutely, and we're going to see more of that as we get into the late evening and overnight hours. And I just want to, just getting some bulletins in on our weather chat. They're talking now about increased tornado threat, especially Treasure Coast after midnight as the storm makes landfall and shortly after. So we're going to be watching this area. The chances for watch to be issued now almost 50-50. So this is an area, not only Treasure Coast, but up toward the Space Coast that we may be tracking tornado warnings into the late night hours, and we'll be here obviously watching that for you. But we have a storm that's about to make landfall, I would say, in the next 2 to 3 hours. It's certainly 40, 50 miles off the coastline. Just a quick look at the radar up and down the coast. So we still have these bands of rain, not as widespread as earlier, but big wind gusts developing as the center of the storm gets closer. We've had 40, 50, almost 60 mile an hour winds just reported in the last few minutes in Vero Beach. And Matt is up there, of course, reporting from there, and he's just verifying what we're seeing with the weather sensors around the Vero airport. He's closer to the coastline too. Stewart, Palm City, down through Hope Sound, also some big rains, a little heavier. This one just pushed through Juneau and North Palm, now working down through Singer Island. Nothing severe here, but heavy downpours, gusty winds, and then that line that is tracked all the way from Highland Beach and is just sitting down along Boca around Palmetto Park and Glades. That caused some earlier damage, trees down in Delray Beach, and it's starting to fade off, but very slowly, and still big downpours in southern Palm Beach County. So an active night, to say the least. There's a look at the 60 mile an hour winds now, Vero Beach. This is some big winds. This is going to be power outages. It's going to be trees down, large tree limbs when you start getting wind gusts that strong, and the numbers continue to climb slowly, a little slower, back through central and eastern Palm Beach County.
Bit more for those just joining us here. You talked again to this earlier about tornado threats. Make sure you have your safe room. As we move deep into the night, we'll come back to Jay. I think we'll come back to Steve in just a moment on that. But Jay Cashmere is joining us as well, and we want to go back to Steve because it's important as we move toward the midnight hour. People say, "Wait, I hear about a possible tornado threat." Let's go to Jay Cashmere though, real quickly. He's monitoring some of the stuff coming in on our other feeds. Jay.
Yeah, Michael and Shannon, these are videos from the Bahamas here. Very indicative right now of that storm surge. What we won't see overnight here. These are great videos. These were sent in by a number of residents of Green Turtle Key, sent in by Andrew Blanco. He's the owner of the New Plymouth Inn. This is the harbor in and around Green Turtle Key here. All of this indicative of that storm surge in this area. There's residents saying they were mostly affected all afternoon. Again, this was earlier today. Green Turtle, in this area, part of the Abacos right now. The storm is situated just off of West End right now, so this is further east of the point. This was earlier today, but you can see the massive surge that's coming in, some of the destruction. The Bahamas going to feel the effect of it. Look at the storm surge right now. These are all the docks that were out there. They've taken a huge beating from a number of storms over the years as these storms move through the Bahamas and then, of course, make their way right into our coastline. But you can see the effects of what happened here to our neighbors over there. Many of them already impacted by this storm and will be picking up tomorrow morning, but just an indication of that massive storm surge again. Shannon, Michael, back to you.
Jay, I know that right after Dorian passed, you were one of the first, you and Michael, both of you were two of the first reporters to, touch down and cover the damage done. These are the same areas affected by Dorian, am I right?
Exactly the same areas. In fact, Marsh Harbor is not far from here. Marsh Harbor was completely leveled during Dorian. I had a chance to go back in August, and there are still buildings that are completely destroyed there. Parts of the city are still back, and parts of the city are not right now. There's still destruction at the International Airport, Leonard Thompson International Airport. Many of our residents here know this area well. They vacation over there, and they have homes over there. So this is a second home for them. So when these storms come, they have to deal with this. This is not an area that needs to deal with a situation like this as well, storm surge and whatnot. I have friends that live over there as well. They have friends that are getting together, getting their houses prepared, but all the effects of Dorian are still present there. So anytime there's another storm on top of this, it just adds to the misery of this situation. So certainly our hearts and prayers go out to our friends and neighbors in the Bahamas as well, and all of us, of course, as we are about to endure what is coming off our coastline.
And Jay, so well said. It's the cumulative effect. You have the disastrous Dorian, and Jay, as you said, talking to people, and this, we talk about people who make second homes there, but for people who've built their entire lives there, as you saw, Jay, as I saw, and so many others did, really have never been able to get away from the huge blow they took there, and speak a little more to that, because it's not just people who go over there, it's tough enough, but economically it's just been enormously difficult the last 3+ years there.
Economically and emotionally, the emotional burden of this still carries with some of the Bahamians and the residents that are there. Local shops are still coming back on board, and some other shops that had to close are not reopening at all. And it's affected their quality of life. It's such a unique area over there. It's passionate. The Bahamians are so passionate about their businesses. They're passionate about their life and what they have over there. And when it was ripped away by Dorian, many of them didn't get it back. Many of them, in fact, left. So it's a changed landscape in some aspects, Michael and Shannon. When you talk about this, there's an emotional, a deep emotional hurt and pain there that some of these residents and natives there had to leave, and they haven't been back since. So anytime a storm comes back, those painful memories come back. And of course, you know, these residents have learned, and the building codes are getting somewhat stronger over there, but the building codes are a lot different over there in the Bahamas than they are here in Palm Beach County, what we're used to. So some of the structures and some of the things that you see post-hurricane over there takes quite a long time, especially when you look at the effects of Hurricane Dorian. So when you throw an intense hurricane that's a Cat 1, Cat 2, that just will prolong the effect, the physical effect, and of course, as you're talking about, the emotional effect.
You're not going to see the rebuilding of a bridge like we saw on in Southwest Florida within what, 2 weeks, whatever. It took them 2 weeks to put that bridge back up. It's not happening in the Bahamas. And we should point out, we talk about our 5-county viewing area. We have a lot of folks who live in the Bahamas who watch WPTV News Channel 5 and count on us.
Excellent
and Steve
point.
Weagle and our weather team.
We're all neighbors together as we deal with what the Atlantic storm season brings us, and as Jay eloquently described, the emotional, economic impact. We all know it, we all feel it, our hearts go out to them, and we'll continue to monitor, as Jay's done for us tonight, what's going on in the Bahamas. Now, as we come back a little closer to our home, Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, some areas, again, those squall lines continue to move through.
And Kate Hussey has been monitoring that for us. She's just outside our studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Kate.
Yeah, it's actually remarkably quiet out here right now. If you've been watching with us all night long, you've seen us really get pelted by the wind and the rain here at our own TV news station here on Banyan Boulevard, but that's not what's happening right now. You can take a look here behind me. You can see there is still a little bit of rain, a little bit of wind. Sometimes we do see some pretty strong gusts of wind out here, and then we will see some bands of heavy rain as well. But overall, it actually feels like we are getting a bit of a break here. Another interesting thing we've been seeing since the last time we talked to you is a lot of people here out on the road actually traveling tonight, and that's one thing county officials have urged people not to do. Even though it looks like conditions may be a little bit quiet out here, they're urging people both during the storm and after the storm to stay off the roads, shelter in place, because down power lines and power outages, especially with traffic lights, can pose a danger to drivers out there on the road. It can also hinder crews from responding to downed power lines, power outages throughout the county. That is something we saw earlier today. We saw an electrical fire because of a tree falling on a downed power line. So again, they're urging people to stay at home, even if it looks quiet out here. But again, now you can see one of those stronger gusts of wind coming at us here. And it is interesting to see just the direction of the wind too. Earlier tonight, we were seeing it really below this way and pelt us from behind, and now it's coming from this direction. So it's a little bit of a shift here, but again, conditions staying ultimately steady here in downtown West Palm Beach. Reporting in West Palm Beach, I'm Kate Hussey, WPTV News Channel 5. Back to you.
All right, we also want to, we've got James Wieland here who's got some updates for us, but we wanted James to stand by as we're looking at Jacksonville Beach as we talk about our friends and neighbors to the northeast part of Florida. Wind picking up there, battering the coast, and just a mess there. We saw St. Augustine earlier today, an area that has had tremendous problems with storm surge. They were having them again today.
That's right. All right, we want to bring in James Wieland now, because it was interesting listening to Kate Hussey just a moment ago. She said earlier there was wind direction coming one way there on the balcony just outside our studio, and then just in the last half hour, James Wieland, she said she started feeling that wind direction coming.
Yeah, everything started shifting in Palm Beach County from the west now. So the wind was out of the northeast, north, and now it's almost straight west. In fact, PBIA has a west wind at the moment. So as we go through time here, through the timeline, now through 6 a.m., wind's still picking up pretty good because this thing hasn't made landfall yet. Now, sustained winds will be lower, but the gusts, 45, even 65 mile per hour in some of those bands that move on through, not out of the question. Rainfall, another few inches of rain. We've already had a bunch here. Even one little band dumps half an inch or so in a very short period of time. Storm surge will be highest in this time period, now through 6 a.m. in the morning. And then as we go to the Treasure Coast, again, storm surge is highest right now. We have pushed in all that water for high tide. Then the storm is going to push it up even farther before finally starting to pull on out by tomorrow. Wind gusts up to hurricane force too, and we could get another 2 to 4 inches in wherever those bands set up. Now, tomorrow morning through noontime in Palm Beach County, the wind starts to come down. But if we get any additional little squalls, we could still have some gusty winds up to 50 miles per hour or so. Generally, the sustained winds about 30 miles an hour. Another couple of inches, but the rain's going to be tapering off rather quickly, especially for southern Palm Beach County. It may fire up again in the afternoon if we can break up the clouds a little bit and see some peaks of sunshine. The Treasure Coast, especially the northern Treasure Coast, will still really be cranking 65 mile per hour wind gusts or so. Storms still very close to you tomorrow morning. Okeechobee County too, pretty much right on top of you. Okeechobee County could have a band slicing right through you. A couple inches of rain with that too. Storm surge starts to come down, but it's still up, and we got another high tide around 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So you add on top of that more surge, and still that wave action is going to continue. In fact, the wave action is going to continue all the way through the weekend, even though the storm will be gone. Now, noon to 6 p.m., so tomorrow afternoon, winds come down below tropical storm force for the Palm Beaches. If we happen to see some breaks in the clouds, we still could fire up some additional rainfall that could dump some rain in small areas, though. It's not going to be widespread. It'll be just locally maybe an inch or so of rain. Otherwise, it'll be less than an inch, and that storm surge comes down there, too. Treasure Coast from noon to 6 o'clock. Still a little bit gusty, but as we get later in the evening, we drop to around 30 mile per hour wind gusts there. Rainfall, maybe another inch if the band sets up in your area, and the storm surge, still a couple of feet. Still going to be, water level still going to be pretty high before dropping. And then I think by Friday, things settle down. We're going to have a lot of debris in the water too, from a lot of the stairways and the boardwalks getting washed away on the Treasure Coast, and possibly even seeing it washed over the roadways. So not a good time to be on the barrier islands here tomorrow, and then stay off of them for the next couple of days so they can do the cleanup then.
James, thanks so much. We're getting some new numbers from FPL tonight. We just got off the phone a short time ago with Peter Robbins, a spokesperson for Florida Power and Light. He said just as we came on air for our interview that he had just clicked on, and there were 2,000 new outages, and that's reflected in the screen you see right now. About 2,800 people in Palm Beach County right now experiencing outage, 1,100 in Martin County, just a little bit more than that. St. Lucie County also standing about 1,100 outages right now, 1,100 homes or businesses, we should say. Right, Michael? Right. You always clarify. Yeah. Customers, we should be clear. Indian River County,
and
890.
Not huge numbers, but still. Unless you're one of them, and then
exactly.
Then it's your headache right now.
And then to the question that we had for Peter, how fast? It can't be fast enough, right? In terms of being restored.
Realistically, with winds being at a speed where they've got to get off the road, you're looking on into the morning, but they feel like they've got a good handle on all of this. So you would hope for and expect fairly rapid restoration here. We've got a Cat 1 here, that's nothing to dismiss, but they've had lots of experience dealing with this, and things a lot, obviously with Ian, the catastrophe on our southwest coast. So they'll get crews rolling in pretty quickly tomorrow, very quickly. They plan for this, they pre-position for it, and we'll keep you up to date on that and be talking to FPL throughout the day as they continue to go do this
and
work.
Interesting with the smart grid technology, he did mention in the interview that they can actually do some repair work digitally now, which is fascinating, so different from Francis and Jean. If you walk through that experience and you were out of power, some folks were out 2 weeks.
Well, it's so true, and we've said to many of you who've been with us throughout the evening, we're also thankful for those power crews that are out on the front lines for us doing yeoman work. Now, we want to take you to Brevard County. This is video from Satellite Beach in Brevard County that we've got in this evening. Again, the image is all too familiar, the wind, some of the damage. We'll be looking at storm surge up there as well, as that will all be checked by their first responder teams. And this is something up and down Florida's east coast we'll be looking at. Look at that.
Just chewing away at the coastline.
Chewing away, eroding our precious, and as we're reminded yet again in circumstances like this, all too fragile Florida coastline.
When we get the chopper up tomorrow, I think it will be quite a sight as we look on tonight and see the assessment already underway. Nicole continuing to bring strong amounts of rain across our area too. This is Joshua Kreppel sending us this video. This is out of Boca Raton not too long ago, showing those downpours just still moving in right near Palmetto Park Road.
And new video coming to us showing Nicole's impact in our area, rain bands in Green Acres. A long, blustery night, localized flooding because of the rain itself, storm surge along our coastlines. As we saw in Palm City and the Treasure Coast, it's not always along the coastline. As we look at different topography there, Megan McRoberts giving us an illustration of that in Palm City as she drives with law enforcement in that area. A night and really tomorrow a day to stay very close, if not at home, so that first responders, as they've beseeched us, can get out, do their assessments, do their work, make sure that all of our communities are safe. They can do the work to get us restored and back up and running as they do all of this work in the next 24 to 48 hours to assess all this.
Right. That was Green Acres a moment ago. You were looking at the treetops blowing in Green Acres, also an area prone to flooding. We'll keep close tabs on that community too. The bands of rain continuing. Along the coastline. This is Marina Way. This is where Tori Dunnan was a short time ago out of Delray, and Judah Kleiman once again snapping this image of, having a bit of difficulty seeing it from my angle. Michael, I don't know if you can, but it looks like a significant thoroughfare. We're not clear exactly where, but Marina Way butting up to some thoroughfare, and it looks like it's underwater.
Our viewer Harris Levitt sending in that video. We appreciate it as you look at the angry intracoastal spilling water past the docking area. And this has been a scene that's been repeated again and again across the Palm Beaches and even more so the Treasure Coast as we continue to bring these videos in. And thank you for all of you who've safely been able to do this for us.
All right, we want to get back to Ashley Glass. I believe she's still in Port Salerno. Is that right? Is Ashley still in Port Salerno?
Yes, Shannon, I hope you can hear me. Yes, we're still in Port Salerno. I know we just came to you live in Port Salerno a few minutes ago, but every time we turn a corner here, we just get a new view of what's going on here. Come this way. This is a dock, as you can see, underwater, and the water's really, rushing in here at a pretty good pace. If you've been with us on the air for a while now, I was with you maybe 15 minutes ago at Twisted Tuna. It's just right over that way where the water was coming up at Twisted Tuna. So we started to head out of this area. We turned the corner, and then we came up on this, these docks underwater, and this water kind of rushed it in here. I want to come over this way and check it out over here. We just posted up here, so we're going to check this out together and see what's going on this side for the first time. The water's obviously high over here. Look at all these beautiful boats lined up here too. I hope there's enough light that you can see what's going on. The wind is really whipping. The water's obviously moving. This dock here, the water's come up right to the top of the dock here. At last check with Steve Weigel, the wind gusts here were clocking at about 50 miles an hour. It feels like it has intensified in the last 30 minutes or so. The wind is really whipping here. I just talked to a Martin County sheriff's captain a few minutes ago too, over on the other side by Twisted Tuna. He's born and raised here. He said he's never seen anything like this in his recent memory in this particular area right here. So this is the scene. Again, this is Port Salerno, where we are, I think, at least 90 minutes past high tide, and we haven't seen the water drop one bit. If anything, it just keeps coming up. Again, let's get on close on that water there too, so you can really see. Don't get too close, Wally, that water is moving The wind is whipping and the rain is coming down. There's a boat, I think, down that way on the move. I don't know if it just disconnected from the dock, but you can see that boat is not anchored to the dock there. I hope everything is okay. It makes me nervous to look at that. I can't imagine somebody's in that boat driving it. Okay guys, the wind is really whipping here. That's what it looks like in Port Salerno, and we're going to send it back to you in the studio. I can still hear you, Michael and Shannon, if you have anything else you want to see or talk about in this area.
Ashley, we brought in our chief meteorologist. You've given us, and thank you for braving the elements. Right. We have our chief meteorologist. We have Steve here. Steve, you had asked, is it going down? And Ashley's saying no, but jump on in here, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, high tide was 2 hours ago, and we were talking about this earlier, Ashley, how we thought that the water level would drop maybe a little bit, but you're saying it hasn't dropped a bit.
No, it has not dropped a bit. If anything, it's just rising too. I mean, look at this water. The water is high, the water is up to the docks, and as you said, high tide was 2 hours. Can you guys look at that boat there? I'm just really wondering what is going on with that boat. It is not anchored to the dock, it's not tied up. It doesn't appear to be. It's just kind of meandering out there. I hope everything is okay.
It's drifting toward.
Steve, if I still have you here, you were telling me it was like 50 miles an hour, but it feels like it's intensified there. What are you seeing?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, right along the Treasure Coast, we're getting 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts coming in from the northeast, and I know that area very well, lined with restaurants and the marinas, and that wind from the northeast is pushing that yacht toward Ashley and toward the, someone hopefully can get out there and grab it before it starts to run into other yachts.
Mm-hmm.
Not ideal, not
Ashley
ideal
Glass,
conditions.
Braving the conditions out there with Wally Lures, our teams up and down the Treasure Coast, and right before you came over, giving an exclamation point to all that you've said, that this isn't going away. It's, in fact, as you noted, Steve said, just keeps getting higher and higher, at least for now. And what do you say, we're about an hour and a half or 2 hours even from landfall?
Well, we're around midnight right now. So I just did a ruler into the center of and the eye of this hurricane, and it comes out to about roughly 60 miles from the coastline. So, and we're going about roughly 13 to 15 miles an hour. So it's going to be another few hours, likely between 1 and maybe 2 or 3 in the morning.
As we come up on the midnight hour, Steve, for everybody at home, thoughts here as we lead into the next hour, the next few hours, again, going to continue to see it build and get worse before we get any kind of break from it.
And we're starting to see some changes in the wind direction in Palm Beach County. The West Palm at the airport, the winds are now shifting around to the west and the northwest, which is now the kind of the bottom side of the hurricane because it spins counterclockwise. So as those winds shift in a different direction, you may notice some damage or some damage may be caused that wasn't an issue before with the wind coming in from the north.
A different part of your property.
We saw that in numerous hurricanes in the past. Wilma and Francis and Jean, where one side of the storm was okay, the other side wasn't.
Let's ask our producer very quickly. Can you give us a location? This is Port Salerno, so this must be Wally Lurtz, who's with Ashley Glass, and they're monitoring, I believe, that boat for us as they make their way back to the boat dock. She was pointing this out a short time ago as well. So she's right. I mean, that water has come up significantly since her last live shot.
Now, we've seen the conditions worsen for them over the last hour, exactly as Steve has been telling us, almost half hour, minute by minute, Steve, and tracking exactly as you had expected it would.
Can I mention something here?
Of course, absolutely.
Because I had to tie lines on my boat this morning, and you notice that piling. So the lines are tied to that, but if there's not enough slack in that line, as the water comes up, the boat comes up and it pulls and it comes off the top of that piling, which it is tied to. And when I tied my boat this morning, I made extra care that that wouldn't happen. So maybe that's what happened to that yacht. The line actually lifted off the wooden piling and then started to drift. I mean, it's just one theory, but it appears to be just floating around Manatee Pocket.
And as we've looked at the storm surge, we've already seen a number of businesses that have been inundated with water. How many? Again, we're not going to have a really great assessment till the morning, but the assessment teams, the damage, FEMA having to come in, this is all part of what's a very, very tough process. And for some people, that's going to be a months long or longer process. Megan McRoberts showed us a home being washed out by the storm surge, by the power of that. You talk to us about that all the time, the power of storm surge, that what it can do, and it's going to be a cleanup across pockets, perhaps wide pockets of our community for quite a while.
I think the entire coastline. Think about, because we do a lot of planning before storm hits, and we want to keep our employees safe. And we picked a lot of spots that were inland rather than along beaches. We had some access, obviously, to Bathtub Beach and those areas, and there was extensive damage. But we have not seen a lot of the coastline, the beach areas, from Palm Beach County or the Treasure Coast. And we're getting video from the north of, I mean, unbelievable storm surge damage up around the Space Coast and a little farther north. And I'm afraid we're going to see some of that tomorrow morning when the sun comes up.
Well, and I talk to environmentalists here all the time. It was roughly 2/3 at one point of Palm Beach County's coastline faced or was near critical erosion at points. I'm not talking about storms, so it's that constant humans versus nature battle, and oftentimes in something like this, nature's winning that battle, and the erosion and all the attendant issues with that. Think of how much of our economy every day relies on those beaches, and so cleaning up. You heard the Palm Beach Emergency Operations Center say we're going to have to go out to those beaches, figure out what we do. We're coming into the heart of our winter tourism season coming up soon. So all of these kind of impacts, so many people in our communities rely on that. We'll have to see the scope of it, but it's the kind of headache. Steve, stay with us because we have a weather spotter with us.
And I'd love to stay with Wally's live pictures here out of Port Salerno as we talk with this weather spotter. I believe we have Cameron Stansel joining us on the phone from the Vero Beach area. So not to confuse you, you're looking at live pictures from Port Salerno, and our weather spotter Cameron's dialing in from Vero. Cameron?
Hello.
Hi, what are you seeing? Can you tell us what you're seeing out your window, and what can you assess about your weather conditions right now?
Yes, ma'am. Right now we have a lot of rain, a lot of wind, a lot of stuff going on outside, but the wind is going crazy right now. So we're going up to like 70 miles an hour winds and stuff, like gusts at least.
Cameron, are you along the coastline? Are you more inland?
Oh, I'm pretty much on the coastline in Vero Beach, so yeah.
Yeah, that's where Matt was reporting some of the stronger winds too, I believe, right along the barrier islands.
Yeah, we have a lot of gusts and everything going on right now. It's a little crazy sounding outside, but I live in a mobile home, and I decided to stay at the house, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, you should be okay. I mean, we're at a wind speed where we had some mandatory and we had some voluntary evacuations for mobile homes and coastal areas. We're right kind of on that threshold criteria where we would see some damage from structures that were a little susceptible to strong wind damage.
Cameron, we appreciate you being with us. Be safe there as all of us hunker down and get through the night, and then we'll pick up and clean up, and it's going to be quite the cleanup indeed as we start doing that assessment in the morning, as we've seen from our crews, from our weather spotter, Steve, from everything you've told us, the kind of work we're going to have to do to get everything cleaned up and fixed up, and it's going to be a job.
You were talking earlier about Francis and Jean, that track, and John Shaman did such a great job earlier this evening laying out the damage that was done by Francis and Jean, some of the rebuilding work that had taken place up in the Fort Pierce area. I believe he's joining us now. Is John live with us, or did he feed in a report to us? Let's take a look.
We are out here at the Fort Pierce City Marina. We wanted to give you a different angle from where we've been the last couple of hours. As you can see, the wind has certainly picked up in the last 30 minutes or so. Just had a chance to talk to a couple of marina employees who were going around checking to make sure all of the boats were okay. It was back in 2004 when we had Hurricanes Francis and Jean that came through and completely wrecked the marina, if you will. And then about 8 years later, the city invested millions of dollars to rebuild the marina and also some natural barrier islands whose job was to absorb any storm impacts, waves, and things of that nature. And so they are certainly getting a workout this evening. And we even ran into a couple of sightseers this late at night.
Never been in something like this before.
So this is the first time.
First time for everything.
But again, right now things fine here at the Fort Pierce City Marina as the winds continue to pick up. We're in Fort Pierce. I'm John Shaman. We'll send it back to you.
You were saying, Steve, that was one of the images from Francis and Jean that really stuck with you.
Yeah,
the damage done at that marina.
There were 50, 60-foot yachts that were just flipped completely. There were the what we call finger slips that were concrete that were just tossed. It was all, like you said, like sticks floating in the water from that marina. And that obviously rebuilt and a beautiful marina, but it was unbelievable how that hurricane destroyed that area right after Francis.
Tori Dunnan continues our coverage as we have crews again throughout the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast.
She's been monitoring the conditions at Two Georges in Boynton Beach. Let's take a look.
We're here in Boynton Beach outside of Two Georges restaurant, and basically in the past hour or so, the intracoastal right there behind those benches, all of this water, look here, it is all moved in here. At this point it's about mid-chin, but back in here it's closer to about 2 to 3 feet. Some of that water going into the restaurant, we believe. That's what some of the fishermen have said out here. Now we want to go and talk to some of the fishermen because this isn't just about the restaurant here. People have their boats here. They've been out here throughout the night. This is pretty deep, actually, if you're noticing this. When we first got here, it was not like this at all. I'm going to move quick so we get over to them. This guy we're going to talk to, his name is Chip. He has a boat. He's been here for about 25 years. Chip, can I grab you real quick? All right. Come up here. All right, this is Chip. Your boat is Chip's Ahoy right there. All right, real quick, tell me, what is it like for you tonight? You said you've never seen it like this, right?
I've never seen the tide this high, and I've been here. I've had my charter business here for 15 years, and just nerve-wracking is the best way to put it. If I could, really say, you just keep coming down. I live a couple blocks away, and I keep coming down and coming down. The big thing is high tide now that's going to be here in the next few minutes, and I just want to make sure, the boats can drift over the docks, and that's the biggest thing. I got a lot of fenders, and we're small.
Show us where the dock is to your boat, but be careful. Obviously, you showed us before. I'll shine a light for you.
Okay.
So that's the dock that leads to his boat there. Be careful out there. So that's the image that we'll leave you with as we are here in Boynton Beach at Two Georges. We'll continue to stay out here and monitor what is supposed to be high tide really coming soon. In Boynton Beach, Florida, I'm Tori Dunnan. Back to you.
To be clear that our reporters spanned out, and sometimes they shoot these reports and send them back in. So just slightly dated, but just a really good understanding. Tori's really walked us through the progression of that storm surge there in the Boynton Beach area.
And again, we hope that we'll wake up in the morning and say there was some really, well, we hope that we could say there was nothing at all. But the reality is we're going to wake up and say we've seen already bad pockets, we've seen some damage. The question will be the scope. We hope the scope is less, not more, but we're not going to have a really good sense of that until the morning. We know what we think we may see. We, with you tomorrow morning at daybreak, will have a much better sense of that, as even law enforcement crews have to be careful, scale back. But when I say scale back, law enforcement's ready to be out in full force to deal with any ne'er-do-wells out on the roadways, but even they have to take proper precautions so that they can be there to protect us. But they're out in a muscular fashion and make sure people aren't taking advantage of this. But Steve, you've talked about it. What will be the scope of this ultimately with the storm surge, localized flooding, wind damage, all of that? And as we're just past the top of the midnight hour, all of that you put together as you're kind of analyzing this storm, and then you'll be doing your forensics with your fellow weather scientists for a long time to come on storms just like this.
We sure will, and I think it's going to be extensive, and all the way from southern Palm Beach County up through the Treasure Coast and the Space Coast, simply from what we saw earlier at the high tide time. That was mid and late morning. We saw significant damage then, and tonight having a tide that was even higher and not receding in some of the reports that we're getting out of Manatee Pocket and even down around Boynton Beach. So we got some big concerns with the damage along the immediate coast, along the beaches tomorrow morning. There's a look at the storm. So the center of it is moving closer to the Treasure Coast with a landfall expected. It's a massive eye, over 50 miles in diameter, and this one, there's just nothing going on as far as rainfall near the center of this. The wider view has some pretty big storms far off on the northern side that we'll keep an eye on, and tornado watches may be issued. It looks like the really likely chance will be on the Space Coast and north and not in our area, but we'll keep an eye on those storms that are way off in the Atlantic and racing in. For us, it's these bands of rain that continue. We'll keep an eye on the southern side here that is pushing through southern Palm Beach County, because as the entire storm moves into the Treasure Coast, this line of heavy rain will continue to follow with it. It's moving off the coast now, but as this all gets dragged up toward the Orlando area and Tampa, this is going to trail in behind it, and it's still going to be raining. Big heavy rains too. There's Sebastian to Vero, off and on showers, areas of rain, some very strong winds developing now, 50 and 60 miles an hour, and getting very big wind gusts reported for Juneau, Jupiter, down through southern Palm Beach County more, and there's that heavy band of rain and that kind of feeder band, if you will, that's trailing off down through South County, where we've already seen some reports of damage from earlier storms too. Just a quick look, there's a current wind gust, 47 in Vero stands out, 37 in Boca, 37 now in Okeechobee, and again, landfall after midnight and then moving up the coastline after that. I'll bring in James, of course, so we're talking so much about coastal issues, the storm surge warning, and what we've seen already with the damage, what we'll probably see tomorrow morning as the sun rises. It's going to be significant, especially not only with the elevated water levels, but with the wave heights that we're also seeing too, James.
Yeah, wave height's just huge out there. Check out these buoy readings. Now, we were looking at the 120-mile buoy. It was 30 feet. Now, the 20 nautical mile buoy, it's only 20 nautical miles offshore, and it's 29 feet right now, just 20 miles, 20 nautical, 25 miles, just off of Cape Canaveral there. So big time wave action moving on in. The wind generally out of the north and northeast, north of the storm, but look at the Palm Beaches and Lake Worth straight out of the west now. That circulation now starting to encompass part of the land areas here, and we're going to continue to see these seas building as they get even closer to the coastline. All of that water, all of this wave action, this huge fetch here is going to push up all the way up to Jacksonville and even beyond, even up into Georgia too. So all of this, and this purple here, look at how far back it extends. So in order for everything to calm down, all the waves that were generated way out here still have to make it all the way to the coastline. We're going to have this going all the way into the weekend for the Treasure Coast. The Palm Beaches, a little bit less. The Bahamas block a lot of that energy there. So as we go through time, that wave action really goes up along the coast. Then as we get into Friday and the weekend, things start to come down, but still a little bit on the Treasure Coast. The storm surge, 3 to 6 feet here, 2 to 4 feet south of, say, Palm Beach, north of Palm Beach, 3 to 6 feet. We just got through the high tide cycle. You just heard that, well, the tide's not going down. Because what happens is, so the high tide comes in, it sort of tees it up, then the storm comes in and pushes it up even farther, and before it finally will come down. We have another high tide, though, after that. So storm comes in, pushes it up, then another high tide comes in, so it doesn't abate quite yet, and then finally after that second high tide, we'll start to see those waters recede. But that's not until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning is that second high tide. So here it is at the Lake Worth Pier. It's about 9 a.m. at the Fort Pierce Inlet, a little bit after 9 a.m. The mainland areas of the tides are a little bit after this too, with the varying tide times. So we still have a little ways to go with this. The water's not coming down anytime soon, but I do think after 9 a.m. things should improve gradually and then more rapidly once the storm moves on. We pick up more of that offshore flow.
Timing it out for us. Our entire meteorology team is in-house or on their way in. The morning team is starting to arrive as well. We're going to keep monitoring it minute by minute throughout the night. But now we have more team coverage as Hurricane Nicole does begin to come ashore.
WPTV's Michelle Casado, one of our team of very busy reporters this night. We thank you, Michelle, our entire team, so much as you move across our community. You're live for us in Ocean Ridge. Michelle.
That's right, Michael. And Ocean Ridge, this area here on Ocean Avenue, you can see there's still some flooding in this parking lot and really all across Ocean Avenue here between Dixie and A1A. This area had lane closures on both directions of Ocean Avenue earlier because of major flooding in the intercoastal. I want James to kind of walk over with me and show you. I think one of those rain bands that we've been seeing come through really came through here. You see there's a ton of palm fronds just thrown all over the place. We've seen coconuts down on the trees. Right over here you see one large one that just came down. And this is like the whole parking lot is full of this. Super flooded over here. Back over here, if you look across East Ocean Avenue, entirely flooded. We couldn't even drive through there because we didn't know how deep the water is. So this entire area of East Ocean Avenue between Dixie and A1A was closed off earlier. The water has started to recede, so we are seeing that. But wind is still a big deal here. Rain kicks up every now and then. So we're trying to monitor those conditions out here in Ocean Ridge. It looks like the road is passable in some areas and the water's receding, but I'd still kind of move with caution if you have to be in this area. Michael, Shannon.
Just behind you, some pooling water, that major thoroughfare that you referred to over your left shoulder. If you turn around, the pockets of water, the pooling of water. I know you moved from the accident on I-95 and made your way to Ocean Ridge. Did you see a lot of that ponding and pooling as you made your way to your current location?
You know, most of it inland, you just see a lot of puddles, not a lot of flooding right now. I mean, it's hard to tell at nighttime. I'm sure once we have daylight, we'll be able to see more. But definitely in the coastal areas, like right here in the intercoastal area on Ocean Avenue, you can see that there's a lot of flooding, and there was a lot of flooding, but it is receding, which is a good sign.
Michelle Casada, as always, thank you for your analysis of what you're seeing. And one of the things, Michelle, you're seeing the storm drains. You see this all the time, and you kind of showed it as you were showing us some of the debris as you're driving along. Give us your sense of it, but it's debris, storm drains that are clogged up. You think of all these little things that add up to big things. And Michelle, that's some of what you've been showing us. You were out, I think at the Flanagan's area earlier. You were showing us an area farther west, but you're seeing a lot of that as well. And that means a lot of cleanup to clear those clogged areas.
Absolutely, Michael. And it's really interesting to see where the rain bands hit the worst, because you'll go through entire towns where you don't see any debris, no palm fronds, and then all of a sudden you hit an area where there's palm fronds all over the place. So you know those rain bands kicked in there.
Michelle, as always, thank you for your reporting. You and your photographer doing, as usual, with Michelle, expert work, our in-depth reporter, moving across Palm Beach County, and as so many of our teams across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, and we thank all of them for their work. And we also are reminded yet again, although of course our focus is on our 5-county area particularly, this is a Florida event up our East Coast, and we're seeing that again this day and night.
Wow. I mean, Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee is, you know, once again firing on all cylinders. The 800 number is open once again for post-storm assistance. You know, we are hurricane tired in this state for sure. A little weary, but here we go. We're going to move through this last chapter of storm season here, and we'll get to the cleanup tomorrow. But now to live pictures out of Jacksonville Beach.
As we talk about our friends to the north, Jacksonville Beach, and parts of that area, especially, we've seen St. Augustine. We saw after Ian, as it moved, and after it catastrophically hit Southwest Florida, but we also saw damage up onto the northeast side of Florida. And this is an area, Jacksonville Beach, the images speak for themselves. St. Augustine today, we saw some of the flooding, some of the storm surge there, an area where you can really have that problem. We anticipate as we look up the Space Coast and then onto the First Coast, the Jacksonville, St. Augustine area, we'll be trying to assess what's going on there. So again, as our meteorology team's been saying, as Steve and James have reminded us, it's a storm. You know, you say, oh, Category 1, but it's Category 1 storm that has a wide reach in terms of the kind of damaging storm surge, the kind of impact that it has across a broad swath of Florida. That's what we're watching for as we come up on 12:30, not too long from now. So we're anticipating landfall here. As we look at other pictures, you go from Jacksonville to here.
Right.
And 1 minute it's quiet, the next minute
right into Boca Raton. But to your point, I mean, the damage that winds like this can do to our coastline. You know, you're looking at the treetops here, but right along the coastline, this kind of wind can do so much damage, especially sustained. And earlier today, we saw a wind field that spread from point to point. When you looked at this storm, you know, from satellite view, it was 400 miles at one point. So, right, the sustained currents and storm surge and the winds for the last
cumulative.
8 hours, correct. Even more video out of Boca Raton showing those strong winds hitting that viewing area tonight. That was Courtney Balsam, by the way.
And look, and these images, homes, you see the erosion. This Wilbur by the Sea, south of Daytona Beach shores. Again, as we talk about our fragile Florida coastline, this is an image that brings all of that home for us. Again, south of Daytona Beach shores, and nature, the surf pummeling it and putting parts of those homes and structures into the water.
And obviously that video shot before nightfall, which is even more heartbreaking to think of what we're going to find tomorrow.
And you're talking millions and millions of dollars of beaches, in fact, tens and tens of millions of dollars. We're also looking at flight delays here. I'd like to go back, though, if we could re-cue that video. We've had flight delays. We'll keep you posted on that. Well, let's go ahead and do the flight delays, then perhaps we go back to the video we were speaking of. But airlines have canceled close to 2,000 flights ahead of Tropical Storm Nicole. Orlando International closing down this afternoon, along with Palm Beach International Airport.
And if we're able to cue back, there we go, Michael.
Well, just talking about tens of millions of dollars of, in fact, that may be underestimating it, of beach erosion. We see that fight in our 5-county community. We see it up and down the Florida coastline. We know that in this 70, 80, in fact, I think it's closer to $100 billion a year tourism industry, perhaps even a bit more pre-COVID, post-COVID. And of course, so many people attracted here by the beaches. They are the engine for our tourism industry. They're the engine for so many jobs, perhaps yours as you watch us in this community, jobs directly related to bringing tourists here. So when we talk about things we're going to have to look at, we heard Palm Beach County EOC say tonight, these are the kind of real world things that the EOC said, we're going to have to look at that quickly, because our beaches are such a lifeline economically, protecting us as best they can from the onslaught of nature. It is a constant battle. Sometimes we win it, sometimes we lose it, but it has real impacts on a lot of pocketbooks up and down our coastline. And it's one of the things we're going to have to look at closely tomorrow. How bad is the erosion, and how can you deal with it in an expedited manner, if you can?
And then the unending discussion and debate at times on beach renourishment, right? That begins and affects every single taxpayer in the state of Florida.
And of course, building on our barrier islands to begin with, and building near, and we saw that on the southwest coast, whether it's storm surge or the like, in an area like Florida that is pummeled by hurricanes. You know, how do we deal with that? How do we continue to coexist with those issues? Those are longer term issues. For the here and now, we want to talk about power outages as we continue to look at that. And do we have numbers we can put up there? I have them on my own screen. I'm talking to Matt, our producer. Matt, can we pop up the, okay, hold on just a second. My eyesight's not quite, 5,400 in Palm Beach County.
At this point, wow, okay, so that was, I believe it was 2,100 not even 30 minutes ago. So we were seeing those feeder bands move through, and obviously there's an uptick in Palm Beach County.
Yep, 1,960 in Martin County. They have nearly 95,000 customers there, just to give you perspective. And as we move up the coastline on into St. Lucie County, 145,000 customers, 1,700 plus customers out of power. On into Indian River County, 99, nearly 100,000 customers, 1,130 out of power. This was as of 11 p.m. as we used their tracker. Okeechobee County, 100 out of 20,000 customers. So tens of thousands out of power, hundreds of thousands are served there. FPL has said it will be able to move rapidly, especially as we move closer to daybreak, winds subside. they feel they'll have a good handle on this. But it's one of the things we'll keep an eye on quick power restoration as we look at those numbers. You're looking at the power tracker that many of you can use at home when you go to FPL.com. We use it as well when we talk to FPL about what they're dealing with in terms of power.
And it was, it is heartening to know the smart grid technology. We were able to go behind the scenes and get
Cashmere did that for us.
Just before Hurricane Ian, I believe, a week or two prior, and took us behind the scenes and really got a firsthand look at how prepared they are. So much more prepared than even 5 years ago, but certainly 10 years ago when we were dealing with hurricanes that moved through this area 10, 12 years ago, 15 years ago now. But, times have changed, and that we should see the restoration come back online a lot quicker. Yeah. We can certainly, feel good about that.
Yeah, and, yes.
In the aftermath.
New information into the newsroom due to the high winds. Bridges to the Barrier Islands now closed in Indian River County. Now, they had talked about this earlier. They said, what do we do? You cannot get onto the
Barrier
Islands,
but you could get off.
They were loath to say we were going to close them and keep people getting off, but we understand they are now closed because the winds are at a speed where if you did stay, it would be too dangerous to try and get on with the wind speeds they're dealing with in Indian River County, where they were looking at non-mandatory, voluntary evacuations. So it was that mix of trying to say, how do we make sure farther to the south we're shutting down bridges? They said we're not going to do that. But now with the wind speeds, it necessitates it. So everybody, wherever they are at this point, riding it out.
And that's Indian River County. And Martin County earlier today, the Emergency Operations Center, they had their very first briefing of the day, and our Dave Bowman was there in that briefing and asked specifically, why is it didn't you order mandatory evacuations? They had started to see some of that flooding on MacArthur Boulevard earlier this morning. Why didn't you go ahead? And they said the wind speeds at the time did not call for those mandatory. They were trying to give residents the independence of staying, and at that point they didn't feel like the wind speeds, called for it.
Alex Mellon on Jupiter Island tonight, looking at the wind and rain there. You see the lights from transformers, and we see this all the time going out in the background. These pictures from Jupiter Island and transformer issues there this night.
And our viewer Ryan Z sent us this video of his home in Marina Village in the Boynton Beach area. We've gone to this video a couple of times, but you can see that water right up at the dock, over the seawall, in fact, up on the dock and right up at his doorstep.
Raquel Ortiz in Port St. Lucie sending us video tonight from her neighborhood where the winds have been intensifying as expected, as our chief meteorologist Steve Weigel had been telling us really for the last few days, and certainly today as we got closer and closer. We're going to get Steve in here in a couple of minutes to talk about it, because we're looking at probably the next, according to Steve, we'd be looking at the next hour and a half to two to see landfall there. So we've got Steve over. He's analyzing some data right now. Steve, maybe we can get Steve over here in a second. Steve is a gentleman who is. I do want to say first to all of our crews, but also to our meteorology team. You understand at home, if you could be here, what you'd be seeing throughout the day. Of course, they're holding hands in the newsroom as you ask them what's going on. They're checking, doing computer analyses, and this old math and physics guy is doing the science, also helping hold hands, also giving us a
making
sense
us all feel better.
His broad experience covering the storms. But Steve, as we look at this, it's played out really in the fashion that you had thought and described, and continues to do so. And as we come to the bottom of the hour here at 12:30 in the morning, as we look at these pictures, again, the timing on landfall coming up, what, about 1:32?
Yes, still looks to be about the same. The edge of the eye wall is starting to move in along the Treasure Coast now, and the winds have started to shift offshore around West Palm and south toward Boca, which, because it's the winds spin counterclockwise, so they're pushing offshore now. So it is getting closer, and in the next hour or two, it will make landfall and then head up toward Orlando and the Tampa area after that, and weekend at the same time.
We heard, I don't know if you heard Kate Hussey's report. You were probably doing your physics in the back. No, actually, quite seriously, you came out and said, I'm measuring right now the center point to...
I do remember that.
Anyway, Kate Hussey was on our balcony in downtown West Palm Beach, and she literally said, moments after you said this wind direction is about to happen, she said, I feel like the wind just changed direction. So that has already occurred, to your point.
Yes. In almost all of Palm Beach County now, the winds are offshore. So they're a northwest or a west wind, when all day long we had this north and northeast wind, just simply because the entire storm is moving inland, or will in the next couple of hours.
Steve, by the way, schools closed tomorrow, Thursday, as all of you at home know, that we'd announced that yesterday, and we're going to keep you posted through the week. But want as many people to stay off the roads as we'll get into tomorrow, which is going to be a big today, I should say, as we're now into Thursday. But today is going to be a big assessment day across our community to see the exact scope of damage. We've been showing that to you through the night. You had talked, and we know all of you moving in and out at times of our coverage, but Steve, you had some concerns about the potential for tornado activity. Where do we kind of stand with that now?
Well, the Storm Prediction Center, they issue tornado watches, and there's an area just to the north of this storm. Well, I say just to the north. It's about 150 miles to the north. I don't know if we can bring up the radar. It may not show it exactly, but it is off of St. Augustine, and it is wrapping around the northern side of this hurricane, and it will eventually make its way into the coastline. But it's in a race with the actual storm, the entire storm moving inland at the same time, so it probably won't have an impact on our area. It'll be more Space Coast and up around St. Augustine and the Jacksonville area.
And of course, a lot of us have friends up into the Northeast Florida area. We have friends in the Bahamas. Jay Cashmere eloquently spoke to the issues going on there. They had such a body blow with Dorian and dealing with the problems like today. But as we look up our coastline, up North Sea, we've seen some images there getting pummeled. Jacksonville, St. Augustine, where they typically can have problems. They had them after Ian, Volusia County. And for them, the worst yet to come for our friends and neighbors a bit to the north of us on into the Space Coast, First Coast?
I wouldn't say the worst to come, but not improving. Not improving for the next few hours. It really has to make landfall before we start to see that wind shift, and then more of an offshore wind, and we lose that storm surge. You know, storm surge is just the wind blowing over the top of the water and pushing it against the coastline. I mean, there are several other factors. You know, a low pressure above will actually draw the water up a little bit too. It's not as much of a factor as the actual wind over the ocean surface. Bob Sheets, the old Hurricane Center director, Hurricane Andrew, had dinner with him a few years ago, and I've talked about this in the past. He said, if you want to explain storm surge, because conceptually, it's not an easy thing to understand. He said, just hold up a glass of water where it's filled to the top and blow across the top, and the water will start to trickle down the other side. You're making a mini storm surge when you do that, because that friction of the air is pushing that water up against the other side of the glass.
So helpful.
Great illustration.
I know. Every time we hit
not mine, Bob's.
Well,
but,
very
thanks
helpful.
for bringing us that. Steve, stay with us, because we have another of our weather spotters with us. Go ahead,
Bruce is in Fort Pierce. He's on the line right now. Bruce, tell us what you're seeing out your window. What can you tell us about your weather conditions right now?
Well, it's pretty rough down here on the river. It's blowing hard, and it's live and big time. There's docks coming apart and floating downriver. It's just it's really awesome. Somewhere between Kevin Costner in Waterworld and George Clooney in The Perfect Storm, you know.
Wow.
As our chief meteorologist, Steve Weigel, with us, you talked about Perfect Storm.
Yeah, I
you
did.
can bring up the context for that. Steve, questions for Bruce?
And I believe that, guys, is this video, Bruce, is this your video we're seeing? Confirm with us. Okay, Bruce shot this video, so what he's describing to us.
My seawall right there was blowing up on my seawall, both sides of my walkout.
So is this the Indian River?
Yes, it is.
Are you south of downtown Fort Pierce?
I'm north of Walton, about a mile.
Okay.
Are we able to cue up his video from the control room again, or?
Bruce, flood damage for you on or in your property? We see what you're showing us outside. How are you holding up right now at this hour?
I'll tell you one thing. If the property where we're at floods, it's Armageddon, because I'm so high right now.
Okay.
I couldn't get a flood if all the ice caps melt.
Okay. Bruce, Steve, as you look on at this, exactly what we've been talking about, the power of storm surge, as Bruce illustrates for us, and this is what we're seeing up and down the Treasure Coast.
Curious.
I sent you guys another video walking out on that dock. It was blowing pretty hard.
So have you ever seen the water level even close to this height?
Oh, yeah. Before I moved up here, my buddy Chris had a dock, and it was right up flush to it, you know.
Okay. Bruce, we appreciate you bringing us your images. Our weather spotters, Steve, have become a valuable tool.
There you go.
There we
that
go.
was the limit there.
Become a valuable tool. Yeah. Have become a very valuable tool for you all to give you the imagery across our communities that validates a lot of what you're telling our viewers.
Absolutely, yeah. There are eyes on the ground that, and with and especially visually with videos like this, you can see exactly what's going on.
Bruce, thank you very much. We're going to throw it over to Steve to bring our viewers in from the bottom of the hour on
Appreciate you.
Where we are. We appreciate that. Well said.
Safe. Yes.
All right, there is our storm, and this is expected to make landfall in the next, I would say, couple of hours. It is moving west-northwest at, I believe, 13 miles an hour currently, and you can see the edge, the western edge of the eye wall is moving in. Now, this is not your typical hurricane, and it certainly doesn't look that way. I mean, you see a symmetrical eye here. It's massive, over 50 miles in diameter, and it is this western edge has some of the stronger winds, and it's pushing right along the Treasure Coast now, right along the barrier islands, and it'll continue to move inland. Now the entire storm is moving west-northwest, so it heads up toward Fort Pierce and Vero, and these winds are going to stay up, and they're going to shift. That's already started in Palm Beach County, where the winds are now more northwest and even west down around Boca, and that's leaving some training rain cells along southern Palm Beach County. See this one here? This has been around for about an hour at least, and this is an area that we're going to have to watch for the threat for flooding, because it's one little cell after another lined up all the way back through Clewiston, and because this isn't moving north very fast, it's moving more in a westerly direction. This is going to sit here for, if it doesn't fizzle out, it's going to be here for hours and hours. So this is an area that we're going to have to keep an eye on for any kind of flooding, not storm surge, not saltwater flooding, but freshwater flooding from the rainfall that brings in. So the storm itself continuing to move toward the west-northwest, and will make a landfall in the next few hours. The wind gusts, they've come down in a few spots. We had upwards of 60 miles an hour in Vero. We're down to 44, 30 in Stewart, 36 in West Palm, and 37 in Boca. There's that track. We get a new track, what are we, 12:30 now? So we'll get a new track coming up at 4 a.m., but not really relevant at this point, because there's not going to be much of a change in any kind of track philosophy at this point. The Category 1 making landfall, pushing inland after that, and then wrapping up the East Coast with, of course, a big issue there. Now, these were the tide times earlier tonight, up and down the coastline, 8, 9, almost 10 o'clock in spots, and along and in the intracoastal in some of these rivers, the water has had a very difficult time receding back out into the ocean, and this could be an issue for our next high tide time, which is coming up in the mid-morning hours tomorrow. The hurricane warning continues. That is for metro areas of Palm Beach County, 441 toward the east, and the Treasure Coast and inland Palm Beach County, and in Okeechobee County we have the tropical storm warning, which also continues with the tropical storm and hurricane force winds, depending on what area you are in right now. I'm just getting the 1 a.m. Update coming in a little bit early, to say the least. Here's a look at why it's becoming less likely that any kind of widespread hurricane force winds. This is the satellite loop over the last 12 hours as it moved from Grand Bahama and the Abacos into our area. A tremendous amount of dry air. It looks pretty good 12 hours ago, but a tremendous amount of dry air got entrained near the center of this. There it is right there, and it just got drawn right into the center. There's the eye at this point, and it really shut down the convection in this, and it's trying to fire up again. You can see it on the northern edge of it right there, but it's going to run out of room. It's going to run up out of that warm open water that it's been using to fuel itself for the last few days. I want to bring in James, who has, I see the computer models, which have been doing a pretty good job with this, tracking up into the Treasure Coast overnight.
Yeah, the latest computer model here as we go through time is initializing pretty well. It's about in this position here that we're seeing. See maybe just the edge of the eye wall or so. makeshift eye wall, I guess we could call it here, approaching the coastline. So that what the radar looks like is a little bit stronger than that out there for sure. As we go through time here, so the southern part of it may flare up. We got the friction from the land. We got all the wind coming in out of the west, and that could enhance some of these bands moving through. There's that southern one that's through Boca right now. It's still going. So when you get these bands that set up in one area and just park it there for a while, that's where we're going to see the flooding potential. Now, it's not widespread flooding or across the entire area, but just where we see these bands setting up, where we could have that freshwater flooding, not the storm surge flooding. We're going to see that on the northern end of this thing here too, where they are just going to get pounded on the Treasure Coast, the Space Coast, all the way up to the First Coast in Jacksonville too. Now, it does start to tighten up a little bit. Some dry air really gets entrained in it as we get into tomorrow. So rainfall gets cut off a bunch for Palm Beach County. So rainfall totals dropping off going through tomorrow, but not over 100%. We may get a little pause, but then we could see a couple of quick, fast-moving showers pulling in out of the south very quickly, and these are tropical downpours. Could see lightning with these too as they move in from the south. So isolated to scattered showers and thunderstorms through tomorrow afternoon. We kept those rain chances in there before finally starting to dry on out and clear on out, and we'll see some sunshine on Friday, and then that in turn through the weekend as we'll continue, the storm continues to pull northward. We have a southerly flow after this thing though, so not a cool down after it. In fact, it's going to warm up. The humidity goes up. We have that deep flow out of the south, right out of the tropics, so it's going to be pretty sticky and muggy out there for a couple of days. Then a front will come on through. I know we haven't shown the 7-day forecast, so I want to get it in here. For Saturday, it's warm, muggy, mid-80s, still a little bit breezy on Friday, but the wind comes down over the weekend. Sunday, a cold front moves on through. The temperatures do drop a little bit. It's not a huge drop, but it'll drop some, and humidity will drop some too. It drops a little bit more on Monday, and then it'll be on the upswing as we go into next week, but for the most part, we get a nice little break here with less humidity, more sunshine, and some nice weather early next week. I wanted to show you that so you have something to look forward to after this kind of gnarly weather we're seeing out there now.
We got to get through it though first. James Whelan, we appreciate the optimism as we do look ahead, but we have a couple hours before we can get on the other side of all of this. We want to bring back on FPL representative spokesperson Peter Robbins. He's joining us by phone once again. Peter, since you left us and the last time we spoke with you maybe 30, 40 minutes ago, I believe we've doubled the number of outages in Palm Beach County. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're pretty much correct, Shannon. You know, and look, just a few hours ago, 3-4 hours ago, we were below 1,000.
Right.
So, and now we're above 5,000. So, look, at the end of the day, you know, we'll work tirelessly to get those folks reconnected. Fortunately, the numbers are still pretty low overall. That's less than 1% of our customers in Palm Beach County. You know, fingers crossed we don't get a whole lot more outages, but certainly we're ready if we do. You know, we still have some weather in front of us, and certainly we've got rough conditions north of Palm Beach County on the Treasure Coast and further north than that we're watching very closely.
As you're looking at Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast, of course, talking hundreds of thousands, really, if you look at all of it, over 1 million customers. How many are out across our 5 counties as we look up there? And people will ask, will I get my power back sometime Thursday? I know you can't put a clock on it necessarily, but do you feel like you've got a good enough handle that the overwhelming majority would have power back, barring any physical structure problems with homes or businesses sometime later today?
Yeah, so Michael, we've got, if I look across kind of, you know, the territory we've got, we still got less than 20,000 total
Sure.
outages. And that number, that includes our entire service territory, including some customers who are still dealing with Ian recovery, some of the hardest areas. So really the Nicole numbers are probably closer to 17,000-ish right now. Look, we know everybody wants their power back on right away. That's certainly going to be our goal, to get folks on as quickly as possible. I hope we make a very serious dent in whatever outage number we have tomorrow. You know, if the Really, it depends on the weather, right? As soon as those winds die down and we can get our trucks out and get those bucket trucks up in the air to fix lines and restore customers, we'll be getting folks on every single hour that the day goes by. So that's certainly the expectation. But look, a lot of more rough weather ahead of us. I've been watching your station tonight and seen footage of flooding. So if those flood waters stick around and don't recede, those folks are going to take longer to get reconnected. So we'll certainly do our best to work around whatever weather conditions we have and whatever flooding we have. But there may be some cases where we have to wait for flood waters to go down before we can help folks out and get their power reconnected.
And Peter, as far as wind speed, there'll be gusts throughout much of the day, but you need sustained wind speed below, what is it, 35 miles an hour before you want to get your crews out to do such important work. And we're also thankful for that. Everybody so welcomes that crew coming to your neighborhood. What do you need wind speed sustained to be below as part of your consideration to get out there with crews?
It's 35 miles an hour. Yeah, you got it right. And really, quite simply, that's just if you're in one of those buckets up in the air, you don't want to get being blown around near some damaged power lines or near a tree. Last thing we want to do is get anybody hurt, right? So it's a very practical, we got to keep our crews safe and make sure they're able to do their job to get folks reconnected.
Did I hear you right in the last time we bantered with you that you can do some of this remotely due to this smart grid technology? Some people may wake up in the next couple hours and you've been able to restore them?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right, Shannon. And sometimes there's equipment on the ground that we could work on, that we could, restore customers if it's not a situation where there are power lines up in the air. So there's a lot that goes on, right? It's a very complex system and a very complex restoration, but there are cases where we can reroute power remotely and get folks reconnected like that. There are other cases where we can work overnight and get people reconnected. So we throw everything we can at these power outages to chip away at them and make sure we get people back on.
Peter Robbins with FPL, we appreciate your time deep into the night and especially appreciate all those utility crews that are going to be working very diligently and very hard. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
We continue our team coverage, of course, of Hurricane Nicole on air and online.
Megan McRoberts is joining us once again. She's been on the Treasure Coast all day, all evening long, and into the early morning hours right along with us here. And she's joining us live right now from Jensen Beach. Megan. All right, we're being told we're going to hang with this shot because I believe Megan is going to come back online. We're going to try to get to Megan. It was really, we're going to, go ahead.
I want to say, let me talk to Matt. Obviously, with crews out there, wind and rain, shots can come up and down.
Sure.
Technical issues. Do we have Ashley available to us live? Matt? Matt, okay, Matt, I'm talking to our producer. Matt, do we have Ashley or Megan just yet? All right, we have Ashley Glass, and again, bear with us. We deal with the same wind and rain issues. Well, not that we compare that, but when you're out with crews and live crews, we deal with our own issues. We'll put it that way in terms of getting live shots.
And then it goes
come up, come down, and you at home can certainly understand that. But we do have Ashley Glass, who's been reporting live for us in the Stewart area all evening long and has given us some riveting images. And she joins us from Sanskrit Park in Stewart. Ashley?
Yeah, hi to you again. We took about a 5-minute drive. We came to you from Port Salerno not long ago. We took a 5-minute drive. This is Sanskrit Park in Stewart. Come with me this way if you're familiar with Sanskrit Park. I mean, the St. Lucie River here has come all the way up. The boat docks here are underwater. It was pretty calm here the last couple of minutes. It really wasn't raining much at all. The wind wasn't blowing. It's still pretty calm, but we know that won't last. So we're just enjoying it for a minute as we kind of show you around. Again, this is the St. Lucie River this way. The boat docks are underwater. Wally, if you could show over this way too. Let's get a look here. You can see the benches, it's come up on the benches. These trees are way underwater here as well. I mean, it's just water as far as you can see it. Again, this is Sanskrit Park, a really popular place for people to put their boat in the water, come with the family. I've spent a lot of time here on the weekends. There are playgrounds nearby here. And you just see that it is flooded. I mean, these boat docks are they're just, inches away from being completely overcome with water. And just like that, right on cue, it looks like one of those bands are moving in right now because the rain and the wind are starting to pick up right now, guys. We'll send it back to you. That's what it looks like here in Stewart. Again, we're at Sandsprit Park.
Ashley and her photojournalist, Wally Lurtz, we appreciate you so much. Every time you try to move off one spot, they don't get very far because they find something else they need to bring back to us live. We certainly do appreciate it.
And Ashley, we'll all be trying to get a sense as we move on into the morning, the scope of damage. But as you've moved around at Sandsprit Park, for all of us familiar with it, right along the St. Lucie River, you would hope that eventually when the stormwaters recede, there's a lot of cleanup. But you've seen stuff that also says even when they do recede, damage. Just in your limited view, your perspective that you've given us and Wally so expertly tonight, what's your sense of things that are going to leave some significant damage? You've seen a number of structures that are going to have headaches post-storm that aren't just a matter of water going away and cleaning up. And we'll have to look at that in a macro level. But from where you've been, what's your gut telling you on the area you've traveled, at least, on people who are going to have some real damage headaches that are going to have to be addressed?
Yeah, sure. I mean, daylight will tell, right, when we get some light on everything. But we haven't seen, trees knocked over or debris everywhere. It's just, the water, and there's really no telling what's under here. It seems like the water is the problem here, not so much, things getting knocked over or banged up. When we were in Port Salerno not long ago, there was an art studio that I think Shannon commented on. It was really sad when, you saw the water, up to the door, it's gotten inside this art studio. So, water damage is what we can tell is going to be the problem here so far. But other than that, again, not a lot of debris we've seen anywhere, but daylight will tell. When we get some light on all this, the water, has pulled back, we'll get a better sense of what kind of damage and cleanup people will be dealing with.
Well, thank you for being, you and Wally Lurtz, our photographer, being so stalwart, being waterlogged on our behalf as you all have safely moved through that area and given us some of our riveting images this night. We appreciate it.
And please be safe as you move through this area. Safety first. Ashley and Wally need to get back in their vehicle and dry off.
I'll tell you guys too, Shannon and Michael, our goal is to make it to, further into Stewart.
Okay.
We have a hotel, a nice safe space where we'll be staying tonight. But like you said, every time we move a couple of minutes, we just capture something that we have to show you. But yes, we are moving to a safe spot. We're going to get in a place where if we need to duck inside, as this storm actually makes landfall, we'll be able to do so. So we're staying very safe. Wally and I have both been Floridians for many years. We've covered many storms. And like we said, safety is what we're really looking out for here. So on that note, as the rain's moving in, the wind's picking up, we're going to get out here and get closer to our hotel.
We owe Wally and Ashley and all of our teams out there buckets of coffee, and we appreciate the efforts out there. And when we talk about water so insidious, and we've seen buildings, we've seen water in structures, and you know how that can get in, create so many issues where you have to do rework on buildings or
the remediation.
Again, we'll have to get a sense of the scope of that. In an open park, it might be cleaning up things, but the water recedes, and you say, well, we've got to do some work there. But when it starts getting into buildings, that's a problem. And of course, the beach erosion is going to be so critically important to get a sense of the scope of that. But whether it's Ashley or we've had Matt Cesney, I don't want to miss names, Michelle Casada, all of our people, John Shaman, Michael Butchner, Tori Dunnan,
really remarkable work,
Kate Hussey, and on and on and on. And I'm making sure I'm not missing names, but thankful to
Megan McRoberts.
Megan McRoberts has given us some of our most riveting imagery that we've seen. All of our teams, Stephanie Susskind, and we've at 12:50. If any of our crews are hearing us, I missed a name. It's just because it's 12:50 in the morning. But we've had teams out there trying to bring you the very latest, so that in the morning we'll send them back out to get assessments on what's going on. But we're looking at the scope of this. Landfall still about an hour away, somewhere on the Treasure Coast, an hour or a bit more.
We will be right back with more coverage of Hurricane Nicole.
Want to take you now to Indian River County.
And one of those reporters we were just talking about a moment ago before the break, Matt Szczesny, has been tracking the current conditions out of Vero Beach. He's there currently. Matt, give us an update.
Yeah, we actually came back over the bridge from the beach. We're on Route 1 right now in Vero Beach. So the first thing I can tell you is the power's on in this part of Vero Beach, which is a good thing. Now, there have been a lot of cars on the road. We've seen a lot of police, a lot of sheriff's deputies up and down. About 15 minutes ago, though, it was raining really hard out here, like coming down hard. The wind was blowing. It's still blowing pretty good. There was some minor street flooding starting, but then the rain kind of stopped as the wind kept going, and then those drains kind of caught up for the most part. So a lot of the flooding we had seen earlier is now starting to dissipate as the drains kind of catch up to all the flooding. The winds, though, still very strong, even here on this side away from the barrier island. I think when we spoke to you last in the 11 o'clock hour, we were getting wind gusts over 60 miles an hour down on the barrier island, and some of those 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts were being recorded at the airport in Vero, inland where we are. And so for the most part, we've got those sustained winds. For the most part, they were coming directly out of the north. I don't know, I'm kind of getting a sense they're coming out of northeast now. Maybe we're getting to the point where the eye of Nicole is getting closer to the coast, and we're starting to get that shift in the wind. But it is still kicking up pretty good. But for the most part, we've seen a lot of boarded up homes around here. We haven't seen many people out. Certainly once it got dark, a lot of the people who were sightseeing and looking at things all kind of went home. And for the most part, things look pretty good, at least in this part of Vero Beach where we are.
Steve Weigel jumps on set with us here. Just interesting that your conditions, just this contrast from what you were showing us, what, an hour ago, Matt, to what you're experiencing just over the bridge inland.
Yeah, well, I mean, those winds were directly out of the north, and now it's almost like a north-northeast type of wind we're getting now. But they're still very strong, and we still get those gusts that come through and those real heavy rain bands coming through. So you're not getting a sense here that anything's over by any means.
What do you want Matt to be expecting in the next hour?
The storm is still approaching that area. We're getting into the northern and the northwestern edge of the eye wall. And as it moves closer, eventually the winds are going to go completely light or very close to it. But that's going to take likely another hour before that happens. I don't know if we can bring up the radar too, but this is a massive, over 50-mile wide eye that is moving into the Treasure Coast. So almost the entire Treasure Coast at some point overnight is going to be in the eye of this hurricane or strong tropical storm.
There you go, Steve.
At the same time, yeah, there it is spinning there. And you can see that it's headed in the general direction of Vero and Fort Pierce right now. So there's still strong winds and some heavy downpours to come in the next hour before we start to get into that lull.
And when we say that, I just want to back up for just a moment. For folks who are new to our community, when we say they're in the eye, what do they experience? What can they expect?
Light winds. During the day, the sun would come out, clear sky. And with an eye that's 50 miles wide, and this happened in Francis and Jean, emergency crews were able to go out and actually help people. You know, there's a policy of not going out when the winds are very strong because they don't want to be part of the issue too.
Right. If you're not emergency response, you don't go out on the eye.
So in a storm like this with such a large eye, you have an hour and a half with light winds and clear conditions where you can go out. Yes, you do. Yeah. And that's actually caught people in the past. It's very famous in Hurricane Gilbert in Jamaica where the eye went over. Everyone thought that the hurricane was done. What they didn't realize is that we're just halfway through the hurricane, and several hundred people died because they didn't realize that only half the storm had gone through the island.
I covered Gilbert in Mexico as a Cat 5 back in 1988.
I believe, yes.
Yes, it was 1988. I remember it well. So we're lucky. When we see what happened to our friends on the Southwest coast this year with Ian, a truly catastrophic storm. But we are reminded that Nicole, while not anything remotely like that, you've cautioned us for years. Every storm brings its own unique characteristics. All of them must be treated with a sober respect for what nature can bring in terms of all the elements it throws at you, even with a quote, as one representative said, he heard people say, oh, it's only a 1. A 1's given us plenty of headaches now and in the days ahead.
Has in the past.
Yeah, and we try to get away from that terminology of saying a weak Category 1 hurricane. The Hurricane Center director, Jamie Rome, the other day in a press conference used the term a low-end Category 1 hurricane. It has a better tone to it because it's still a hurricane, but it's, on a scale of Category 1 to Category 5, you realize it still packs a punch.
So we need to get to Megan McRoberts. She's in Jensen Beach right now. Megan, what are you seeing? Do we have you on the phone? I believe we have you on the phone.
You've got me on the phone. We had a little bit of a technical problem earlier, but we wanted to, I'm hoping that you're seeing video that we sent into you, though, of what we're seeing in Jensen Beach along Indian River Drive. This is north of Jensen Beach Boulevard. There is a little bit of a road washout there along the east side of Indian River Drive. So not a huge surprise with this storm. We knew with the storm surge, of course, there could be an impact to some of those roadways along the water. And Indian River Drive is, historically had some washouts in the past with storms. But we wanted you to see that there's probably about maybe a 20 to 30 foot span of the roadway there, again, north of Jensen Beach Boulevard and south of the county line where this washout happened. And when you look in the water, you can kind of see some debris, maybe from nearby piers. There's a bunch of those long docks along Indian River Drive, and we're seeing some of those boards washing up there along the coastline. So certainly, as we've been reporting all night, a rough surf out there, that storm surge making an impact, and you're going to see the road is closed there along Indian River Drive from the south at Jensen Beach Boulevard north up to the county line.
And Megan, you've been out touring with Martin County law enforcement, and we were impressed when you talked to him earlier in the night and saying he hadn't seen anything like this for a long, long time up there. And the images you're bringing us continue to give credence to that comment earlier when you were talking to law enforcement. And you've been covering the area a long time too. This is a mess we're going to be cleaning up from, certainly in pockets and perhaps more than that for quite a while.
Just seeing that the roadway is...
It's right there.
Right.
Right there. And our weather spotter, who called in a little while ago with his seawall and dock, just north of Fort Pierce. So he's in the same, situation right into the Indian River.
Megan, any other impressions from what you've seen, not only here, but throughout the night?
Yeah, I know it's been interesting. It's sort of hard to tell, like which areas of the county are seeing it worse than others because we can't be at the same places around the county at the same time, right? So there was a point that we were in Palm City in the Lighthouse Point community where we were, talking amongst ourselves and saying, this kind of seems like this has been the worst, just localized flooding we've seen on the road so far. But, meanwhile, maybe an hour and a half before that, we had been over at Sewell's Point, North Sewell's Point Road, and the flooding was bad there too. But again, that was probably an hour and a half before we made it out to Palm City. So it's really hard to gauge kind of where it's been worse. But if I just had to say, for the times that we've been there, certainly the surf and the storm surge along MacArthur Boulevard on Hutchinson Island, that was really, really something to see out there. The road flooding we've seen has been very consistent around the county, but probably the worst so far was over there in Palm City and some of those evacuation areas. And then, just again to see the road damage there along Indian River Drive, that was some of the worst washout we've seen so far. So there's certainly a variety, kind of what we were expecting with the storm surge, as Steve's been talking all night, one of the biggest threats of the storm.
Different aspects.
Yeah.
All evident.
And that was the message that we started giving out even a few days ago. Storm surge threat is real with this, and take it seriously. It's the most significant threat in this storm.
We will have you bring our viewers up to date here at the top of the hour, 1 o'clock. And Steve, we thank you and the entire weather team and all of our crews up and down the coastline.
Yeah, let's take a look. So we have a hurricane that is moving closer. The western eye wall, the edge of the eye wall is moving, widen out here, and you can clearly see it. Look at how massive this is. I want to put the ruler on this for a second if I can get it. Might take a minute or two to search for that little icon, but it's really incredible here how wide this is. So let's go across. We're talking over 50 miles wide. and an impressive storm that still packs a punch, and we're still getting reports of very significant winds on the Treasure Coast tonight. Now, there's a wider view. So this is a storm that lost a lot of its energy when this very dry air wrapped around the center. That happened in the last 6 hours, and it got entrained near the center, which is somewhere in this area here, just off the coast. But that western eye wall continues to move in. We still have a serious storm surge situation. We're seeing reports of damage and the storm surge inundation along the coastline and through the Indian River and the intracoastal. Still have the hurricane warnings in effect up and down the coastline. We had the high tide times earlier tonight between about 8 and 9:30, and we have another high tide time coming up around roughly mid-morning, 9:30, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. There's the latest, 1 a.m., 75 miles an hour, moving west-northwest at 14. So the forward speed's picked up a little bit. The pressure has not changed, 980. When the pressure changes, when it drops, usually 4-6 hours later, you'll see an increase in the wind speed, but the pressure has stayed consistent and is expected to as it makes landfall just off the coastline at this point. The center of the storm, that's the technical definition of landfall, when the center makes its way and crosses over land. That's what happened with Francis and Jean. They crossed South Hutchinson Island, and that was the official landfall point for those hurricanes. The landfall point for this should be a little bit farther north on the current track. 40-mile-an-hour winds. The wind speeds have come down in a few spots. These are wind gusts. We've seen 60 in Vero Beach in the last hour, and we'll continue to see some strong winds. There's a look at our radar. Massive eye here pushing in. There's the western edge of the eye wall brushing up against Fort Pierce, all the way down essentially in the Indian River, where we were just talking to Megan, and down in toward Jupiter, Hope Sound, and a pretty good line of rain that's fired up and just in the last few minutes that's pushing in across 95 and the Turnpike through eastern Martin County. Getting reports, let's see, peak wind 59 miles an hour. That is Indian River Shore, so that's Indian River County. That just happened about 5 minutes ago, almost a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, so that would be up around the Vero Beach area. So this will continue to move closer to the coastline. There's another look at it and a better time lapse in the last few hours. It's 1:05. Making landfall in the next couple of hours, I suspect, moving 14 miles an hour. It might take another couple of hours before that happens, and then working inland. And the winds are already starting to shift offshore now, and big bands of rain lining the Broward Palm Beach County line. Just tremendous rainfall that's not going to end anytime soon, because this the outer edge is going to hang around for a little while longer. All right, so that's the latest on the storm, and we're going to keep you up to date, of course, on the strong winds that continue to develop, especially on the Treasure Coast. There should be a little bit less in Palm Beach County through the overnight hours.
Steve, thank you very much. Jay Cashman alongside Tanya Rogers here, picking up coverage as we continue watching Hurricane Nicole bear down on the Treasure Coast, eyeing that wall between Vero Beach and Fort Pierce. Right now, we've got crews manned all along the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast, especially right now, as Steve indicated, over the next hour, things will get a little more bumpy as this storm, in fact, makes landfall.
Yeah, definitely. And we want to start it out with Kate Hussey, and she is live just right outside our balcony with the very latest. And Kate, what are you seeing?
The biggest change that we're seeing tonight, and of course our First Alert weather team has mentioned it, is the direction change in those winds. In fact, earlier tonight, we were really getting pelted by the wind and the rain coming in this direction. And now we're actually faring a lot better here on our WPTV News balcony, because those winds are going in that opposite direction, and our building is actually taking the brunt of this storm for us. But you can take a look here behind me. Look at those palm trees. You do see a little bit of that wind. You can see a little bit of that rain. It's certainly not as bad as some of the bands of wind and rain that we saw earlier tonight. In fact, we've actually seen a significant amount of people out here on Banyan Boulevard driving in this storm, as it has appeared to clear up a little bit. Again, those bands of wind and rain coming in lulls, but again, county officials are urging people not to do that. They're urging you to shelter in place throughout the storm. Even if it looks quiet out here, even if it appears like the winds and the rain have died down a little bit, they're urging people to stay at home even after this storm that allows crews ample enough time to get out, assess the damage, look for downed power lines, look for power outages, and respond to any possible emergencies, even traffic lights that might be out and cause possible accidents. But again, as far as what we're seeing here in the county, we're getting a bit of a break from those winds and those rains. Really just a little bit of a rainstorm here with some strong winds as well. But of course, we'll continue to monitor the conditions out here for you. Reporting in West Palm Beach, I'm Kate Hussey, WPTV News Channel 5. Back to you.
Kate, thank you. We want to show you some pictures sent in from one of our viewers, Melanie Henshaw, showing rising water sipping a boat off of Flagler Drive. This is an area that definitely floods, especially because Flagler Drive is right there along the intercoastal. And of course, when the high tide and everything comes up, and it definitely overflows and then floods right into the streets off of Flagler Drive.
We've seen on a good day with a high tide, an extra high tide, Flagler Drive flooding, and these issues have been paramount all day long as this storm has approached our coastline. It's sort of a trifecta right now because, as we were talking earlier, you have this storm surge that is just keeping the high tides up right now. We've seen the tide schedule fluctuate. We had one earlier at around 7:30, but the flooding, the localized flooding, going to be a definite issue, especially for the barrier islands, and of course right here, as we're seeing right along the intercoastal, as we are getting more and more pictures in of the evening hours here.
And we do have another picture to show. If yeah, so this is the Flagler Beach Pier. That's what it looks like. It looks pretty dark out there, but you can see the waves and everything coming very close to that pier. We've shown piers like up and down the coast throughout today and tonight, and showing some of the damage even to some of the piers.
Yeah, that's right. These are interesting images because we're not able to get a lot of these images, but you can see the massive storm surge. And beach erosion is going to be a huge problem, not just for the Palm Beaches and Treasure Coast, but all the way up to Jacksonville Beach as well, as this storm, with, as Steve indicated, a 52-mile wide eye nudges its way along our coastline and eventually makes landfall. Expected to make landfall, as Steve indicated, perhaps in an hour or two in the Vero Beach or Fort Pierce area. Both areas seeing massive storm surge already, seeing massive amounts of beach erosion already. So this is going to be a persistent problem overnight up and down the east coast of Florida. But good images coming out of Flagler Beach. We're going to stay and monitor this image. We've got a cleaner shot here, so we're able to see the storm surge as Nicole makes it much, much closer and hugs the Florida east coastline.
Now we want to show you now from West Boca Raton this video, Justin Eveleth, showing those winds continuing to pick up along the coast, bringing with them more and more rain. Of course, with the wind comes trees that are down, and of course we've been talking all through the night about power outages happening. We just spoke to FPL not too long ago, saying we have probably about a total about 8,000 people in our viewing area in the counties that we serve without power, and they're working pretty much feverishly to make sure to restore that power.
And they will continue to do so as it's safely possible. And once the winds reach a certain point, obviously they'll have to shut down operations. About several thousand people awaiting, crew members waiting for the word when they need to be manned and when they will eventually spread out over our 5-county viewing area to get those numbers down as we speak. And we'll, of course, keep you posted on that throughout the next few hours. Storm debris, and that's been a big factor. We saw that in Hurricane Ian. Palm Beach Gardens, that's where I live up there, saw massive amounts of storm debris during Hurricane Ian, and this will be no different right now. Alex Anise showing us the high winds coming off Nicole as the storm approaches. A lot of people in their backyards heading out when it's safe right now, just to give us some imagery right now of what conditions are like. And these conditions will persist. They'll grow, they'll intensify, and then they'll die down. And of course, as the eye wall makes its way through the area and through many parts of our viewing area right now, things will settle down, and then the back half, we'll see what produces from that point. But there'll be a lot of debris across the area. There was already a lot of debris at home. I know across the Gardens area when I was heading back from Tampa back home today, just in the persistent winds that were coming before Nicole even made arrival. So you've got a lot of trees, a lot of the palm trees out there that haven't been trimmed right now. So that was a lot of what the debris was on the ground right now. But we'll see a lot in the morning. There'll be probably a decent amount of cleanup in the morning, as we saw from Hurricane Ian, given the fact we're going to have similar types of winds.
And then we're going to head up the coast even much further, and this is a live shot from Satellite Beach, and we're looking looking at one of the main intersections in that area. All is quiet. Nobody's driving through the intersection, but you can see the rain moving through as Hurricane Nicole is approaching our coast. We've had reporters all throughout. It feels like we've just had them all spread out through all of our area, giving us reports. And you've seen, in some times when we go live to them, you see all of the rain coming down, the wind, and we've seen flooding all the way down to Boynton Beach and Delray Beach, all the way up until the Treasure Coast. The Treasure Coast has really seen a lot, especially with beach erosion. That is a big thing that is happening.
Yeah, the beach erosion is going to be a big thing. Merritt Blankley from Palm Beach County's emergency management, she said they're going to put crews out in the morning really to assess the situation, because we've got a massive problem that could be forecast for us in the days and weeks ahead. There's so many beach renourishment projects that are underway, and at this point, sometimes Mother Nature just not cooperating right now. So the beach erosion, the storm surge, the localized flooding, all that will be a factor as Hurricane Nicole edges its way ever so close to our coastline. Again, we're monitoring the system and the storm right now, positioned just off the coast of Fort Pierce and Vero Beach, expected to make landfall within an hour or two, given the forecast and given the mile per hour that it's traveling right now.
You know, it's kind of giving me a memory of past hurricanes where some of them, felt kind of slow moving. And in a way, I kind of feel like this one's a bit slow moving, at least for me. It personally feels that way.
We were talking earlier about that, almost reminiscent of Francis. For all of you that were out there for Hurricane Francis, that storm sat over us. It just dumped rain for almost 24 hours. And it just wouldn't move. It was just a slow, lingering process, and the flooding just built up. Not to the degree that Nicole will, not to really compare each of them, but one of the things that I think is reminiscent is the fact that it's a much slower system, and you've got this wide eye right now. And, you know, we were talking earlier, each of these storms, each of these hurricanes really has unique characteristics, and no matter what number they are, degree of intensity they are, they always bring with it a set of problems that we all will have to deal with at some point in time. But they will all have a memory, and they will all have a certain amount of damage that will carry with them.
So now let's get the latest on Hurricane Nicole. The storm now inching closer to landfall.
Our Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel, he is in the Weather Center tonight. I just want to point out your jacket came off.
Yeah.
So it's not a big deal. It's just warm in here.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I didn't know if there was a weather alert on your wardrobe.
No tornadoes, nothing like that.
Gotcha.
Just tracking this storm.
Gotcha.
And I've been doing this for 12 hours now, 13 hours, so got to feel a little bit comfortable.
Hey, get comfortable. We want you to be comfortable.
Thank you.
We need you here, sir.
Because I'm here all night and tomorrow morning, and we want to pass along the information. Okay. But yes, no concerns as far as any kind of severe weather right now, other than this hurricane that is moving into the Treasure Coast with a massive eye that is over 50 miles wide. I just measured it with some of the Viper radar tools. And you can see, and this is very important because we've had significant storm surge damage, that the winds, even on the southern Treasure Coast, are starting to shift now offshore. So that'll help push some of this water away from the coastline that's caused such an issue. And those winds are now pretty much west and northwest coming off Palm Beach County. That is a situation where we can get a lot of the water back in toward the ocean, back out of the inlets, back out of the intracoastal where it's caused such an issue. Still an issue, though, across the northern Treasure Coast where we still have a big, very significant northeast and north winds that are blowing up against Sebastian, Vero, Fort Pierce, and even Port St. Lucie. And even in this area here, the winds are wrapping back around toward the west and, I should say, the northeast and the north. And it's going to take another hour or two before this lifts into the Treasure Coast, likely the Treasure Coast, before we start to see an improvement there. There's a wider view of it with our radar. I'm going to zoom into just a few spots because we've been watching this closely during the evening, and we've had a couple of rain bands that show some concern because there's the one that's just sitting over Boca and Delray that is bringing some heavy rain. There it is right there. And it's been around for a couple of hours now, and it doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. So we're going to watch for the threat for flooding, freshwater flooding along the county line. So Palmetto Park and around southwest 10th and even up around Yamato and Glades, we could see some issues with flooding. On the northern Treasure Coast, it's these strong cells that still are working in. There's another band right there that's formed in the last few minutes that's going to come in around Vero and Sebastian. So that's just going to add to these strong winds that we've already seen. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts in the last hour or two around Vero. They've dropped a bit. They've dropped in a lot of spots as the center moves closer. And you can see the winds in Palm Beach County and now Martin County and parts of St. Lucie County are now offshore, and they're still coming in around Vero and Sebastian and parts of Fort Pierce. So in the next hour or two, we're going to see all the winds offshore, and that will help with this storm surge and this saltwater issue where it's now not pushing the water up against the coastline, it's pushing it back out toward the ocean. All right, west-northwest at 14, winds at 75 miles an hour, and it is headed up the East Coast on the weekend. Well, Friday and early Saturday it may last. It'll eventually become a remnant low around the Carolina coastline. We still have the hurricane warnings in effect too, and we had high tide times mid-evening. We have another high tide coming up around 9 to 10 in the morning that we'll have to watch, but again, it shouldn't be as much of an issue or as significant because the winds at this point in the mid-morning will be offshore and not pushing in along the coast. All right, hurricane warning, tropical storm warning for Okeechobee County and also western Palm Beach County. I want to bring in James, who's been with me here for all day, and we are working through the overnight hours into Ward Sunrise and probably after that. And you've got the radar too. Anything stand out? I know that there's a band coming in around Sebastian and Vero that we'll keep an eye on. And also that band that I just mentioned down around Boca and Del Rey. I mean, that's going to add to some rainfall totals that we've already seen about 2 to 3 inches of rain. So we're going to add to those in southern Palm Beach County.
Yeah, and I think the general trend too, we were watching this, how it looks like it's starting to lift a little bit farther north. Instead of going straight west into the state here, it looks like it's rolling a little bit farther north here through time, and eventually it'll move into land, but the center is way out here. So when we say landfall, like Steve has been saying, it's when that center point where there's nothing, where there's calm winds, when the center point crosses over the land, that would be technically the landfall of this too. Looking at this is probably, you could consider this the western edge of the eye wall. So this is a really nasty squall here, and you're seeing it move just past Port Salerno, right along I-95 and the bend in the coast right there. The wind's got to be whipping with that, sideways rain too, and this will pivot down. It may head into Hobe Sound here in a little bit, moving out of Port St. Lucie. This band here, this is one of the things we're afraid of as far as, say, flooding rains, because if this sets up, notice this isn't even moving all that much. And if we have this and maybe it just slowly lifts to the north, this is where we can see a lot of flooding, and these rainfall totals will just keep adding up and adding up. These are tropical downpours, heavy rainfall. I know it doesn't look like much on the radar, but it is a lot of rain coming on down. You see sparking a little bit there, maybe in Wellington and Lake Worth, Green Acres, and up towards South Palm. Up to the north here, Steve was pointing out this right here. This is kind of the northern eye wall part, I guess you could say, and it could come ashore around Sebastian Inlet as this thing moves closer to land and jogs a little bit north. You could see this coming ashore, say from Vero up to Sebastian Inlet, as this will pivot on in. And this will be a particularly nasty cell that moves on in here, as it's the edge here, the eye wall edge, I guess you could say, as it moves on in. This is where the maximum amount of storm surge is going to be too, and the maximum amount of winds and the heavy rainfall that'll come with it too, and the sideways rain. So this will move on in. As this moves and pulls up to the north, we've already had that wind shift in the Palm Beaches. So that's going to help with the storm surge, because now we're pushing all that water away from land. So it's moving back out, and that will help the storm surge. Not the case, you flip it to the other side, still raging to the north, and the storm surge will be really great, even from the Space Coast all the way up to Jacksonville. Again, this is a really, really large storm. piling all that water up. Volusia County was absolutely decimated by Ian because one band set up there. We had the Daytona Beach Pier. Half of it was destroyed. Many piers up there were, and some of the houses are just teetering on the edge. And I've seen video earlier today of where some of them already falling back into the ocean here and that's well away from the storm, up into New Smyrna, Daytona Beach Shores area up there. Now, look at all this dry air that moves in, so maybe a little bit of a break, but it's not really over. The storm part here, the main part, pulling away, but then we're going to see a few showers really pull in from the south, and some of these could really pack a punch. They're not going to be as widespread, maybe more isolated to scattered, but we will still see rain even into tomorrow afternoon as the storm lifts away. Then things will dry out as we get into Friday and Saturday. A warm southerly flow, very humid too. But good news is the cold front's going to come on Sunday and cool us down. It's not a huge one, but it'll take the edge off the heat and the humidity. Look at the updated rainfall totals here. Notice we've cut off down to the south, not quite as much rainfall here going into the next 7 days, except if that band just sits in one spot, wherever it's going to set up, that could dump 2, 3, 4 more inches of rain. But the main focus now is up to the north as the storm pulls farther up to the north. Now the seas, again, this is the major impact from this storm. Now, a lot of people saying this is only a Category 1 storm. We're getting like a Category 5 storm surge. That's because what we were talking about is that enormous fetch of winds. That's just the area of winds blowing over the water is so huge that sometimes pushes more powerful waves than, say, stronger winds. So to make waves, you need wind blowing over a certain area, the fetch, and you need time, how much time that's going to happen to really kick up those seas to the maximum amount. We've had all of those things, and we've seen these seas now 28 feet, 27 feet farther offshore. So this is only 20 nautical miles off of Cape Canaveral, and the seas are 28 feet, 15 seconds too as an interval. That's a really a lot of power moving on, and you see the gusts up to 65 there at the inner buoy, the 20-mile buoy, and even Lake Worth Pier still gusting pretty strong there, 32 or so, but straight out of the west. So these storm surge values, these are going down for Palm Beach County, but they're still pretty high for the Treasure Coast. Even though we're going into the low tide right now, like I was talking about before, what we do is we brought in the water with the high tide, we kind of teed it up, and then the storm's going to come in and push that water up even higher. Then we'll get another high tide before it starts to fall, and then finally by tomorrow's low tide it should start to come down. But the swells will keep coming in really all the way through the weekend. They'll just slowly come down going into the weekend. All right, back to you guys.
All right, James, thank you very much. James talked about Vero Beach and the surge, the wind, the rain. We've seen a wind gust up to 60 miles an hour right up there. We've positioned our crews now. We're moving them as safely as possible to get to these areas so we can give you the best coverage and the best indication of what conditions are like at the time. And certainly the Treasure Coast will be deeply impacted as the storm makes landfall.
So one of the reporters that we actually have in Vero Beach is WPTV News Channel 5's Matt Cesney. And Matt, can you tell us what you're looking at now?
I just saw a red fox. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we saw something cross this. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, look at that. How about that?
Trying to take cover.
Yeah, well, it's the middle of the night, right? They all come out. I mean, we got a little company out here, which is fine. Hey, from the last time we talked to you, we got in the car, we decided to move around, and then we started to come down Royal Palm Boulevard here in Vero Beach, and look what we got. We couldn't get anywhere because this road is all flooded out. This is actually flooded out between 24th Street and Indian River Boulevard. Again, this is Royal Palm Boulevard in Indian River County in Vero Beach. Now, we're lucky we saw this because of the street lights, and that's kind of the danger you have if anybody's out tonight. If there's no street lights where you're driving, it gets really hard to see this because the water is just as dark as the road and you don't know it. But to us, this looks like this might be a storm drain issue. We don't really know. But it certainly does look like a low point. And there are homes over here to the right, and we can see some of that water is kind of moving onto the grass, onto the front lawns of some of those homes over there. So this is really one of the issues you see. And when we talk about localized flooding, this is it. It's very localized, just about 2 blocks, and that's it. But this road is flooded, and for us, it certainly is impassable. Now, as far as the weather goes, we had a little dry spell. We got another rain band coming through. The wind has picked up again. And, you know, this has kind of been the drill for us all night, on and off with the rain and the wind. But the flooding, I know you guys have been seeing it all over the area. We're starting to see it here in Indian River County as well. And so, you know, if you're out, even if you're out, you know, tomorrow morning driving for work, you got to watch for these roads because a lot of this flooding is still going to be out there.
Wind gusts are starting to pick up. Matt, want to keep you with us as we can here. You've been all over the Treasure Coast this morning, or all day, I should say, and all evening right now. What's your assessment of the area? What's the biggest impact that residents are facing right now as we speak, and what they have faced so far?
Well, I mean, I think the localized flooding is going to be the one thing. I'll tell you the good thing, though. Everywhere we've been around here in Vero Beach, the power has been on. So people have power. So that's an important thing, right? The alarm clocks are going to work in the morning. People are going to get up. So far as we know, the power's on. But in speaking with the Indian River County Sheriff's deputies earlier about this, the coastal erosion, some of those live shots we showed you from the beach, that's really the concern of a lot of emergency officials right now. How much erosion there is along the coastline here in Indian River County, because that storm surge was pretty relentless. We had that high tide rolling in at 8 o'clock earlier tonight. And so that's, I think, where a lot of the main concern is right now. The streets have been quiet out here. We haven't seen anybody, very little cars out on the road, no people out walking. Everybody's kind of hunkered down, but I do think that coastal erosion in the Vero Beach area is really going to be a main concern at first light tomorrow morning.
Now, Matt, when we were tossing it to you, you seemed to notice that fox way before we did. Did you notice him on one side of the street and you took notice?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I caught him right out of the corner of my eye, and I don't know. I just probably had an eye for it. I just couldn't miss him. And he stopped and looked at me. We kind of looked at each other. And I think they're really cool animals. And, you know, they're really good hunters. And so he was out looking for something, even in weather like this. So, but he did move on, and he went into that brush. So, you know, he might be having a better night than me. I don't know.
All right. Matt Cesny covering not only the storm, but the wildlife conditions and where they're all headed right now. Matt, thanks so much. Appreciate your insight there. I know we'll be talking with you, and stay safe out there as we continue to move forward into the early morning hours here. And we wanted to go to some live pics of I-95 and Bridge Road, if we can show that. Oh my goodness, it's like a ghost town out there. Nobody's out there. Good sign, I should say. People heeding the warnings as well. You know, we saw road conditions flare up earlier tonight. We had a tanker and an FHP trooper crash on southbound 95 way earlier tonight. Got a lot of in-depth information from that, but you know, the storm situation throughout the early morning hours, it's as the winds climb and whatnot, not just stay home. This is, you know, you've been advised and whatnot. There's no reason to be outside on those roadways, so a good sign to see that no one's out there right now. And next we want to toss it to Michael Buchner, who is in Stewart, to give us an update on the weather there and what he's seeing. Michael, what can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. We're live here along US 1 in Stewart. First, I'll tell you, we have not seen any foxes out here like my colleague Matt Cesny has seen up north. But let me step out of the way here. Maybe put the camera up in the lights there, Con, and show them. We were earlier in Palm Beach Gardens. We drove up through Jupiter, and then we took a ride all the way through Jupiter Island, and we ended up here. We pulled over on the side of US 1 here. I got to tell you, driving here, as obviously the eye wall is moving closer, the winds and the rains were pretty substantial. Was blowing. Thankfully, the road's empty. I think just law enforcement out patrolling. That's it. But almost at times, I want to say nearly like whiteout conditions. Very, very difficult to see. And it makes sense given the close proximity to the eye wall. Things have let up, though, since we arrived here in the last few minutes, but we did drive through Jupiter Island, and I can tell you on that stretch of road there, which ended up on Bridge Road, and then we ended up here on US 1, but on that stretch of roadway there, Jupiter Island, a lot of debris in the roadway, a lot of vegetation, as you can imagine, covering certain parts of the roadway, but through all of this, we did not really see any substantial damage. We didn't really even see any downed trees, just vegetation, loose vegetation, all through the roadways. We are along US 1, as we said, here in Stewart, and you could just see the sheets of rain just coming down and blowing through the area here. This is what we've been experiencing for maybe the last 5 minutes or so. But as I said earlier, a few minutes before that, maybe about 10, 15 minutes ago, very, very heavy bands of rain moving across the area. But that seems to be the story out here right now. Obviously, one other thing to point out is we've noticed the direction, and I don't know if James or Steve could talk about this, the change. It appears like now that the wind is coming from the west towards the east. So obviously that makes sense as the storm, the hurricane is moving along the coast and traveling northeast. But definitely have noticed here a change in the direction. But in Stewart right now here along US 1, you can see just a steady downpour. You get occasional gusts. Not a lot of wind right now, but just steady rain. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, Michael, stay with us. We've got Steve with you speaking specifically what Michael was talking about, the wind direction change.
Absolutely, and it's been going on in Palm Beach County for a few hours now, but it just started in Martin County, and it's good news because it's going to help push some of that water back out into the ocean that's pushed into the intracoastal and in a lot of those inlets too. So you're absolutely right, Michael. The winds in Martin County and even parts of St. Lucie County now are shifting more west to northwest, offshore, rather than piling the water up against the coastline, which is what we're still dealing with around Vero and Sebastian and parts, pretty much from the Fort Pierce Inlet north. We're still dealing with that onshore wind.
Michael, are you still with us? Is he still with us?
Yeah, we're still here.
I had a question for you. Since this afternoon, I've seen you go to multiple places, almost looks like half a dozen. Out of all the places you've gone to, what has stood out to you the most?
Yeah, we spent time in Jupiter on Love Street. And, I could tell you there were several instances out there where you could just feel the raw intensity of the power of this. I believe maybe it was a tropical storm and hadn't yet become a hurricane. But earlier, I guess last night, if you will, you could feel the raw intensity and the strength as those winds would just come ripping through, right through the inlet there in Jupiter and just rip through that area. As I said, driving up here into Stewart, we came up here to check out conditions here and see what else we could, what other pictures we could bring you. We did see just a few minutes ago, and I don't know if Steve can touch on it, as I said, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, we also noticed, those conditions. It was extremely windy, and I don't know, I would imagine it's because that eye wall was perhaps very close to this area here.
Now, Michael, you're talking about now or earlier tonight?
Maybe about 15, 20 minutes ago or half an hour ago.
I don't know if we can bring up the Viper radar, but I've zoomed in to Martin County, like Palm City and the Stewart area, and there's a band of very heavy rain that's forming in Martin County that is, obviously some of it you're kind of touching on it, but I believe just to the south of you, more closer to Hope Sound and areas that are just a little farther south on US 1, but that band of rain is going to sit there for quite a while, and it is the western edge of the eye wall of the hurricane. So it is an area that has some very strong winds. The entire storm, as it pushes north and the wind direction shifts around, the winds will go light and then they shift. It's really fascinating, especially to be out there and be able to describe it to us is very interesting.
That's what I wanted to ask you. And Michael, stay with us here. We appreciate all your coverage tonight as we're getting a firsthand account of this and the wind shift. When this wind shifts, what are the conditions that residents in Martin County will now feel as opposed to what they felt maybe an hour or two ago?
Well, they'll feel, and this will happen in St. Lucie and Indian River County too, and it's been going on for a few hours in Palm Beach County. The wind's going to come from a very different direction. It'll be strong. It'll be 40, 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. Potentially, we could get up close to hurricane force winds, which would be above 70. That's possible. We haven't seen any winds that strong so far. We've seen several reports around Vero and Sebastian and a little farther north of 60 mile an hour winds, but nothing a little farther south and in that wind speed, criteria. So it's going to be strong winds, but it's going to be in a different direction.
All right. Interesting. Great intel, great insight, Michael Butchner. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. He's been crisscrossing the Treasure Coast.
And there's the radar there, and you see that big band. So that's just south of downtown Stewart and Palm City, and it's right along 95. So it's a big, big range. It's around Manatee Pocket and just to the north of Hope Sound. So torrential downpours, and that is what is turning into the southern edge of the eye wall of the hurricane.
I do have one more question before we let you go. You had mentioned before about it's a massive eye.
Yeah, 50 miles wide. Comparable to Francis and Jean, which had these massive eyes too. I believe Francis and Jean were around 40 to 50. One of them may have been even 60 miles wide. And that's unusual, not unheard of, but it's unusual. And this one is another storm that's making landfall on the Treasure Coast with this huge eye. So when you're in the eye of a hurricane, the winds are light, and you may see, although this storm has a lot of cloud cover in the eye, but the winds will go light for a while. But then on the backside, they really pick up, but they'll pick up in a different direction.
And any indication on when the storm could make landfall? You said about.
What are we now? I'm losing track of time. Is it 1:38 now?
Yeah, it is.
So it's probably 3 a.m. I'm just kind of eyeballing it, because it's still well offshore, but yeah, it would be probably 2:33 in the morning. Okay. That's, and the reason for that, I've been talking all week, especially to the two of you, about this one in the morning, but that was a landfall that would be more around Hope Sound and Jupiter Island. Now the landfall appears to be a little farther north, so it's staying over open water a little longer before it makes that landfall, because it's the northern Treasure Coast, and so that's why that landfall time is delayed.
Does it get any stronger because it has a little bit?
This really lost a lot of its punch right over Grand Bahama. There's so much dry air getting trained in it, and it just never recovered from that. It would have, more than likely, if Florida wasn't there, because it would have stayed over open water, warm water in the Gulf Stream, but because it's now moving into our area, it's going to lose its battery, the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, and it's going to lose time to really re-strengthen.
While we got you here, it's kind of a good science lesson as we talk about this. November 9th, we've never seen this. Rarely happen, at least not since I've been here, not since you've been here. Talk about this storm and how different it is, the subtropical nature of it, and where we're at right now.
A very surreal weather pattern that shaped up last week, and all the computer models were showing a very similar pattern that frankly looked unbelievable at first. It was this piece of energy in the Caribbean, and then there was what we call an upper level low, and they were all going to merge, and then it was going to back in toward Florida. And here we are, it's happening. And we all covered Wilma, and Wilma was October 24th, 25th back in 05. And that was a late hurricane. I mean, it was the canceled Halloween because it was so late in October. And it came from the Gulf and the Caribbean, which typically this time of year we will see storms come from. This one came off the Atlantic through the Bahamas and at us, which is a typical storm track that you would see in August or September. So that was an unusual direction too.
Do you think the period that we use for hurricane season, where we say June 1st to November 30th, you guys have talked about disturbances like in May.
Yeah.
Do you think that will change? Will we have
there has been talk about starting at May 15th or even May 1st, and the funny thing is that people think, well, I don't want it to start May 1st. There's going to be more storms out there. No, that's not the case. Right. The storms are still out there. Right. They're just not forming in the season. So we're starting to see, I think in the last 6 or 7 years, we've had a named storm 6 or 7 times. So it's becoming more common earlier and just outside the season, before the season actually starts. You get named storms just about every month of the year, but this year's, to have such a strong storm, a hurricane, make landfall in almost mid-November is, it truly is surreal.
Yeah. And we really thought we'd get through the hurricane season because it's Nicole with an N. Wilma, we were at the end of the alphabet.
Yeah. And that year, 2005, we went into the Greek alphabet too.
I remember that.
Lots of information, lots of intel, and lots more to come as well. Steve, appreciate all your insight. I know you'll be here with us as we monitor this system just off our coastline as well. A lot of county officials are monitoring this storm as well, giving multiple updates as well.
So we're going to toss it over now to WPTV News Channel 5, Stephanie Susskind. Stephanie, what can you tell us?
Hey guys, I think we're saying good morning. It's after midnight at this point, but we are in the press conference room where we would normally hear from county officials right here over at the podium when they address everyone and really give those major updates on storms before and after. Now, we did not hear from the county in that fashion today, and there's no word yet on if they will speak tomorrow and when that will happen, but of course we'll keep you updated. I did, however, just moments ago get an update from the emergency management director, and she tells me that really things are going well in Palm Beach County. Obviously, we've seen the video from our crews out there of some of the flooded roadways and things like that, but she tells me no major reports coming into them here at the Emergency Operations Center about any damage or serious situations out there in Palm Beach County, so that is really the good news. And I spoke with Mary Blakeney, the emergency management director, about the biggest concerns that she has with this storm. Take a listen.
Well, we really anticipate a lot of damages to our beaches. You know, we have beautiful beaches in Florida, beautiful locations in Palm Beach County. We've already seen some of the damages to our beaches. So one of the first things, once we're safe to do so, when the tropical storm sustained winds subside, we will have teams out there doing some initial damage assessments, looking at not only infrastructure of homes, but roads, bridges, beaches, ensuring that it's safe for the public to go there.
So that's really the next phase of all of this, is going out in the morning once it's safe, once there's daylight, to survey the area and see if there are any significant issues that did pop up during the storm. Now, they'll also be what they call demobilizing the shelters, moving people out, making sure that they have a safe place to go back to. There are a little more than 500 people in the shelters across Palm Beach County. So they were used, however, not crowded, plenty of space. I'm told that these schools where the shelters are can hold thousands of people, and the biggest crowd they had was a little bit over 100. So certainly people taking advantage of the service, but it wasn't overly needed, which is also a good thing. And we will continue to stay in touch with county leaders as we move through the morning hours. Reporting live in Palm Beach County, Stephanie Susskind, WPTV News Channel 5.
Stephanie, as we keep you here, county officials, as we all go through this, including ourselves, we all learn a lot about this. You spoke a lot about the logistics and what will happen tomorrow. Mary so eloquently saying, look, we've got to get out in the field tomorrow when it's safe and assess the damage. Are they peeling back layers of this and studying it and changing their logistical plan with regard to shelters as the storm goes through? Because I know a lot of plans are put in place and then they change overnight, then they change as the storm is coming through. Are you seeing a lot of that happening?
They really kind of set their plan in motion, and then we're here to just watch everything that's happening. Obviously, if they needed to adjust, I'm sure they would have, but I think that for the Palm Beach County area, they were pretty well prepared and really pretty well situated for what was to come and what has come. They've got a whole team in the operations room. We showed that earlier in the evening, of all of the different county departments and outside agencies as well. People even from the United Way are here. They are part of that team, that core team, in case there is a need for a fundraiser, for funds to be raised for the county if there is significant damage. So they have all of their ducks in a row here. They've got a lot of people working around the clock. So it really does sound like things on their end have gone smoothly. Again, they had people where they needed to have them and monitoring the progress, but they've got a way to get the reports directly here into the EOC, and they say, no major issues have popped up that people have told them about here. So that is certainly good news.
All right, Stephanie Susskind, thank you so much for that report.
Yeah, Stephanie, great intel, great information. We appreciate your reporting there, manning one of the most important sources of information coming from Palm Beach County, and we'll continue to monitor that site as well as we get through the overnight hours and into the morning hours. We want to take you outside now. We've got some pictures coming into our newsroom right now. Fascinating shot here. This is a picture of the pier in Deerfield Beach. Look at this light. This is amazing. This is one of the best pictures I think I've seen since we've had all our pics that have come in. Our weather spotters, all our viewers out there helping us out so greatly tonight. We certainly appreciate this. The big impact here, beach erosion and that storm surge. This is Deerfield. This is way to our south here, and this is what they're seeing. And beach erosion has been the biggest factor they're talking about up and down the coastline. That will be talked about from this storm. One of the biggest problems that we're already seeing, lock and loaded, because we're going to have a lot of issues with beach erosion, especially when you look at this. And we're sitting here almost at the 2 a.m. hour, and we've got several hours to go before this storm really clears this area.
Yeah, definitely. And we want to say that the downpours have been impressive in Vero Beach for hours. This is a U Report video. This is from Stephen Baudet, showing how strong those winds and rains have been throughout the night. And we've had reporters throughout the viewing area. We've definitely seen it in their live reports. And Tori Dunn, and you could see the water rising as she was standing there in Boynton Beach.
As she was standing there by Two Georges, what went from almost ankle deep, it ended up being a foot deep of water, ended up going inside. That storm surge, again, the surge, the wind and the rain, the trifecta tonight from this Category 1 hurricane, that will be the big impact. And as we're talking about the beach erosion right now. I believe we have pics from Brevard County. This is the wind impact right in central Florida. Again, a lot of the Treasure Coast and bleeding up outside of our viewing area. A number of those areas will be impacted as well. James put up a graphic earlier tonight on this wind field and when the storm comes in. This is live pictures from WPTV right now, so you're seeing some of the impacts in central Florida. That wind field stretched from the Palm Beaches all the way to South Carolina when this storm comes through, and as it moves through the state, it'll rip through the central part of the state and then over toward the Panhandle and up, I think, through Georgia. That was kind of the latest track as it makes its move, barring any changes there. So it's going to bring nasty weather. Obviously, the impact will decrease somewhat as the storm makes its way, but nonetheless, we'll still see wind and we'll still see a lot of rain. And as you're seeing, conditions in central Florida deteriorating as we speak from this.
Now, one of the reporters who's been out there in the rain and the wind and everything else, that's WPTV's Kate Hussey. And Kate, how does it look so far?
We're really faring pretty well out here, actually. In fact, take a look here behind me. You can see some of the winds that we're experiencing out here off our balcony here at our WPTV news station. Again, nothing is super strong out here. We've actually seen angrier winds out here tonight than this, but certainly something to keep an eye on. In fact, those wind gusts did pick up just a little bit in the last few minutes that we've been out here. But if you take a look here, if I stick my hand out, you can see a little bit of rain coming down, but nothing too serious. Earlier tonight, we really saw some torrential downpour, but again, you can see the rain has really subsided out here tonight, and you can actually take notice of which direction it's coming from. That's a shift we've seen if you've been watching with us tonight, or even if you head to our WPTV Twitter page, you'll see some of the video we posted. And earlier tonight, we really saw it coming in sheets down this way, so much so that it was really blowing in this way towards us, drenching us here on the balcony, even with the protection of our roof here. But again, you can see that major shift. It's actually coming from the other direction now, which really fares well for us out here on the balcony. We're staying a bit dry here tonight. Another thing I can show you, what we're not seeing is any flooding here on Banyan Boulevard, this side of West Palm Beach. You may be able to see the parking lot here behind us, or maybe even the road here. And again, the streets are pretty much dry, so much so we've actually seen some people driving along the road, which is something that county officials are urging you not to do, even if there is no flooding, even if the conditions appear to be a little bit quiet, even if you're not seeing a lot of wind or a lot of rain. County officials are urging people again to shelter in place, not just during these storms, but also after the storms as well. And there's a reason for that. They have told us time and time again that by sheltering in place, you allow them to respond to any emergencies throughout the city, throughout the county, down power lines, traffic light outages, any other emergencies that could be a danger to you and others out there on the road. So again, just stay home and be safe is the message tonight. As for again, though, what we're seeing, we're looking out here on the balcony. So I'll toss it back to you in the studio as we continue to monitor these conditions out here.
All right, thank you very much, Kate. And we want to show you new video from our field crews. This is video from Megan McRoberts in Jensen Beach. Megan's been doing a great job. She's been out there all afternoon and into the evening hours, and you can see the water coming right up. She's actually using her flashlight to show you how far up the water has been coming up into the roadway. So again, this is the Jensen Beach area, the Treasure Coast being hit really hard with the beach erosion and then the storm surge. And so they're dealing with some major water problems.
They are, and not just in Jensen Beach, up toward Vero Beach, there was some huge breaks in the roadways up there and some structural damage right along the beach and the coastline. I know a number of our crews from Megan and all our crews stretched along the Treasure Coast all evening long. Those barrier islands are taking a beating from this storm, from the beach erosion, and you can see the storm surge that keeps up, and it's going to continue as the storm inches its way closer to Vero Beach, to Fort Pierce, that area along the Treasure Coast where we think it could make landfall. Sometime in an hour, or Steve is indicating. Obviously that will change given the speed of this storm, but we'll certainly keep you posted and get a better read, an accurate read, when Steve comes back up in just a few minutes. You know, we want to talk about our neighbors in the Bahamas. They were the first to feel the effects of Nicole as it made its way right through most of the Bahamas. This is video from Green Turtle Key right now. A number of residents in this area sent this video in, and Andrew Blanco, he's the owner of the New Plymouth Inn, he sent all of these videos in showing the harbor at Green Turtle. Green Turtle, if you're familiar with this area, it's just right around the Abacos there. Treasure Key, Marsh Harbor, this whole area. Marsh Harbor was beat up during Dorian. I mean, it was completely leveled during Dorian. I was on the ground there a week after, and there was virtually hardly anything left in that city. I went back in August, and still some structural damage, heavy, extensive structural damage through the city. A lot has come back, but a lot is still damaged. And this is the storm surge that they saw over there and what we're seeing here. This will be one of the big components and impacts as we talk about this storm, and we keep talking about this storm. This is Nassau. Look at this storm.
I mean, look at this. It's moving the vehicle.
Unbelievable. So we're moving through the Bahamas. We'll start in Nassau, way to the south. Then obviously the storm moved a little bit further north into the Abacos and then pushed beyond West End. But this massive storm surge is really what I was getting an indication from a lot of people in the Bahamas. That was one of the biggest factors. And as these storms just roll in, that storm surge became a huge factor for not only when they deal with this storm, but for so many other storms. And the impact, we talked earlier about the physical impact and the emotional impact of Dorian. As you add each storm here, the cleanup and the recovery and the painful memories that come back from those storms of the past, it just adds to sort of the chaotic scene that's going on right there. So our neighbors and our friends in the Bahamas, our prayers are with them tonight as they have already endured most of the impact of this storm as it pushes away from the Bahamas. The cleanup effort already beginning there.
And then we're showing you live pictures of I-95 near Canner Highway up on the Treasure Coast, and you can see the rain that's coming down in that area. I don't see one vehicle. Well, okay, there goes one vehicle on the roadway, but most people are staying off the roadways this evening as Hurricane Nicole is making its way here within the next hour or so. But again, this is I-95 near Canner Highway. And you know, that's something that I noticed when it first started out earlier today and we were doing all the different live shots with the reporters. You saw so many people out there taking pictures over by the beach, and you know, county officials are like, okay, let's go home, let's go home, you know. So it's nice to see the roadway and really not see a lot of vehicles on the roadway.
Yeah,
people
I know.
To stay home and stay safe.
Absolutely. In Martin County earlier today, they had their amphibious vehicles. They were getting all their gear and equipment, going to the barrier islands, really trying to encourage people to get out. But it seems as though, from all our reports and all indications, most people heeded the precautions. A lot of shutters went up for this storm. You know, the hardened Floridians that have been through many of these storms know, and certainly the images of what came from Hurricane Ian on the other side of our coast, and they're still dealing with that. Speaking of Hurricane Ian, tonight we're talking to FP&L. They're still dealing with power outages over there. About 20,000 outages across the state as we speak, and literally about 3,000 of those are people on the west coast of Florida that are still without power from Hurricane Ian. Right now, we've got about 17,000 outages in our 5-county viewing area, just really breaking it down. Palm Beach, about 8,000 outages right now, about 4,000 in Martin County, about 6,000 in St. Lucie County, 2,000 in Indian River, about 100 in Okeechobee. Those numbers will fluctuate through the evening as the intensity of these bands come through. As Steve said, these winds, as they shift, you can see some of the indications right now, some of the information coming up on the maps. You can also go to FPL.com. They have some great grids up, some live grids right now. They know when the power goes out in your house when you do. And this smart technology that they've instilled in this system, which was really brought on by the storms of Francis, Jean, and Wilma, to harden the system. In fact, several weeks ago, the last wooden pole was pulled from Jonathan Dickinson State Park, and now it's all concrete. And where they can put the underground lines, they will put them underground. And it's all because of this. When we get impacts from a storm like this, it's all to keep the lights on. It's all to help with that restoration process and make it much, much faster. So we appreciate our personnel from FPL. They are monitoring the conditions as well, and certainly will have a big force waiting to respond tomorrow if necessary.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break, and we will continue the coverage on Hurricane Nicole in just a moment.
All right, welcome back. It is approaching the 2 o'clock hour, 2 a.m. We are covering Hurricane Nicole as it inches its way closer to our coastline, really specifically on the Treasure Coast right now, wedged between Vero Beach and Fort Pierce, expecting landfall in about an hour. Of course, that could change. Monitoring all the conditions to the Treasure Coast really being heavily impacted as we speak.
So Steve Weigel, if you can jump on in and tell us the latest on this hurricane.
Yeah, and we're just getting a new update in from the Hurricane Center on the storm. So let's take a look. There's a look at the radar, and it's a massive storm with a massive eye that seems to be shrinking a little bit as it moves closer to the coastline. In fact, the western edge of the eye wall has been brushing the coast or moving a little farther inland around Port St. Lucie for the last couple of hours. What is also important here is that the winds, which all day and yesterday were from the northeast, have now started to shift offshore, and that helped push some of this water that we've been dealing with and all the damage from storm surge. That'll help push some of this water back out into the ocean where it belongs. And it looks like we still have an issue through Vero and Sebastian and maybe Fort Pierce with likely the winds starting to go light there because they're starting to get into the eye, but some pretty strong winds, but from a different direction coming in now in Martin County. And this will eventually, I would say in the next half hour to 45 minutes, start to develop around Port St. Lucie too, as this entire center works its way north and eventually makes landfall, which is very very close to that area now. So some good news, but on the downside of this and this track is that we're seeing these rain bands sit over areas for extended periods of time. So we're going to have to watch for perhaps a flood situation here if that continues. Here's a look at the radar with rain, heavy rain working in across, well, we have Vero and Fort Pierce, a little heavier farther south. This is now becoming the southern edge of the eye wall of the hurricane, from Hobe Sound back through 95 and the Turnpike, through Indiantown. Some pretty good downpours here, even to Cuesta and Jupiter, right along the county line, developing some heavy rain in that area. Also northern Palm Beach County, big rains all the way back through the acreage, and that west to east wind pushing off the showers and the persistent rain. There's a look at Delray to Boca, where it's been off and on rain. We had a big area of rain just work off the coast, and we have more that's pushing in from the west right along the county line. But unfortunately, most of it is just north of the county line, so having a significant impact on Boca. The current wind gusts 52 miles an hour in Vero. Some of the strongest wind gusts that we've seen so far are around 60 miles an hour, and they have been around Vero and Sebastian. And we could still see some strong gusty winds into the next hour or two. And there's a look at the track. So we have a storm that's moving west-northwest at 14, the 2 AM advisory, winds at 75 miles an hour, expected to move onshore, and then quickly up the coastline after that. I just wanted to, I'll step outside here because I just wanted to check exactly where it is. So it's 15 miles east of Fort Pierce right now. That's a 2 AM advisory, and we have a pressure at 980, which hasn't changed very much, and again moving west-northwest at 14. So 15 miles, did I say 15 miles east of Fort Pierce, just off the coastline, and so another hour and it should be making landfall. So we're looking at 2 o'clock, so around 3 o'clock, 3 a.m. I think we're going to see our landfall happen at that time. And on this current track, if it's east of Fort Pierce, it would move in roughly around the Vero Beach area, or between Vero and Fort Pierce in around 3 a.m. and then move up the coastline quickly after that. And a hurricane warning still in effect. Palm Beach County, all areas east of 441 and the Treasure Coast, and still that tropical storm warning for the inland areas. There's a look at the storm. Now, it lost a lot of its punch, I would say late afternoon, early evening, because of dry air that's right here that got entrained and wrapped around the center. So here's the center in this area just off Fort Pierce now. And as it moved from the Bahamas, all that dry air just collapsed all the convection. If you go back, the first frame here, bright reds near the center, and then 12 hours later, there's hardly anything at all showing up as far as convection. So that was a big change today. That happened several times, but it happened as it moved across the Gulf Stream, and that was really kind of putting the lid on the pot and really shutting this storm down and giving it the ability to strengthen even more. I want to bring in James, who's also got the radar up there and showing those bands. Interesting storm, James, and still a hurricane, 15 miles off Fort Pierce, and the landfall likely around 3 a.m. But we're still going to be dealing with some of the effects, some good and some not so good. It's nice to see the offshore wind now, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely going to help anywhere south here of the center. And we have noticed this too, Steve. It's kind of an egg-shaped circle here. As you see, it's kind of getting squeezed and elongated a little bit. Definitely not your typical hurricane that you would see. But then again, it is November, so I guess what we can expect. This little line here that came down through Hobe Sound is going to lift back up to the north as we get into the next hour, and that'll move back up into Port Salerno, Stewart, Palm City, and up into Jensen Beach too. Let's go through time here. As you see, moving up through, say, Fort Pierce, Vero Beach. So you still have a little bit to go. Definitely Indian River County still getting pounded right along the coastline. The Barrier Islands still with a lot of storm surge there. Once that wind shifts offshore, though, that's going to help. Now, it's not going to go away immediately, but it's definitely going to help push that water a little bit farther out. Notice one thing, too. This is an updated model here. Yeah, that not as much rain on the backside of this thing, just a few quick moving passing showers here or there. And as we go through time, and this thing is right here, moved over the Kissimmee River, that's going to continue to move westward. Only one little band showing up here through Okeechobee County, but along the coast, things drying out a little bit more. Could even see some breaks of sunshine by the middle of the day, noontime or so, but that in turn could spark a few showers. So keeping some rain chances here in the forecast. We could see some quick showers pop up. The sea breeze might try to form a little bit, and then the opposing southwest wind may spark a few showers with that. But then poof, that's about all, and we dry out and see some sunshine expected for us, say on Friday and then on Saturday too. So our wind forecast has come down quite a bit, not for the northern Treasure Coast. You're still going to have some gusty winds. Where that makes landfall too, you could realize those hurricane force winds, but it's going to be in a very small area if it does move on through. And then as we get into, this is 9 a.m., notice the wind gusts come down quite a bit. Fort Pierce, even below tropical storm force here, just Vero northward, tropical storm force. And then as we go through the day, this is lunchtime, we're all down in the 20s for wind gusts. So not too bad there. Still a little bit breezy, sure. And if those showers form, those will bring down some heavy winds, some strong winds and some heavy rain. But otherwise, the big winds are definitely down. And then by Friday, things have come down quite a bit. And you only see generally a southwest wind about 15 miles per hour. The seas will just slowly come down. They'll come down faster in the Palm Beaches, but the Treasure Coast will still have that swell train coming on in for Friday, Saturday, and even into Sunday too. It might be still a little bit rough along the coastline with rip current threat there too. And any kind of debris that may hang in the water here might be a little bit dangerous for you until some of that can get fished out of there. All right, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, James. And we're going to head now to the Treasure Coast for an update of what's going on up there.
Yeah, Ashley Glass has been monitoring the area up there and moving around quite a bit. And Ashley, we're joining you now from Stewart. Give us a sense of the conditions and what you're seeing out there right now.
Yeah, this is Stewart. Like you said, we're at the Stewart Palm City line, and our travels all over the Treasure Coast tonight, have taken us from Hobe Sound, Port Salerno, Stewart, here to the Stewart Palm City line. So look behind me here. Yes, the winds are kicking up. Yes, it's still raining, but it's relatively calm compared to, earlier this evening when the bands were moving through. This is certainly not the end of it, but at least for right now, there's a little bit of a lull here. Steve Weigel and James Wieland have been feeding me and our crew, nuggets of information to keep us safe, all night long. And I was so glad the latest update to tell me that the winds you're seeing right now, the winds in this area in Stewart are shifting west, pushing that water back towards the ocean. That works well for us to help with storm surge. So where we're standing right now, this is 9 miles from the Stewart beaches. And again, you can see the winds are ripping. Yes, it's raining, but it's not ferocious at this moment. This is manageable to be outside. Yes, we're undercover. So that's the latest here in Stewart. But again, we've been all over the area, today, and we've really seen the progression of this thing from, earlier this afternoon and leading up to now when, Nicole is very, very close at this point, guys, to making landfall.
Quite a bit of the area up on the Treasure Coast and will still be impacted overnight as this storm makes its approach and makes landfall. What were some of the most stunning images that you've seen in your travels all along your coverage tonight on the Treasure Coast?
Yeah, I think most of the images that really shocked us were in Port Salerno. But when we saw a really big houseboat that was not secured to its dock, and it was just kind of drifting out there. It never got more than a couple feet from the dock, but it was just nerve-wracking to watch this boat just, meandering out there, not secured the way that it needed to be. Also, there was an art studio right next to Twisted Tuna that the flooding had gotten up to the entrance of that art studio, and you just have to think the water got inside, and it was just really sad to think of the damage that might be inside that gallery. So those were two, moments all over the Treasure Coast this evening, again, both in the Port Salerno area that really made us just stop. And it was actually one more now that I think of it. Sanskrit Park in Stewart, excuse me, had a lot of flooding too. The river just kind of blended in. It came right into the park. It covered some of the boat docks there. So Sanskrit Park is pretty unrecognizable as recently as an hour ago as well today.
Ashley, I was going to ask you, out of all the people that you've come across today, do you think in general people were taking this storm seriously?
Yes, I mean, we've approached people everywhere we've been today. Again, Hobe Sound, Port Salerno, Stewart here, Stewart, Palm City line. We've approached people, they've approached us. Everybody we talked to absolutely took this seriously, and a lot of people referenced Ian in Southwest Florida and said, you know, because of what we just saw in Southwest Florida, it was a really big wake-up call that we need to prepare, we need to take this, you know, as a serious storm. So we haven't heard anybody that we've talked to or anybody that's approached us that is making light of this in any way, and it was so great to hear that people were not panicked, but they were prepared and taking this seriously.
And to that end, Ashley, were people out on the roadways throughout the evening? Did you see that?
Earlier, I would say, you know, late afternoon. Once it hit dark, we didn't see many people. We've run into some Martin County Sheriff's deputies who've been very helpful along the way, telling us, you know, where to go and how soon we needed to get out. But other than that, you know, like I said before, you know, there was no more light outside. We did see people filling up at a gas station. There were people inside a Chinese restaurant. It was the only place that was open in this big Winn-Dixie Plaza in Hobe Sound. But again, to the point we made earlier that people are taking this seriously, they were listening to what our meteorologists have been saying, what all the authorities have been saying, you know, make your plans, prepare to be inside, be safe, you know, as this storm moves through. So we did not see many people, you know, out just because, and that was a really good thing.
Bring for us the impact of Hurricane Nicole. Ashley, thank you so much for your coverage tonight. It's been fantastic, along with all our crews. They've been moving about, trying to find the most impacted areas right now, and we'll continue to do so, and we certainly appreciate it. Ashley, stay safe out there with your photographer as well.
All right, thank you, Ashley. And now we go to WPTV's John Shaman, who's in Fort Pierce.
We are out here at the Fort Pierce City Marina. We wanted to give you a different angle from where we've been the last couple of hours. As you can see, the wind has certainly picked up in the last 30 minutes or so. Just had a chance to talk to a couple of marina employees who were going around checking to make sure all of the boats were okay. It was back in 2004 when we had Hurricanes Francis and Jean that came through and completely wrecked the marina, if you will. And then about 8 years later, the city invested millions of dollars to rebuild the marina and also some natural barrier islands whose job was to absorb any storm impacts, waves, and things of that nature. And so they are certainly getting a workout this evening. And we even ran into a couple of sightseers this late at night.
Never been in something like this before.
So this is the first time.
First time for everything.
But again, right now, things fine here at the Fort Pierce City Marina as the winds continue to pick up. We're in Fort Pierce. I'm John Shaman. We'll send it back to you.
John Shaman up there in Fort Pierce, where Hurricane Nicole is just 15 miles off the coastline of Fort Pierce right now, set to make landfall around 3 o'clock, give or take a few minutes there. These are live pictures on 95 in Indian River County, where we're seeing cells, part of the bands coming through along the Treasure Coast right now. This is a pretty intense one, as we've been indicating. We've also talked about this wind shift, too.
Yeah, so Steve, we wanted you to kind of weigh in on what's happening right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So as the storm, which will, as you said, make landfall in the next hour, likely between Fort Pierce and Vero, maybe over Vero. Right now, it's located 15 miles off Fort Pierce. It has a 50-mile wide eye, and it is in the next hour about to make landfall. But what is happening at the same time, because it is moving north generally, the winds are starting to shift around, and we had the onshore wind, which was making the serious storm surge situation for the last few days. Those winds are now, instead of coming from the east, coming from the west, and they're helping push a lot of that water that created the problems back out into the ocean. And it's happening everywhere, and this is a transition area here where the winds are starting to shift from the north and the northeast to now the west and the northwest. So it's like a complete flip-flop, and it'll happen. It's been happening in Martin County and in southern St. Lucie County for about an hour now, and it happens within about 5 or 10 minutes, just as that eye wall moves north. Pretty dramatic to see. And I think it was Michael Bushner who earlier noticed it. He was literally there, and within a couple of minutes, the wind direction just completely changed, opposite direction.
So the eye is 50 miles?
About 50 miles wide.
Okay.
It looks like it's collapsing a little bit. You can see it on the radar there. Maybe able to get a little bit better view of it. And it is moving west-northwest, and it's 15, the center. Now, and we've talked about this the last few days. The landfall is defined when the center of the eye crosses land. It's not when the edge of the eye wall crosses into land, because that's been happening for a couple of hours on the Treasure Coast. It's when that center crosses, and so that'll happen in the next hour.
And then what can people expect? Like, when will they know that they're in the eye?
The winds will go light. In this storm, I don't know if the sky, it might get a little bit of clear sky. You might be able to see stars. But because it's such a large eye too, most eyes in hurricanes are 25, 30, 35 miles wide. This is 50, at least 50 miles wide. So for over the course of an hour or two, the winds will be very light. And then on the backside of it, the winds will shift around in the opposite direction, and they'll go from light to very strong tropical storm force in about 5 to 10 minutes.
And it's more intense on that backside.
Well, not more intense, but just as intense as it was on the leading edge.
Okay.
Usually. There are exceptions. Hurricane Wilma comes to mind because the backside of that hurricane was significantly stronger than the front side.
Indicating that. I know we were out on Pahokee for that one.
Right.
I remember that distinctly. Let's talk about this convection, all this green that's pushing on the bottom edge of the storm as it's twisting counterclockwise there. So how is this rotation and turning, and how will residents on the Treasure Coast be affected, and actually Palm Beach too?
Yeah, and you can see how in Palm Beach County and Martin County, the rain is now starting over Belle Glade and the inland areas, and it's moving off the coast. So it's moving in the wind direction area. There's a great look at it there. So the center is 15 miles off Fort Pierce, and all that rain on the back side of it is sitting over like Jupiter and DeQuesta, these big rain bands. So that is the southern edge of the eye wall would be about Stewart now. And then into Port St. Lucie would be the western edge of the eye wall, and offshore obviously for the eastern edge, and then the northern edge would be coming in around Vero and Sebastian. So some very strong winds, I suspect, in Sebastian. Haven't seen a report in the last few minutes, but we've seen 55 to 60 mile an hour winds in Vero and Sebastian this evening.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night ahead for
but it will improve too. It's just going to take, it's still at sunrise, it's the very gusty winds. It's going to take a good part of the day, I think late morning, early afternoon, before we start to see an improvement everywhere. It'll improve first in Palm Beach County, and then on the Treasure Coast. It'll be noon at least before the winds start to let up a little bit.
On the Treasure Coast, that is?
Yeah,
okay.
Especially northern Treasure Coast. Because it's a massive storm. The tropical storm force winds stretch out. Last I saw, several hundred miles from the center. Because it's a storm that started off in a very unique way. It started off subtropical, and those storms have massive wind fields to them. And so that allowed this massive storm surge, and then it transitioned to a tropical system. And tropical systems like hurricanes and tropical storms have very tight, very strong wind core to them. And then as you get away from those core center, the winds fade off pretty quickly. So it's gone through this evolution, but it didn't quite get there. So it has a massive wind field with it.
I do think of something. I've always wanted to ask you this. It seems like the hurricanes that we've been through, a lot of them happen at night. Is there anything to that, or is it just coincidence?
It is a coincidence. Oh, when you think about Ian just a little while ago, that was a daytime storm. Sure. That was, it made landfall at 3:55, I think, on a Friday afternoon. So they do happen during the day too. And Wilma came over. That was 10 a.m. on a Monday. Kind of scary that I know these times. But
I know, but it's good that you do.
All ingrained in your memory.
Yeah, I remember going outside the building here in Wilma at 10 a.m. and you could see, they call it the stadium effect, where you can see the edge of the eye wall. And the sun was trying to come out here. at the same time. So that was a unique storm. Francis and Jean obviously were nighttime storms.
Didn't like that.
No,
Did
no, and a
not
lot of people
like that.
don't because they don't. You want to see what's happening. Usually,
Yes. Right. Yes.
Most people do. That's why a lot of people have transitioned from hurricane shutters to glass, hurricane glass, because they, it lets in more light. I mean, there are obviously several benefits.
Yeah. Well, Francis sat over us for 24 hours. So it was daytime and nighttime storms. So just dumping all those massive amounts of rainfall.
At the time we were saying, because it moved from the Bahamas into South Florida, and at the time we were saying that you could walk faster than Francis was moving. Because it was moving about 2 miles an hour. Most people walk faster than that.
And I do remember when it, during the eye, we went out to cover stories, and I felt like we were able to see a lot of the damage when it first moved over us, and then we could tell that the backside of it.
And it had a massive eye too. And first responders were able to, in Francis and Jean, go out and assist people who were in trouble. Because that eye was so large and because it was moving so slowly, there was a window of about an hour and a half where they could go and help people who had called 911. Because this is why part of the reason we use evacuation areas, because a lot of these barrier islands are cut off in a hurricane. It's not easy to help people who get in trouble in the middle of a hurricane. So they were able to assist some of those people because that eye was so large and because the storm was moving so slowly.
I know earlier today you mentioned about how you would go to different communities and you'd have you do like a seminar. Kind of
Hurricane
like
seminar?
Yeah. Do you still do those?
Absolutely. But these changed times now because a lot of stuff is on our website. Our hurricane guide's on our website. We used to publish a hurricane guide. Now it's all online, and all the information's out there too. But I gave a talk a couple of weeks ago to Rotary Club in West Palm.
Nothing's better than being in the moment, though, with Steve Weigel right now as you're forecasting. In Flagler Beach Pier right now, we're getting, these are some of the best images of that storm surge that we're seeing coming in. Live pictures again, and I'll see well up coast now. Our residents above Sebastian in our viewing area, how will they be monitoring this and the impact there?
Yeah. Oh, well, I've seen some of the video coming out of Volusia County and Flagler and also Brevard County, staggering images well before this is this afternoon, this evening, and homes washed away on big dunes. Literally, they're hanging from cliffs now. The video that I saw from Volusia County, and the storm surge, massive impact here and massive impact all the way up through St. Augustine and into the Jacksonville area. I'm at Flagler Beach. That's it's a couple hours drive north. There's hundreds and hundreds of miles of coastline that this storm surge had an impact.
And you look at that and you look at beach erosion, we're going to see it here all the way up the coastline.
I'm afraid that when the sun comes up and we really start to take a look at the coastline, it's going to be much worse than we realize. But some of the video that we were seeing tonight was really borderline surreal, with the restaurants that had water all through the dining rooms. And James and I were comparing this storm to other historic storms, Hurricane Sandy and the Perfect Storm, the movie that was made, that we call it the Halloween storm, back in 1991. It is the unnamed hurricane of 1991. It was far up the East Coast, well off Boston, but the massive waves hit South Florida. There was a wave that went in the breaker's dining room. We still have video in the back of the waves going well into the lawns and in houses along Lantana and along the beach areas of southern Palm Beach County. This was a comparable storm, and I think when the sun rises, we're going to see some pretty significant coastal damage.
Yeah, a lot more to see, a lot more to come as we continue Hurricane Nicole's arrival here in South Florida. Steve, much appreciated. We'll be speaking with you in just a few minutes as we continue to monitor the conditions.
And now we're going to go to Megan McRoberts in Martin County.
Yeah, as we've been driving around the county all night, we wanted to make a stop here at Indian River Drive in Martin County. We're north of Jensen Beach Boulevard because you can see here where the storm surge, the impacts here of Hurricane Nicole have now led to a partial road wash away here along the eastern side of Indian River Drive. I'm using a flashlight here because it's pretty dark, so you can see this washout here just along the east side of the road. So if you look down into the water, you can see that concrete crumbling I would say maybe 50 feet of the roadway here down into to the river to the side of us here. As you look along the shoreline as well, we're seeing some debris. I don't know if my photographer can come just a little closer to the shoreline. You can see some boards of wood have washed up. If we look out into the water, there are some nearby docks that extend very far out into the river. And we are seeing some damage, of course, from the storm surge impacts here of Hurricane Nicole. So because of this road washout here, as you can imagine, law enforcement does have this section of Indian River Drive closed off to drivers. In fact, of course, they don't want anyone driving out here anyways, but they do have deputies now guarding the north and south ends of this washout. So this is north of Jensen Beach Boulevard, and we are south of the county line. Again, this is really jeopardizing driver safety. We expected to see this. Indian River Drive is not a stranger. It is not unusual to see some kind of roadway impacts when there are strong water conditions along the shoreline. So again, north of Jensen Beach Boulevard, south of the county line, Indian River Drive, a partial road washout here leading to the road closure here for now. I'm Megan McRoberts in Martin County. Back to you.
Megan, thank you. Megan, bringing us up close to all those big impacted areas along the barrier islands, as we've been talking about all evening long. There's, of course, the storm surge and the beach erosion to come as well. News Channel 5's team coverage of Tropical Storm, or Hurricane Nicole, I should say, continues in just minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We want to keep you up to date on the very latest on Hurricane Nicole as we approach Thursday morning now, 2:30. The storm inching very close to making landfall.
Yeah, Steve Weigel, if you can tell us the latest on the storm.
Well, at the 2 a.m. advisory had the center of the storm 15 miles off Fort Pierce, and it is moving west-northwest at about roughly 14 miles an hour. So it should make landfall by 3 p.m. If the math is good, roughly 3 p.m. as it tracks. A landfall, I would imagine, would be around the Fort Pierce area. There's the eye wall right there. A rough guess would put it just off of Vero and Hutchinson Island at this point, and working inland. So landfall will happen, I would imagine, in the next hour, and then it tracks north after that. It's still having a big impact, though. And there are massive rain bands that stretch all the way from the Treasure Coast back into Palm Beach County, and we've had persistent rain now in northern Palm Beach County. That's all kind of part of the inner core of this. And as it moves north, it's all going to fall apart slowly. It's going to lose its structure. It didn't have a lot of structure late this afternoon, a lot of dry air getting trained in it, but it has a fairly symmetrical shape and a lot of erosion, a lot of dry air on the southeastern side of this. So, I mean, for a storm to really intensify, you need these big, heavy rain bands to be wrapped completely around the center, and that just didn't seem to happen today. So it never really had a chance to strengthen much more, which is obviously good for us. But it has heavy rainfall lined up from Belglade all the way up into Jupiter and DeQuesta, and we have another area of rain that's been off and on. Heavy downpours, gusty winds along the county line between Palm Beach County and Broward County. So we're going to go, down through US 1 and 95 and show you where the rain is now. So Sebastian, here's that line of rain that's pushing west of 95, cutting across the turnpike down in just west of Fort Pierce, and it's lined up through Port St. Lucie, Palm City. Heavier rain. So this is the southern side of that eye wall, and heavy rain and gusty winds. And look at where the wind direction is here. It's west and northwest, so it's pushing from the lake toward the coastline. This is going to help the storm surge situation because this is going to allow a lot of the water that piled up during the day to get back out into the ocean and help those water levels recede quite a bit. And of course, there's the inlet. We saw just incredible video coming out of Manatee Pocket, which is right there. And we are looking at this wind helping that situation. Now, heavier rain around Hope Sound Bridge Road and into Jupiter Island. And as we get a little farther south into northern Palm Beach County, just lines of rain. Nothing significant, nothing as far as severe weather expected here. And there's the back edge of what has been off and on rain and really an outer feeder band earlier that is falling apart down around Delray, Boynton Beach, and the Boca area. And then around the lake, there's a look at a line of rain and downpours and some gusty winds in Okeechobee and right over the lake at the present time. So there it is, neighborhood to neighborhood down through the coast. 40-mile-an-hour winds, that is Vero. We had 60 earlier. We could certainly see 50 and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts continuing on the Treasure Coast, getting into the early morning hours before sunrise. That track taking it across Florida, and then it races up toward the Carolinas and eventually becomes what we call a remnant low. So by the time it's Friday 7 p.m., this is pretty much just a big rainmaker, some gusty winds. It's no longer tropical in nature. There's a close-up look. So right now, roughly 15 miles off Fort Pierce, about to make landfall. Tropical storm getting into the early morning hours, and then up north at Tampa after that. The hurricane warning remains in place. Tropical storm warnings for the inland areas. And that also continues, at least at the present time. And here's what I mean by that dry air that getting trained near the center. So this is the last 12 hours, and this was a fairly healthy storm over the Bahamas. It had a big impact, especially around the Abacos earlier. We showed some of that video to you, but there's a lot of dry air right there that just keeps getting wrapped around the center all day long, and it just kept this very a strong tropical storm, and very difficult to gain any extra strength when all that dry air just keeps getting wrapped around. You want to see bright reds and yellows for a storm that has a chance to at least intensify a little bit. 7-day forecast, I haven't shown this in a while, so we're looking at showers and the chance for a thunderstorm Friday and even into Saturday. kind of the tail end of some rainfall working through. And then Sunday, drier, cooler into Sunday, Monday, and most of next week. So a big improvement. So landfall, we'll let you know when it happens. The Hurricane Center will send out a bulletin and we'll let you know immediately. But it is coming up, likely, I would, next half hour, 45 minutes.
All right, well, stay tuned. Steve, I want you to stay with us. We've got some live pictures right now. I want to go to Lake Monroe near Sanford in Central Florida. The waves are battering the coastline, are battering the line here. Describe this area, Steve, where the storm is right now in terms of its impact in Central Florida.
Well, this is headed into Central Florida. So these winds here would be on the northern side of the storm, of the hurricane. And so they'd be coming in from the northeast and the east and, whipping across this area. And that's pretty impressive video there. It's really amazing how, and we talked about this earlier, how wide the wind field is. It goes for hundreds of miles, the tropical storm force winds. So this is an area that's having a big impact in Central Florida from the winds and the waves.
Yeah, Steve, impressive indeed. We've seen a lot of coverage coming out, especially in Central Florida. We had another live shot there, some huge wind gusts happening across the area, and that'll continue and to persist through the night. One big factor in South Palm Beach County, specifically Boynton Beach, they've dealt with that localized flooding from not only the extra high tides that we've been having, but from the storm surge. 2 Georges down there, one popular restaurant, got severely impacted tonight.
Yeah, so Tori Dunnan has more on that. Let's go to her in Boynton Beach.
So lots of change here outside 2 Georges restaurant as the tides have gone out. So basically what you can see here, this is the Intracoastal Waterway. This water had come over the dock and then covering about a foot deep here outside of the restaurant. You can see right now, if you take a look, the water levels inside the doors of the restaurant. It was about up to here or so at a certain point. It's hard to tell how much water got inside the restaurant. We'll have to wait for daylight to see that. We did also speak with some of the fishermen who were making sure their boats were okay on the marinas on either side of the restaurant. So far, so good, but a lot of the damage assessment will need to be done once it gets lighter here. The water situation, though, pretty intense as far as flooding went for a couple hours during the overnight hours. In Boynton Beach, Tori Dunnan, WPTV News Channel 5.
Tori, and more video of Hurricane Nicole's impact on the southeast coast of Florida from Volusia County to right here in West Palm Beach, showing beach erosion. And Jay, you've been mentioning about the beach erosion. We're definitely going to see that, especially when it becomes lighter in the day, and that we can see this. Now, those high winds and rain we've been feeling since Wednesday. Now, right now, much quieter here in West Palm Beach, but that could all change as Nicole inches closer.
Yeah, we saw the storm surge down in Deerfield Beach, all the way leading up the coastline and all the way up the East Coast. Those pictures coming out of Flagler Beach as well. There'll be some massive beach erosion following the storm. Steve indicated, at sunlight, when crews start going out and monitoring the situation, we could have a big problem on our hands with that.
I even think of the area that we cover all the time, Bathtub Beach, on the Treasure Coast. It literally, it seems like it just empties all out, like all the sand goes out.
And think about the millions of dollars these municipalities and all these counties along the coastline spend for beach renourishment projects. I know we've seen many of them just in the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You mentioned Bathtub Beach. They're always constantly replenishing the sand. It's closed to fix the sand up there. And now you get a storm like this, not just a storm, but you get a storm that's going to leave a huge dent and a huge impact for probably for the better portion of a year to come until they can get a project where they can renourish certain portions of our beach line. So the coastline will change its landscape quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. And now we want to go to Michelle Casada in Palm Beach.
The rain just picking up here again on Palm Beach Island. If you take a look at the ocean, the surf extremely rough out here, but the wind gusts not too high. We have this wind measurement tool, and right now it fluctuates a little bit between 7 miles an hour to 9 miles an hour. It goes back down to 4. So really not heavy winds that we're seeing at the moment, and that could be because a lot of the outer band activity is not coming through this area as of yet right now. We did drive down A1A up here, and there were some areas that were
were supposed to be flooded. Apparently the water has receded. We did not see any flooding on A1A on the island. And so that's a good news for those folks living out here. We're going to continue monitoring the conditions here on Palm Beach, and we'll toss it back to you in the studio.
Our way across the Palm Beaches as well. Palm Beach, especially Palm Beach County, I should say, they went through that wind change, that wind gust earlier, and we watched that just grow north as the storm started moving and those wind gusts started shifting. So the momentum of that changing, the dynamics, and certainly Steve indicated so eloquently, pointing out that how this evening and how we progress here into the early morning hours, that's going to change the effect of this storm as on the coastline as we get higher and higher in our viewing area.
And reporter Michael Butchner had mentioned that. He's like, wait, I felt like the wind was coming from one direction. All of a sudden it just changed.
Like that.
Steve Weagle's like, I can answer that. I can tell you why.
I feel like tonight we had some great coverage in terms of one of the first times in our coverage that I can honestly say we've had live crews on the field. We've had our teams here, and we've actually processed and analyzed the data that's coming from our meteorologists right to the field and indicating what they're seeing in the field. It doesn't always happen that way, but it's been really crucial, and it's pivotal in terms of where we are putting our crews. We have some of the best crews in South Florida, journalists out there covering the storm as they can and as safe as they can, and they've been pushed to the limits. Obviously, many of them hardened, seasoned journalists out there. They know these storms, they know their safety, and then they know their role. And we can't tell you how much we appreciate our entire crew who are out there, both in front and behind the camera, and certainly our crews who are behind the camera here in studio. It's a long process, it's a long effort to get this coverage on air, but it's for you. It's to get information out there to all our viewers to make sure we're all safe and that you're informed, especially when the worst of the weather strikes, wherever that may be and however it may be impacting you. Somebody somewhere in our viewing area will be impacted at some point in this time, some worse than others. These are pictures coming out of Central Florida, WPTV. This is the third live shot we've seen in Central Florida right now, where we've seen wind gusts really pick up right now, and we're seeing a lot of volatility there in Central Florida as well. So the storm, as it's making its way, Steve indicating in about 20 minutes it could make landfall. 20 minutes, perhaps, maybe a little longer than that, just off the coastline right now, Fort Pierce, possibly Vero Beach, but hugging the coastline as it moves in. But then, of course, it's going to be making its way through Central Florida.
And as the storm moves in, of course, power outages. They're saying now about 16,000 people without power in Brevard County just alone. So it's quite a few. And we're going to see that as it continues, the storm continues to move up, the power outages will continue in that area. We also want to go to Kate Hussey. She has been with us all through the night. What a trooper, and thank you, Kate. You know, we've seen you go through the rain, the wind. I'm just waiting now for the snow.
We've certainly seen it all here on the balcony of our own WPTV news station, but the good news is we're actually getting a bit of a break from that. Take a look here behind me. You can see the palm trees really not seeing too much wind here, not compared to what we've seen all night long. If you've been following with us both on air and online, you've seen those palm trees really almost bend under the weight of these strong winds that we're seeing. You've seen us get pelted by rain coming in both directions here tonight. But again, take a look here behind me. If I stick my arm out, you can see there's hardly any rain coming down at all, and just a little bit of wind here as well. In fact, if you take a look here, even at our parking lot, you can see not a lot of rain hitting the asphalt here behind us. Some more good news tonight. You know, earlier we told you that we saw a lot of cars actually driving out here on Banyan Boulevard. That's something that's subsided now. You know, we told you the message from county officials urging people to stay at home both during the storm, the thick of it, even as these conditions are subsiding, and then even after the storm as well. And it seems like a lot of you have listened to that. We've certainly seen not a lot of cars at all heading on this road. So whether that's just because of the hour of the night or because you've been listening to the message, that's exactly what county officials are urging you to do, both now, even if we see those conditions pick up, and then after the storm as well. So they have that time to come out here, assess the damage, and then respond to any outages, down power lines, and emergencies. Of course, we'll continue to monitor these conditions for you all night long, or I guess now all morning long for you as well. But I'll toss it back to you in the studio. Reporting live here in West Palm Beach, I'm Kate Hussey, WPTV News Channel 5.
All right, Kate, thank you very much. We want to take you back down to Deerfield Beach. We've been monitoring the situation, the storm surge down there, specifically taking a live look at the pier. I believe we have a live picture down there. well, this is not live pictures. This is a picture that was taken earlier tonight. One of the most impressive photos that we've seen here come into our studio all evening. But you can see again that storm surge, and this is Deerfield Beach all the way. We're talking about up and down the coastline here. That massive storm surge, the beach erosion, and the effect of that not only tonight but the constant pounding along our coastline for the better part of 24 hours, because this started well before the storm, then it's going to last well after the storm all the way up the coastline. We're seeing pier shots, the same look all the way from all the way South Florida,
And
all the way up to
depending on how you look at this picture, it almost looks like fog.
Yeah, it does.
It really does look like fog. And we know that once daylight comes, we're going to see some damage to some of these piers right along the coast, because that constant pounding and pounding, you know.
Certainly officials in Palm Beach County, speaking of, Tanya, they'll be out assessing the damage from Nicole in the morning. And of course, they're monitoring conditions as we speak right now. We have our Stephanie Susskind. She is at the Palm Beach County EOC with an update right now.
We are in the briefing room here at the Emergency Operations Center, where Palm Beach County leaders come together to address us when they have major news to share. No word yet if they will be holding a briefing later on today, but of course we'll keep you updated on that. But we have learned from emergency leaders overnight that they really have not seen any major issues in Palm Beach County. No serious concerns coming into them here at the Emergency Operations Center, so of course that is good news. But they do say that they know there will be work to do once the sun comes up, and they can go out and really survey the area and look for any damage, look for issues, especially at the beaches. So emergency leaders say they really want you to just be patient and give them some time to look around the area.
Stay wherever you're at. Shelter in place wherever you are, and don't go out until you know it's safe. We need that time in daylight hours to make sure our roads are safe, debris is cleared. Our energy partners here with FP&L are actually here in the EOC with us to ensure that power is restored and any down power lines may be fixed quickly. So we need individuals to just be patient, give a little time. Let us make sure that our community is ready to go back to doing things we love to do in our county.
Another big part of Thursday will be demobilizing the shelters, moving people out, making sure they have a safe place to return to. We're told that a little more than 500 people did take advantage of the shelters here in Palm Beach County. Reporting in Palm Beach County, Stephanie Susskind, WPTV News Channel 5.
Thank you, Stephanie, and we will continue coverage on Hurricane Nicole after this quick break.
All right, welcome back. We are tracking Nicole as Nicole inches ever so closely. Really a pivotal time frame right now, as this storm is just a few miles off our coastline right now. I want to get the very latest.
Just right on our back door.
Yeah, and the Hurricane Center will issue a bulletin coming likely in the next 10 or 15 minutes saying it made landfall in the landfall spot because it is heading toward the coastline. And it seems like days since we first started, and it has been since we first started tracking this. So the 2 a.m. advisory, almost an hour ago, had it 15 miles off the coast of Fort Pierce, directly east of Fort Pierce. So it's going to make a landfall likely between Fort Pierce and Vero Beach. Maybe they'll say Vero, and then it works up toward Orlando, where they're already seeing the effects, but we have seen some video of that area. I believe this is around the Fort Pierce area.
Yeah, State Road 70 and I-95 Fort Pierce.
So gusty winds, although it does look, because we were watching some of these cams earlier, let's say an hour ago, the winds seem to be much stronger. It seemed to have let up a little bit. So they're starting to get in kind of the inner core, into the eye of the storm, especially since it's so large, like 40 to almost 50 miles wide.
But the landfall is based, you said, on the center.
Yes, the center of circulation, which is just off of Fort Pierce and Vero.
So a lot of people on the Treasure Coast will start seeing calm conditions with this eye wall coming through.
That may be, it doesn't look too bad on the cam that's coming out from the Fort Pierce area. So they may be they could be in the part of the eye already. And when you get near the center, that's when the winds will go completely light. And sometimes, during the day, the sun will come out. It's an unusual situation because you're literally in the eye. And then when the other side of the eye wall hits you, the winds dramatically increase. They go from light to, in this case, it'll be 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts in the matter of 5 or 10 minutes.
I did want to ask you, we've been showing so many pictures, especially from the Treasure Coast, with the water coming over.
Yes.
There's been a lot of foam, and you were talking about that earlier today.
Yeah, the foam. There's an instrument that it's called a scatterometer that they use to figure out how strong the winds are in hurricanes. And what it does is it shoots down on the ocean surface and it measures the foam and the little foam particles and see how fast they're going. And they can do a calculation to determine how strong the winds are in the hurricane or the tropical storm.
Great, it's fascinating.
But it depends on foam, and there needs to be a lot of foam, and there usually is with strong winds like that.
Yeah, well, we've seen it. We've seen a lot of foam in this storm.
Yeah, we sure have, especially along area beaches.
Yeah, that's where I think, as you indicated last time when we were talking with you in depth on this, I think the beach erosion is going to be a significant portion of impact for us and what we'll see in the morning.
Yeah, and just amazing. Even in the Indian River reports, some of our weather spotters and reports out of Manatee Pocket around Stewart of just the saltwater intrusion into the coastline, into businesses is really, really impressive. I think we've just kind of scratched the surface on exactly how far that impact has gone. And I think once the sun rises, we'll get a much better idea.
This is Vero Beach right here on our screen.
Yeah,
so quiet out there. Definitely portions of the eye making its way over.
It certainly doesn't look windy there either, and it looks dry at this point too. So they're in, I would imagine, in the eye of the storm, and in the next few minutes, it's going to make a landfall.
You've been through a lot of hurricanes,
yeah,
and you always have a takeaway from each storm. There's always a characteristic of each storm.
Yeah.
So far, does anything stand out to you with this one?
This storm surge and the impact and the damage, just briefly, that we have seen during the afternoon and evening hours. I don't remember another storm that had a storm surge impact. And we always talk about the southwest coast, Fort Myers, in a worst case scenario. Ian was a worst case scenario for southwest Florida because the storm surge is able to go miles and miles inland. In our area, we don't have as much of a threat. Our storm surge is almost half of what they would see. So if they saw an 18-foot storm surge, we would typically see 7 to 9 feet here in a similar hurricane, only because the water depth is so much greater just off our beaches. So the water has a chance to circulate everywhere. And in the Gulf of Mexico, it's very shallow. And so as the water piles up against the coastline in Fort Myers and Naples and Tampa, it just can't go anywhere. It's like a shallow bowl, and it just can't go anywhere except into the beach and up over land. So, but to see the damage we're just scratching the surface along the coastline from this hurricane is really, really impressive.
Yeah, I know one of the things to pick up on what Tanya was saying, you all studying this storm and just the characteristics of it, the timing of it in November 9th right now, where it formed, and how it became subtropical and then turned into this system that's sitting right now hitting us, like the eye wall hitting us.
A hurricane
hitting us.
Mid-November, making landfall. The direction that it's coming in from too, which is really impressive. Oh, we're getting some reports out. Just want to take a look here. Satellite Beach. So just to the north, tropical storm conditions there. Structural damage to a gas station, Satellite Beach. Trying to see if there's any. Fort Pierce reporting storm surge. Seaway Drive and Carlton Court on South Hutchinson Island. So storm surge flooding in that area. No bulletin yet from the Hurricane Center on a landfall. So it's still waiting for that. But yeah, you're right. It's incredible how much of an impact this has had in such a bizarre time of year. We're really wrapping up hurricane season this time of year, and here we are watching this storm come in mid-November from a direction that is really unheard of too. Normally you get into October storms that come in from the Gulf of Mexico, they come in from the Caribbean, they don't come in off the Atlantic. That's a
But why is that?
Well, because certain areas of the Atlantic are more favorable for development at certain times of the year. So early in the season, June and July, the most favorable areas for development would be the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean. Just the winds are more favorable. The water temperatures are a little bit warmer. Then as we get into mid-August and September, the more favorable area becomes the Atlantic and what we call the Cabo Verde hurricanes, Cape Verde hurricanes that come off these tropical waves and they have a chance, like Hurricane Andrew, those storms. And then later in the season, October and November, it becomes the Gulf and the Caribbean again because winds become just so strong in the Atlantic and the storms are sheared apart.
Fascinating science.
You're just a plethora of information.
Appreciate it.
I love
it.
It should go on Jeopardy.
Sounds good.
We're going to continue our coverage in just a moment of Hurricane Nicole's landfall right as we speak, as we've been monitoring this. Steve will have the very latest on the other side of the break.